bro. Like, listen, like, I don't like Stanley.
Stanley, the Navy man, thinks he's so wise. He reads all
I think the only person I have been
the
was Stanley.
squints in his eyes, spins till so wild, like ships in the sky. But whose words
And
are
Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious. Like,
You don't think one-parent influence is detrimental?
Yes, he does.
I literally said they need to understand
American
culture.
culture.
It's a white
If they
people
want to
problem.
beef with you,
Okay,
it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
What do I think it's okay?
You've got to make this round so painful for the United States and its friends that there won't be another round.
The whole job of national security thinking is to plan from not necessarily the absolute worst case scenario, but from the most plausible bad case scenario.
If they worry that they're going to be deprived of Hormuz or deprived of their hold on power by this blockade, they're going to escalate.
I find it hard day to day to see a lot of strategic thinking going on.
I think it's entirely plausible that the lesson Iranian hardliners will take away is that you've got to have nuclear weapons.
So, like, if you were in charge, if people were listening to you, what would be your recommendation for an exit strategy? Greetings, dear listeners. This is Jonah Goldberg, host of the Remnant Podcast, brought to you by the Dispatch and Dispatch Media. I'm very excited for today's return guest. It's a little weird because we're literally like yards apart at the American Enterprise Institute. Hal Brands has an office. I'm sandwiched between two of the nation's, maybe the world's foremost foreign policy dudes. And so I don't want to say it's a fecal sandwich or anything like that, but the bread is more important than the filler here. But I'm flanked by Fred Kagan and Hal Brands at AEI, and it's kind of strange to be talking to him on a podcast across from the other side of a wall. Regardless, Hal Brands is a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. He's the Henry A. Kissinger Distinguished Professor of Global Affairs at the Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies, my wife's alma mater. He's a columnist for Bloomberg Opinion, and he's the author of many books. The next one coming down the pike is The Landscape of Power. Hal Brands, welcome back to The Remnant.
Thanks for having me, Jonah. Always good to chat.
All right, so first, I maybe just for level setting purposes, I don't want to just talk about. I don't want to do a tour to the horizon of different regions of the world or anything like that. But I think for level setting purposes, maybe it would help if you could just sort of explain, how do you see the Iran war in the big picture? Do you think it was wise to go in? Do you think there's an exit strategy? And then we can just sort of take it from there. But I think that might help just get our bearings a little bit.
So the second question is probably easier to answer than the first. I don't think there's an exit strategy. I think there's an administration that is flailing and candidly has been flailing since about a week and a half into the war, when it became clear that the original exit strategy, which was to bomb the heck out of Iran and see what happened, was not actually producing the desired result. And since then, the president has oscillated between two or three different theories of escape. One is escalation, but he doesn't like that because we're running low on the things you need to escalate, and the damage both in the region and to the global economy could be pretty severe. The second is essentially to give up and give the Iranians what they want, which is control of the Strait of Hormuz, along with some other things. But the consequences of that are likely to be pretty catastrophic from the perspective of freedom of the seas and America's position in the Middle East and more broadly. And that leaves you the third option, which is the one that he is currently pursuing, which is hunker down, engage in a contest of economic pressure, and hope that the Iranian regime cracks before the strain on the international economy builds. The success of that one is uncertain. It was tried before and it didn't work. The administration's a little bit more bullish this time because they think they're getting more oil out of Hormuz than they were before, but I think it's doubtful that this will cause the Iranians to give up. So no, I don't think we have a viable exit strategy at this point. And based on that, I think you'd have to say that so far, the war has not been a success. The war has not met what I think are the most important strategic criteria for success. One, which the administration set, which was something close to regime change, sort of a soft version of regime change. And the other was an Iran with a dramatically circumscribed role in the region. If anything, Iran is more able to wreak mischief on the region and on the world today than it was when the war began, because of its success in targeting Persian Gulf countries and infrastructure there, and then of course its success and messing with traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. So based on that, I would say it was not a good decision to go in. But that tees up a bunch.
Welcome to Stanley versus the World, everyone. The happiest of Mondays, if that's even possible on a Monday. So I figured, I'd open with this hour-long, just kind of interview with a international specialist about this Trump quagmire, basically, in Iran. And this is a perfect example of might not making right. It's arguable that Trump went in for the right reasons. I'm not absolutely sure that he did. I am absolutely sure that the war was unnecessary. The JCPOA, or whatever it was called, it should have never been tampered with. Donald Trump basically hated anything that Obama accomplished, and he has been methodically over the course of his two administrations trying to dismantle stuff that Obama did accomplish. This is a miserable failure, and at this point, really doesn't matter how this conflict ends. America has tarnished its reputation on the world stage. It is obviously depleted its arsenal of things like Patriot missiles and that sort of thing, air defense type missiles. Trump is not a good commander-in-chief. Hegseth is a failure as Secretary of Defense. And yes, I'm still calling it the Secretary of Defense until Congress changes it. And Hegseth needs to go. I honestly think if Hegseth was ousted and somebody a little bit less sycophantic to Donald Trump got in there, things might improve, if that's even possible. But I know the MAGA blacks and all the MAGA voters are struggling to try and keep their heads up. But this is an abject failure. This war is affecting economics. It's affecting a whole lot of things, world economy, and Donald Trump. Obviously, Donald Trump finally met his Waterloo. This is not going well.
Some other questions, which maybe we'll get into, as to whether this was the right way or the wrong way to fight the war, and whether different approaches might have produced different results.
Yeah, I mean, I annoy some of my listeners when I simultaneously say I think this war was a mistake, but regime change is a worthwhile goal. And that if this had worked out, I would have said it was success and it was the right decision. But war is one of those things that you don't get a trophy for trying, right? You either got to win them or don't do them. And I think it's very telling the number of people among my normal flock of sort of neocon foreign policy, hawkish, internationalist friends and colleagues who are still in favor of the war or still mildly optimistic. When you start arguing about it, they almost immediately go to Midnight Hammer as the proof of that what Trump has done with Iran is good. But Midnight Hammer was a different thing. It was a discrete thing that happened long before Epic Fury. And I think Midnight Hammer was successful. This, not so much. And that said, the way I always talk.
Midnight Hammer was not successful. Otherwise, you wouldn't need this war. Okay, that's bullshit.
About on here is and again, it kind of bores some of my listeners, is if you find someone with a knife in the chest, the smartest thing to do isn't necessarily just to pull the knife out, right? Like getting out of big messes is hard. Do you have so that's why I'm sympathetic to the blockade. I don't know if it'll work, but I do know that, what you left out, I think, on the Hormuz part of it is, not only would that be bad, it would make it impossible for Donald Trump to declare victory. And I think he psychologically cares about that massively. So, like, if you were in charge, if people were listening to you, what would be your recommendation for an exit strategy?
So I don't necessarily object to the blockade strategy in the near term. If the administration is correct, so what the energy secretary has said is that we're getting 9 million barrels a day on average out of the Strait of Hormuz, plus all the stuff that's going through the pipelines, plus the decrements that have come from decreased Chinese demand. And that gets you kind of close to the 20 million barrels a day rough average that was coming through before. If that's true, then the blockade is more sustainable from an American and a global perspective than it was before. Now, the problem is that, one, the U.S. and the world is in a worse position to execute this strategy than it was on February 28th, because the stocks of everything are so much lower now than they were before. So the clock is shorter than it was on February 28th. And two, it's not clear to me that this strategy, if it works, doesn't lead you back to escalation, because the Iranians they're not just going to sit there as their economy is choked out. If they worry that they're going to be deprived of Hormuz or deprived of their hold on power by this blockade, they're going to escalate. And they believe they have escalation dominance at the moment because of their ability to target U.S. bases in the region, to target U.S. partners and allies in the region, and to wreak havoc on global energy flows. So I think the blockade may lead you back to the escalation or quit dynamic.
Mm-hmm.
My view is that I don't see how the administration gets out of this scenario without either fighting a much bigger war or making concessions it will not want to make at this point. I think my preference would be basically to play for time, to make some concessions, to try to normalize flows through the Strait of Hormuz, refill oil and gas stocks, replenish your munition supplies, and so on and so forth, understanding that this is ultimately going to be seen as one battle in the larger war for control of the Strait of Hormuz, and we would be better off rejoining the battle at a time when we are not in such a weakened position. But I understand why the president doesn't want to do that, for the precise reason that you just articulated. It looks like a defeat in a conflict where he's promised a glorious victory.
Yeah. And that also kind of sets us up to what I really wanted to talk about, and you're far better equipped to articulate this stuff than I am. It feels to me like we're starting to see how this is not how regional wars become global conflicts. I don't want to say global war. I don't think we're going to go to war with China and Russia tomorrow or anything like that. But you can see how the reordering of things is creating new perspectives on stuff. And so, for example, people were very shocked. Where I started to think about it was people were shocked that a bunch of former Ukraine critics and pro-Russia, admittedly, by my lights, freaks, people like Laura Loomer and whatnot, all of a sudden started being pro-Ukraine. And I think part of the reason for that, who knows what payola some of the other ones got, but fine. But part of the reason for that, I think, is that if you are a committed pro-Israel supporter and you think Israel is a scrappy underdog country trying to defend itself in a hostile neighborhood, the logic of that should eventually make you a little more sympathetic to Ukraine, and vice versa. And you start seeing, so first of all, there's like this ideological realignment starting to happen. I think in part because you see how Trump's Iran war has split his own coalition, And so the obligation to have just to be supporting whatever Trump wants is impossible because there are trumpets on both sides of these foreign policy issues. But then you start looking at the technological developments in Ukraine with drone warfare and how Ukraine is really the bleeding edge of technological innovation in a way that Israel has been for a long time. And so there's all this cross-pollination there and these interests. You look at how Russia and Iran have an interest in high oil prices. We have an interest in low oil prices. And you start seeing all of a sudden that these various one-off interests actually fit in a cohort of broader geopolitical interests. And I'm just wondering, first of all, am I imagining it? And second of all, if I'm not, where do you think it's going? Like, what does this foretell for the next, 1 to 5 years or 10 years?
Well, you're definitely not imagining it, and it goes even further than I think you articulated, because to some degree, the bad guys have become co-belligerents in each other's war. One of the reasons that the Iranians were able to target U.S. bases and infrastructure in the Gulf so effectively is reportedly that they had targeting help from the Russians and maybe the Chinese. One of the reasons they were able to rebuild their missile capabilities so quickly after the 12-day war is because they were getting critical components from Beijing. You have North Korean troops that have deployed in support of Russia's war against Ukraine, and there are reports that you may have a lot more that are getting ready to do so right now.
Right, and Iran sold Shahed drones to Russia, right?
Absolutely, and there was this weird incident, if you're not paying attention, where Ukraine targeted an Iranian ship in the Caspian Sea, precisely because it was part of this strategic trade between Russia and Iran, and maybe also to try to get on Trump's good side. And so I think what you're seeing is a situation in which the world is being destabilized by multiple interlinked regional conflicts. And so you've got the conflict in Ukraine, the set of conflicts that have been going in the Middle East since October 7th, and then sort of the below the threshold conflicts in the Western Pacific and East Asia. And all of them are fueled by and feed on each other. And you're seeing increasing ties of strategic importance between the bad guys in these various contexts. And what all these countries have in common is that they view U.S. power and U.S. alliances as the primary checks on their ambitions, whether it's Russia's ambition to rewrite the security landscape in Europe, or Iran's ambition to become the principal power in the Middle East, or China's ambition to dominate the Western Pacific and perhaps ultimately become the preeminent global power. And so they have established a set of relationships that are really characterized by what sometimes been called strategic transactionalism. That is, these are not sentimental relationships. They don't come with sort of the deep ties of affinity that the U.S. has or perhaps used to have in many of its alliance relationships. And yet, even though they're transactional, they have strategic impact. They make each of these problems harder to solve. You can't end the Ukraine war by squeezing Russia's economy as long as Russia has all of this economic support from China and all this military support from Iran and North Korea. It's harder to crack Iran in the Persian Gulf as long as it has the support of Russia, particularly, and also China, and so on and so forth.
So is it possible? So you've written about this sort of this autocratic alliance stuff. It kind of reminds me, I know a bit about the history of fascism, and there was actually our former colleague, Michael Ledeen, actually wrote his PhD thesis on the attempt to do a fascist internationale, sort of along the lines of the Communist International. It just didn't work. Spain wouldn't send anybody, and the problem is that nationalism is on the global stage, sort of like hyper-individualism. So forming teams is hard. And but at the same time, you do have this synergy of interests. Strategically, what is it that the United States could or should do to heighten the contradictions, right? To make it more difficult for this, North Korea, China, Russia, Iran, Pakistan to a certain extent. How could we mess with them that to make that alliance more expensive at the very least?
Yeah, I'm happy to address that, but maybe I could just take a few seconds to pick up on the fascism analogy, because I think it's actually instructive about where we are today. During the late 30s and early 40s, you had a similar set of regional conflicts that gradually grew more interconnected. But as you pointed out, there wasn't a huge amount of sort of direct support from Nazi Germany to Imperial Japan and vice versa. They mostly helped each other just by doing their own thing, right? And so it was harder for the British to get serious about dealing with the threat from Japan because they were so hard pressed in the Mediterranean and in Europe and in the North Atlantic by Germany and Italy, things of that nature. What we're seeing today actually features more direct cooperation in many ways than the original Axis did. And so when people say, like, you shouldn't use the term Axis, it's not an Axis. Well, that's true. It actually does more than the original Axis did. And so the problem's worse in that respect. In terms of what the U.S. should do about it, there are kind of three schools of thought. The first is maybe what we'd call like the reverse Nixon or the reverse Kissinger idea, which is that you can kind of peel these powers apart from one another by being nice to the weaker ones and pitting them against the stronger ones. And this sometimes plays out with the idea that the U.S. needs to reconcile with Putin's government in Russia so that they can both resist the greater threat that's posed by China. Nice idea. The problem is that the original Nixon, the original Kissinger happened in a context where the Soviet Union and China had actually recently fought a war against each other. There are no such pronounced contradictions between Russia and China to exploit today. And so I can't even imagine what you'd have to give Putin to buy him off so that he would turn against Xi Jinping. The second approach is kind of like the prioritizer approach, which is basically to say, we just need to decrease our involvement in some of these secondary theaters because that leaves us, our involvement there leaves us more vulnerable to overstretch and to the cooperation between these bad actors. And you see a version of this sometimes in kind of the Asia First mentality among some Trump administration officials. The problem is that's just really hard to do. And so for 20 years, U.S. presidents have been saying, we need to get out of the Middle East. We need to decrease our liability there. And we've had no success in doing so because the U.S. still has very important interests in the Middle East, as we're seeing today. And the same goes in Europe. And then the third school of thought is basically that you just have to deal with the reality that you're going to have to contain multiple adversaries simultaneously, hopefully with lots of support from your allies. And that the path to generating and exploiting contradictions between them runs through putting lots of pressure on those.
You know what? This neocon bullshit. How about you do what we were doing before Donald Trump got involved or even got interested in international politics or foreign policy? You pick your battles, and Donald Trump picking this fight with Iran for no apparent reason when we're already in a conflict, trying to contain Israel. It is not a good look that Israel basically said, we're going to do it. Do you want to join us? And I'm still of the mind that Israel would have struck Iran, and we basically didn't want to look like Israel was acting independently. I would have let Israel do it alone, and just, would have played it after that. Trump is out of his depth when he tries to play chess. Okay, he's a checkers player. Domestic policy is where he should have stayed. He should have left the foreign policy to, I don't know, Rubio. This is not something that's going to be easily recovered. There is no exit strategy. I think in the end, it's going to wind up being a stalemate. And I mean, literally expending enough, smart weapons and air defense missiles and just all this stuff that we run low. The fuck? I don't know what Trump was thinking. I guess they thought, like it was said earlier in this video, that they thought it was going to be a one and done. We're going to shock and awe them. And they just weren't awed. And any kindergartner would have known that Iran's been preparing for this pretty much since Jimmy Carter tried to rescue the hostages back in like 1977 or something like that. They've been preparing for the big one for decades.
Relationships. And so if you want to attenuate Chinese support for Russia, well, you want to make the Russian burden as heavy as possible on Beijing, one, by putting Russia in a terrible strategic situation, so it has to ask more and more of China, but then penalizing or threatening to penalize China via sanctions or other measures for the support that it is providing Russia, for the support that it is providing Iran, and so on and so forth. I think that is the path that is most likely to work over the medium and long term. The challenge is that it's pretty daunting in the near term, and especially at a moment, when the U.S. doesn't really have the wherewithal it needs to prosecute one conflict, let alone to deter or prosecute multiple conflicts in multiple theaters.
So, the pivot to Asia people, I find, there's so much, as our AI colleague, Adam White likes to say, there are people who say you should take Trump seriously, but not literally. And he's like, how about hypothetically? Because there are these arguments that are, like you're starting to hear people say, well, this is that Trump's four-dimensional chess here is to show the Chinese how difficult it would be to invade Taiwan by getting tied up in Iran. Is like, yeah, I don't think that's what's going on here. But the fact that we're seeing now us pulling an aircraft carrier out of Asia, Trump has we're recording this on August 18th on Tuesday. The day before, yesterday, Trump had a very bad Truth Social post about South Korea and talking about what a dear friend he is of Kim Jong-un. And because of that relationship, he's going to minimize the quote unquote war games, which is the term of art from the North Koreans. It doesn't feel very pivot to Asia is what I'm trying to get at. What is your level of frustration as someone who takes strategy seriously with the actual day-to-day, as the Marxists would say, praxis, the actual application of the theory in the real world? Because I find it hard day-to-day to see a lot of strategic thinking going on.
Yeah, I don't think there's much connection between kind of the theory and the reality here. So I like to say that I'm old enough to remember the 2026 National Defense Strategy, which came out just about a month before the Iran war broke out. And agree or disagree with it, there's a no kidding strategy articulated there, which basically says the U.S. has and will continue to have limited military resources. So we're going to focus essentially on the Western Pacific as our primary overseas theater, while also consolidating U.S. dominance in the Western Hemisphere, which is the platform from which we project power globally, while calling on allies to do more in secondary theaters. And we'll be able to do all this because we are past the era when the United States would fight big wars of uncertain duration in the Middle East. Okay, there's not a whole lot of resemblance to the theory that is outlined there and what has actually happened. You can agree or disagree with the theory, but it is a quasi-coherent theory of how the United States should handle its affairs and its military commitments in the world. And instead, is that the U.S. has put itself at a further deficit in any prospective war with China by blowing through so many munitions and missile interceptors in the Persian Gulf. It has been stripping lots of resources out of the Pacific to send them to the Middle East, with the carrier strike group that was just dispatched a couple days ago being the last example of that. You have sort of this weird bifurcated approach to alliance management where in many ways, kind of the day-to-day reality of the alliances is okay, and the Pentagon's doing lots with Japan and Australia and other partners. But then when the president weighs in, it creates total chaos.
Actually, Khan, I meant to mention that a few days ago for the moderators, and there are not a whole lot of them in the chat right now, but if you type in !drop, that'll drop the current StreamYard link. It does it automatically, but you can force the drop by just typing in that command. So it's !drop, not iDrop. I mistyped that first one. Yeah, feel free to use it. There's some other commands that I'll talk about at some point. To drop the things like the Cash App stuff and all that stuff. There's several of them that I've. I actually do things in the background sometimes, God.
If you think back to the national defense strategy, I believe South Korea was labeled a model ally in that strategy because it was assuming more responsibility for the conventional defense of the Korean Peninsula. And then we have the Truth Social post. And so you can only have a coherent approach to foreign policy in this administration.
So for those who want to call me a boomer, there are actually some technical things that are easy enough even for me to figure out. Though, by the way, I did work 10 years in IT, so, I'm not totally, I wouldn't call myself at this point like super technical savvy, but I can navigate a laptop, I can navigate Windows, and I can navigate a phone. And if I ever need help, I've got my son and I've got my brother who is literally like an AI researcher. So I have my resources.
As long as that approach never comes into contact with the Oval Office. The minute it comes into contact with the Oval Office, you are sunk because you are captive to whatever grievance or whim seems to be driving Trump at the moment.
When I talk to Europeans or others who are watching this from afar, and to the extent I have any sway, one of the things I try to tell them is that Trump is kind of sui generis, and you may get bad presidents in the future who have policies I disagree with, but Trump's approach is going to be like, I have big problems with J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance would have a more coherent foreign policy vision than Donald Trump would. And the response you usually get is, that's fine, but we can't plan for that. The whole job of national security thinking is to plan from...
Yeah, I hate to interrupt this again. I hate it when people stop videos every 2 seconds. I like to let things play through for context. But this is another thing that I really should work into my commercials. Everybody, please make sure that you hit the like button as you file in or out, or if you hear this on a replay. If you're new to the channel, and we've actually had 1 or 2 new people in the past over the weekend, please subscribe if you're new, share it out to people who you think might be interested. And of course, like the show. I'm not doing it today, but I generally during the week, not so much on the weekends, stream to Twitch and Kick just as backup streams. And I haven't figured out how to I have to figure out how to advertise on those alternate streams, but I'll get around to it. But I do stream to them. Not today because I forgot to, but I generally do Monday through Friday. I have a backup channel. Should this one be taken away, and it is Stanley 5779. I don't know why it's even called that, but it just is. Y'all subscribe in case this channel ever winds up in trouble. So, I do stream other places. So, even if I can't stream here, I can stream to 2 other platforms. I won't do the alternative channel. I don't really stream to it even. It's just out there. It doesn't really do much because it's a backup. Maybe one of these days I'll actually simulcast a stream just to make sure everything's connected, but I'm pretty sure it is. So support the show by supporting the host. That's the other thing. We have an early investor in the Saturday show, and that would be Mr. Stan Autry, kind enough to support the show. It's a free investment. So Wednesday, the Sovereign Beer Fund opens, and who knows what this Saturday show will be about, but we'll figure something out. And let me say thank you to our executive producers, Brooklyn Watson, the CKJ3, the Dirty Dude, the Lupin Reigang, the Latino for Trump, and the Speak Radio. And I'll talk about why Latino's an executive producer, not so much monetarily, though he has contributed to the show, but for a reason that, we'll discuss. It's a good reason, obviously. So back to the show, or this video.
Not necessarily the absolute worst case scenario, but from the most plausible bad case scenario. And what the Trump period has signaled is that America is just not the reliable ally a lot of countries thought it was, and it's not going to go back to that anytime soon. And so I'm wondering, in particular, what you make of this new strategic thing with Saudi Arabia and Pakistan, and should we be reading that as a signal that the Saudis and the other parties no longer view the United States as a reliable guarantor of security in the region? What do things like that say about how hard the job of whoever's the next president is going to be for sort of stitching together a more coherent foreign policy, vision for the United States?
As I'm sure you saw, Trump managed to take credit for the Saudi, Pakistan, Turkey agreement. Said it was a great thing and it was all his idea. I think it sort of comes back to the seriously but not literally idea. Don't take this pact literally as like a NATO-like military alliance. I find it hard to believe that Saudi Arabia is going to aid Pakistan militarily in Pakistan's next scrap with India. But take it seriously as an indication that countries in the region and globally are buying alternative strategic insurance policies because they are no longer confident that their primary strategic insurance policy, the relationship with the United States, is as useful as it once was. You see it with the UAE, which now has essentially a quasi-alliance with Israel as sort of reinforcement for its longstanding relationship with the United States. You see it with the Saudis, who did this deal with Pakistan back in the fall of 2025 and now turned it into a trilateral agreement. But you see it everywhere. And you see it in Europe, where countries are spending a lot more on defense, which is good in a way, but they're doing it in part because they simply no longer believe that the United States is going to be there when the big crisis with Russia comes. You see the same thing in East Asia. Japan is developing quasi-alliances with Australia and the Philippines, defense security partnerships with lots of countries. It's trying to cultivate Asian defense supply chains that are less reliant on the United States. in the near term, and what Japanese officials will tell you, and I think they mean it, is that they view all of this as enhancing Japan's value proposition as an ally to the United States. And kind of the unspoken part is yes, and it also shortens the runway Japan has to go down if it someday can no longer count on the United States. And I think this dilemma is essentially universal among U.S. allies, because you're right, Trump is one of a kind. Like, I doubt the next president is going to be similarly obsessed with Greenland.
Right.
But the U.S. political system has now produced a Trump twice, and you have the prospect of significant swings in U.S. global policy based.
Yeah, this guy is going where this inevitably leads to. Okay, if you look at U.S. history, at least in the modern era, Democrats have been in office a lot more than Republicans have. People on the right better fear a Democratic Party version of Donald Trump. All these precedents that Donald Trump is setting, it seems to be predicated that, you know, MAGA's going to be a forever proposition. And Donald Trump himself is basically going to, have you ever read, and Con, I know you have read about these ancient, like, archaeologists will find in, I don't know where, Mesopotamia used to be, all these like mass, like pyramids or grave sites where some royalty it'd be the grave of royalty, but all the servants and the footmen and soldiers, you know, all these servants would be in the tomb with them. You know, basically, hey, in the afterlife, you know, this queen is going to have all her servants and the dogs and the pets. That's pretty much what Donald Trump is doing with MAGA. He's going to take it all down with him. All his sycophants are going to wind up going into the pyramid of history with Donald Trump. He's taken MAGA with him when he goes. And I think it's hilarious. To be honest, I kind of dread, a Democrat that would be of that Trump mindset where, you know what, Donald Trump did it, I'm going to do it, but on the left. I think Donald Trump is extreme. I think MAGA is an extremist movement. And there is a left equivalent of MAGA. So, trading right-wing authoritarianism for left-wing authoritarianism, even me as someone who leans left, I don't really look forward to that.
On what looks to be an indefinite future of 50-50 elections in the United States. Now, eventually we'll get a realignment and we'll get some greater clarity, but you can understand why the allies see it that way. And so you would be criminally negligent at this point if you are a U.S. ally or partner that is not thinking about a second strategic insurance policy.
You kind of answered it, but I'm just kind of curious, to the extent I used to follow this stuff closely, there used to be a real debate among international poli-sci nerds about how much your credibility, whether if you violate if you fall short on a commitment, security commitment in one part of the world, does it transfer to another part of the world, right? Like if we fail to honor a commitment to an ally in South America, does that affect deterrence in Japan or in Asia? And it seems now, with Trump has linked Korea to Iran, and that does it make the idea that sort of credibility is local no longer applies? Like we're just, everyone is watching what we're doing in real time. So your word is graded on a global market, not on a retail market. And I guess the question is, how much does the Trump administration mess up the old debates of the IR theorists, right? Because it feels like he's just moved the Overton window so far that a lot of the old debates sort of seem really outdated.
Maybe it's worth kind of disaggregating things a little bit, because I think what Trump said or wrote about South Korea is really more indication of just the fact that he holds a grudge more than anything more profound about IR theory or IR practice. But in some ways, the Trump administration is a useful lens for thinking about these debates. And so, let's go back to the good uses of force under Trump 2, Midnight Hammer, and then the snatch of Maduro back in early.
The good uses of force. Only a neocon would fucking say this.
January. I would.
How about talking about those strikes against the drug boats in the Caribbean? Those are good uses of force, right?
Say, within reasonable limits, those things were generally good for the credibility of U.S. power around the world, because they remind adversaries there's only one global superpower. The U.S. military can do things that nobody else can do, and you should be impressed by American military power. Yeah, of course, it doesn't translate exactly into a Taiwan contingency or anything else. But insofar as you have to say, is it good or bad for credibility? It's good. You could even say the same thing about the first few days of Epic Fury, where you had the U.S. and Israel carrying out this really devastating aerial blitz, which I think is, the first time you've basically seen the best two air forces in the world carrying out this high intensity campaign with AI enabled targeting practices that allow you to process targets much faster than you could before. I'm sure there were a lot of PLA planners who were like, wow, the qualitative gap between us and the Americans is bigger than we thought. The problem now, though, is that the Trump administration has kind of depleted U.S. alliances in multiple ways at once. And so there's the capability gap, which is created by the fact that we just don't have as much stuff. And there's a big readiness shortfall as a result of this war, which carries over into other regions. And then there's the credibility gap, which is the fact that the administration has sort of gone out of its way to deplete the credibility of U.S. alliance commitments in pretty much every region of Eurasia, whether it's telling the Europeans they're going to be on their own when Putin invades because they didn't give us Greenland, or there was this Washington Post story a couple days ago about how the Gulf allies are basically at their wits' end because they can't discern any logic or consistency in the administration's approach to this war that has, frankly, existential impacts for them, or the fact that Trump seems to delight in tormenting U.S. allies like South Korea in the Western Pacific. So whether you think that the credibility of U.S. alliances is wound up with how the U.S. behaves or the military capabilities that it has, on neither metric are we doing particularly well at the moment.
So what do you think it is that Xi Jinping is learning from the last 15 months? I mean, I think Putin's a much less interesting character in a lot of ways because he's kind of occupied. But I'm kind of with you. I mean, I'm still on I agree the military operation in Venezuela was very impressive. There's no getting around that. The first 2 weeks of Operation Epic Fury were very impressive. There's no getting around that. If in fact there was regime change, I think the positive would wildly outweigh the negative, depending on how the post-regime reconstruction stuff went and all that. And I think it would have scared the bejeebus out of China and a lot of other people. That didn't happen. So what do you think Xi is taking?
Only a neocon would think taking over Iran would scare the bejeebus out of China. Iran is not a top flight military power. I mean, yeah, it's not chopped liver, but why would taking out Iran scare China? The risk reward ratio, in my opinion, and I'm really not talking with in a 20 hindsight is 2020 manner. There was no reason to go into Iran. There's literally nothing we could possibly gain going into Iran, even if we, successfully got them to capitulate on the nuclear capability. So what? China doesn't give a fuck. If we'd won, now they do give a fuck now that we're not winning. We have literally exposed our weaknesses to China. The risk reward, I still didn't see. I'm going to be honest with you. I still don't understand why the fuck we went into Iran under George Bush Jr. I was definitely against that. I said Iran, I meant Iraq.
Away from not just the Iran war, but really the last 15 months of American behavior.
Well, the obvious caveat here is that it's hard to know what's in dictators' heads, and they often see things in ways that would seem strange to you or your eye.
Right. No mirroring here. Right.
Yeah. And so that said, if Xi Jinping is a discerning observer of international relations, one thing he's presumably learned, both from this Iran war, but also from Ukraine, is how hard it is to achieve decisive strategic results quickly when you're dealing with a determined adversary, particularly one that's getting support from its friend. And so that could be a useful lesson insofar as Taiwan is concerned. And if it's plausible that just like the messiness of the Iran.
Yeah, that's his takeaway of what Xi Jinping is getting from this. Once again, is that neocon just fucking, they just assume American military supremacy, basically might makes right. And it is glaringly obvious that having the best toys doesn't always win even small conflicts that should take weeks. What China's learned is that, make them expend all their ammunition or all their arsenal in the beginning, just wait them out, which is exactly what Iran did. Just wait them out, just hunker down. And once they've shot their wad, now you got them where you want them. That's what China learned.
Iran operation, the messiness of the Ukraine operation has made him more concerned about how a big war over Taiwan would go, how unpredictable its consequences could be, and how bad the blowback could be. And that would all be a useful lesson. I do think, though, that he's also observing two or three other things. One, we've talked about this ad nauseum, but just again, the U.S. is on its back foot militarily because it is low on readiness, it's low on munitions, it's low on a lot of things that you would want to have if you had a big blow up in the Western Pacific. Two, there is a good opportunity to drive wedges in U.S. alliances right now because the U.S. approach to alliance management is so varying and sometimes counterproductive. I think it's fine for the U.S. to ask allies to spend more on defense. I think it's more challenging to defend a policy we're asking them to spend more on defense while also hammering them with tariffs, while also raising questions about whether we will actually support them when the crisis comes, and so on and so forth. And then I think three, he's probably just looking at a United States that looks a lot more disordered and less effective globally than before. That's certainly how Chinese propaganda organs have it. And so if you put all that together, what do you get? Well, you don't necessarily get a decision like, we're going to invade Taiwan right now because the Americans only have this many missiles left. Like, I don't think that's how Xi Jinping's mind works, but you probably do get a mindset where he says, look, I'm going to push harder in the Taiwan Strait. I'm going to push harder against Japan. I'm going to push harder against the Philippines and the South China Sea, because I think the U.S. is going to be on its back foot for the time being. I think U.S. allies are going to feel exposed. I think this is a good time to try to kind of reset the status quo in these areas, make the allies doubt whether the U.S. will show up to back them. And I think that is the impression that the United States is going to have to overcome over the next couple of years.
You know, one of the standard arguments about why Europe has gotten itself into a mess on the world stage is that it just doesn't have the ability to project power, right? And France has a little bit, UK has a little bit, it's getting worse. And so it's sort of when all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. When all you have is diplomacy, you think the answer to everything is diplomacy. Critics of America would say the reverse has been true for us. We have so much power that we revert to military force when we shouldn't. There are, I think, credible arguments on all sides of that, right? What is AI and drones doing to the standard understanding of being able to project power, right? I mean, we've heard it a million times now that a $25,000 drone that can beat a $50 million plane is a complete conceptual game changer. You have, you have people asking, has the last tank ever been built? Has the last, fighter pilot been born? All these kinds of, and then you have people pushing back on it to say, we're extrapolating too much from a specific theater. Like in Gaza, they use a lot of drones. They also use some tanks, because you still needed them, and like different horses for different courses, and don't take the plains of Ukraine as the global combat environment for all time. But it does really feel like we are at one of these moments, like the beginning of World War I, or the end of World War I, where they're starting to roll out the tank, and you're like, oh, this is a game changer. Or they're starting to roll out air power in a real way, and you're like, oh, I can see a very different future. What does all of this imply for the U.S. ability to project power? Or conversely, what does it imply for Europeans to be able to leapfrog and catch up? So like all those African countries never had to lay down phone lines. They just switched to cell phones. If you can now all of a sudden do much more nimble, cheaper tech, does it mean that we're going to see new players come online much faster than we thought possible 20 years ago?
Yeah, if you think that drones are the future, for instance, and that sort of small attritable drones, as opposed to the bigger, more expensive drones that the U.S. built, when we often forget the U.S. pioneered drone warfare over the past 30 years or so, then one implication is you ought to be able to build and field that stuff faster. And just one example of this, there was this debate in Taiwan over a special defense budget, basically $45 billion that was going to be spent on a mixture of buying stuff from the U.S. and then building indigenous capability, mostly drones, in Taiwan. And one of the reasons U.S. officials, I think, were so bummed out when it was that second piece that got dropped from the version of the budget that passed is like, you can build the drones in a few months. You can field them quickly, whereas Taiwan's going to be waiting 6 years for some of the stuff that it is buying from the United States. In terms of power projection, or in terms of, let's say, U.S. defense objectives, I think it cuts both ways. And so we have seen that for the moment, in this particular context, drones, especially sort of small, relatively cheap drones that you can field in large numbers, make life harder for the United States because they are good at targeting ships in the Strait of Hormuz. They are good at targeting U.S. military bases. They are good at targeting malls in the UAE and hotels and things of that nature. Now, that's a challenge for the United States in this scenario, but remember that the U.S. isn't going to be playing the same role in every scenario. So if you think, again, about a Western Pacific context, particularly a Taiwan context, what the US will be trying to do is prevent China from either blockading Taiwan into submission or projecting decisive force across the strait to subdue Taiwan. And if the United States and Japan and Taiwan and other friends can field lots of drones and UUVs and other attritable assets, they can make the Western Pacific a pretty nasty place for the PLA Navy to navigate. So that's thing two. And then thing three is that we have been wowed, impressed by the adverse uses of drones in particular in this war. But remember how the war started, right? Remember, the war started with this AI-backed bombing blitz by the United States and Israel that was more intense in terms of the number of targets serviced and the ordnance dropped than anything we've seen in quite a long time. So some of these new technologies are actually going to be powerful enablers for what we think of as the American way of war. And then finally, I think your sort of cautionary point about Ukraine is well taken. We should be learning a lot from Ukraine, and I think it is a real discredit that the United States was so unprepared for these sort of drone tactics that Iran used, which in some ways were borrowed from Ukraine, where the Russians had been using Iranian drones, and so it's all a big circle. But Ukraine...
Yeah, this goes back to Trump 2.0. The whole time, Hegseth is out doing PT with the troops, which no one expects a Secretary of Defense to be doing. Okay, you are not an actual combat leader. There is literally no reason. Someone said that Pete Hegseth is still thinking like a National Guard major. Okay, a major is, a field grade officer, who's going to be interacting day to day with his soldiers or Marines, depending on your branch. You're going to be out there with the men, even if it's part of the day or part of the week. Okay, Secretary of Defense, we don't expect you to be out there fucking, singing Jodies. I'm doing PT with the fucking troops. We expect you to be preparing and strategizing so we don't have to keep up with the Ukrainians and their drone technology. Okay, we shoulda. What the fuck has Pete Hegseth been doing for 2 years? And quite frankly, it's not just the 2 years there. What the fuck was happening under the Biden administration? Okay. Donald Trump's Defense Department is a fail. And this Iraq thing, apparently Venezuela just gave Trump and Hegseth the big head. I knew something was up with just sheer security and good order and discipline back when the U.S. struck that Yemeni target, where everything was conducted on signal, and the editor of The Atlantic wound up accidentally being part of the group that was talking about this secret, strike. Pete Hegseth was a problem then, and he probably should have been fired then. And he just has not done a good job. He has not. The American military was not prepared for an adversary that's going to fire back. Venezuela wasn't going to do shit. Iran was dug in and prepared. And I'm sorry, there is no There is no coming back from a 6-month-long war with fucking Iran. There's no, the damage is done. Even if we bomb them back to the Stone Age, it's still a loss. This is a historic L.
Is a context in which one of the reasons you don't have mobility on the battlefield is pervasive drone coverage, but one of the other reasons is that neither military has really shown the ability to scale offensive operations in the way you might expect the United States or more capable military to do. And so we can learn a lot from recent conflicts, but we need to remember that it's a limited number of observations, and the context is critical as well.
So it just occurred to me, so I've been saying forever on here that, America doesn't lose wars militarily, but we've lost wars, right? And isn't one of the bad lessons?
America doesn't lose wars militarily. Only a neocon could say that.
Or cautionary tales, or whatever you want to call it, of the Iran experience, that I hate almost as much as you do bad historical analogies in foreign policy, but there is a Vietnam parallel here, which is the way you win is to not lose. And one of the things that drones do is that drones make life really hellish for invaders. They're a great defensive tool to not lose, right? They're not great at winning, but they're great at not losing, and are great for not losing. And it's very hard for me to see, other than a regime change scenario, how where Iran doesn't accomplish that.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, Khan. I honestly don't understand how, dude, I'm just some old man talking on YouTube, and I never would have thought Iran was going to be anything like Venezuela. Like, not on my worst day of just hourly mental farting would I've ever thought that. Dude, this is basically, almost like a proxy war for Christianity versus Islam. Okay? These people like being martyrs. I mean, let's just go all the way down to the cultural strata. Go to the culture layer. Totally different than Venezuela. I don't know how they ever could have. I guess what I'm saying is I know Trump is dumb, but is he really that dumb? And if he is that dumb, 77 million people voted for this dummy. That is truly scary to someone like me. I'm living with 77 million idiots.
And so I guess I have a two-part. One is just a factual question. I keep saying that we don't lose, America doesn't lose wars militarily, and I keep meaning to nail down when the last war we lost militarily was. I think you can make a case for War of 1812. I mean, maybe, but if you have a better answer on that, I'd be curious to know what it is. But secondly, isn't that Iran is not stupid at this point to want nuclear weapons. I mean, that's the lesson in North Korea. Saddam Hussein was not stupid to want nuclear weapons, because that's the one way you actually deter superpowers. And the one way you can sort of live to fight another day to pursue a nuclear weapon is just not lose. Just exhaust the public of the American public to the point where they're just like, this is not worth the high price of gas. This is not worth, it taking up my headspace. I don't want to talk about this anymore. So let's just get out. And that's a huge strategic problem for a big, boisterous democracy without a majority party that can form a real consensus on anything.
Yeah, a few things. So one, I think the most consequential strategic decision the Iranians made early in the conflict, or perhaps even before the conflict, was to go long rather than to go really intense at the outset. And so their response this time was not try to launch 500 missiles at Israel as they had tried to do back in June 2025. It was decentralize command and control and try to sustain attacks at a lower volume over a longer period of time, presumably so that Iran never found itself in the situation where it was simply a one-way slugging match with Israel and the United States pounding Iran and Iran unable to respond because it was out of Schlitz. And what it discovered in doing that was that you actually don't have to protract the war for that long if you can exert a near-term wrenching effect on the global economy, right? You only have to protract it for a few months. And I think Iran, to its credit, did fairly well at that piece of this. Second, on the nuclear proliferation, my friend Vipin Narang says that what the Iran war proves is that it's better to be KJU than to be Khamenei. KJU is still alive and Khamenei is not, because KJU had the bomb,
right? And
Khamenei had sort of this latent nuclear capability that ended up attracting more hostility than it deterred. And so I think it's entirely plausible that the lesson Iranian hardliners will take away is that you've got to have nuclear weapons. Now, they also have some challenges to get there. The highly enriched uranium is buried. Yes, they can do some stuff with lower enriched.
And hence the point. Hence my whole point for showing this video. And believe this or not, I actually had that thought, this morning. Like, you know what? This is actually going to have the opposite effect. Okay, if America is willing, because Israel's not suffering reputationally like America is suffering, at least as far as I know. And this is just gonna put steel in the spine of Iran's leadership. So America is literally going to deplete its arsenal of, the high end weapons to stop us. Well, gosh, that must be something we gotta have now. Dude, Trump is a complete failure as a commander in chief, as a strategist. His national security team, bottom rung. And Pete Hegseth needs to go. This is just like a blunder, a blunder of historical proportions. And I tell you what, I literally think Iran will probably have a nuclear weapon at some point.
Uranium, but presumably they're being watched very closely. Presumably they're still penetrated to some degree by the Israelis. But certainly I think one of the scenarios the U.S. and Israel are going to have to be on guard against is an Iranian nuclear breakout at some point. And this is another reason why I don't think we have seen the last act in this U.S. Israel-Iran saga, no matter how the present round of the fighting ends.
Yeah, Admiral Stavridis, I just saw him on TV today or yesterday. And it's funny, like I follow stuff pretty closely. And he was the first to float. One of the things he's worried about is that the Iranians may start considering using ground troops outside their borders in ways that are provocative, that could invite ground, like Trump is terrified for political reasons, and I totally understand it, of casualties. What is our response if you start seeing Iran boots on the ground crossing borders? And I had not heard people really talking about that. What do you make of that? What do you think the likelihood of that is?
They could probably put together some sort of raiding capability and make things really unpleasant, maybe for Kuwait. There's just like this narrow stretch of Iraq you got to get across between Iran and Kuwait, right there at the sort of the tip of the Persian Gulf. I don't know that they can, should, or would try to hold a lot of foreign territory, because it seems like a good way to get schwacked. But I do think there have been a spate of articles and statements from Iranian officials in the last few days indicating that the Iranians may simply see themselves as transitioning from the defensive onto the offensive at this stage of the conflict. Because remember, from an Iranian perspective, they think their mistake in earlier rounds of the fighting, particularly in the 12-day war, was stopping when they did. Because they think that doing so simply invited this round of fighting. And they're right, by the way. It was the fact that the Iranian response was so tame in June 2025 that I think convinced Trump that this would be easy as well. And so it appears that the lesson they've taken away is you've got to make this round so painful for the United States and its be another round. And so particularly if the U.S. blockade starts to bite, I think it's entirely feasible we could see more aggressive Iranian actions, whether that's through proxies in places like Iraq, whether it's through more aggressive Houthi action, whether it's against increased attacks on Gulf infrastructure. The Iranians still have, unfortunately, a lot of levers they can pull to make things more unpleasant.
All right, we're going to wrap it up in a second, but I wanted to get into, or at least show a little leg on your forthcoming book, Landscape of Power. I am not a Harold Mackinder expert, but I know that you're one of those guys, and
one of the three in the world.
Yeah. I mean, I think there are dozens, and but you know, the whole does geography matter thing. I mean, it seems to me obviously geography matters. The question is, how much does it matter? How much less or more does it matter now? Right? I mean, like it's difficult for me to think in this technological era of innovation that geography matters more. But then I look at the Strait of Hormuz, and the whole point of it is that it's the geography, stupid, right? So, like, can you just give me a sense of what the role strategically of geography is in the 21st century, and how we should think about it vis-a-vis how we've thought about it in the past?
Yeah, I would just say maybe that in every era, we convince ourselves that technology has overcome geography because it allows us to travel and communicate faster. It allows us to project power more efficiently. It does lots of things that shrink the world. This is basically the story of technological progress over a long time, and particularly over the last couple of centuries. And that's fair enough. But then in every era, we get a rude reminder that geography really does still impose some hard constraints on how everyone, including superpowers, operate. And so just to take a couple of examples from what we've been talking about here, we've been reminded in this crisis that if you have some drones and some missiles and some terrain near a maritime choke point, you can have a dramatic effect on global commerce, even if you are far weaker than the party that you are squaring off against. It was the Houthis that first gave us that lesson from late 23, early 24 onward, and the Iranians have underscored it. But look also at how the U.S. military posture in the Middle East is likely to shift after this war ends. What we have discovered is that bases that we built in the Persian Gulf to deal with an earlier type of conflict, like the Saddam Hussein conflict, the GWOT conflicts, they are simply too vulnerable to Iran because in an era of missiles and drones, they are simply too close. The flight times are too short. You cannot adequately protect yourself for reasons of geography. And so the U.S. is basically going to shift its military posture as far west as it can in the Middle East and project power into the region from other theaters. And so this is a war that it's a war in the Persian Gulf that we've mostly fought from Jordan, Israel, and places in Europe because the geographic disadvantages of trying to use those sites in the Gulf are just too severe. And you can go on and on down the list, but the basic sort of takeaway here is that geography exerts this sort of enduring constraint on how societies operate and how they interact with each other. And so even as technology changes and it modifies the impact of geography, if you ignore the role that geography plays, you're eventually going to learn a pretty hard lesson.
All right. Hal Brands, forthcoming book, the landscape of power.
All right. Well, long, but I enjoyed this. It gave me an opportunity to vent about how horrible the Department of Defense's leadership is under Hegseth, and how just substandard Donald Trump is as commander in chief. So we got some news articles, about a dozen of them. So economic D-Day is the answer to the quagmire that Trump has got us into. This is from Al Jazeera. U.S. threatens toughest sanctions yet against Iran. What we know. Let's hear this video.
Iran has been under US sanctions for nearly half a century, 47 years to be exact. Now, President Donald Trump is threatening economic D-Day. He says if Iran doesn't agree on a deal to end the conflict, it will face economic warfare and isolation on an unprecedented scale. But what more can the US do that it hasn't already done? Have a look at this. In 1979, the US imposed the first of hundreds of sanctions on the country. What you're looking at here is a list of just some of those sanctions. Over the decades, the US has targeted a lot in Iran. That includes oil and gas revenue, financial systems, shipping, trading partners, and nuclear development. And each time, Iran has found a new way to survive. Here's how. Despite US efforts to stop trade of Iranian oil, Iran is using shadow fleets. These ships pass oil between each other in international waters, and that makes it easier for those ships to then continue on to trading partners undetected. The US has also frozen Iranian assets. What does that look like? Well, Iran is selling its oil to countries, and then the US is able to use its influence in the global financial market to stop those payments from reaching Tehran directly. So, to keep the money flowing, Tehran is using new ways to manage their currency. One of those ways is to shift their payments into different types of currency, or even turning it into cryptocurrency. They also have a bartering system. That means that the oil can be traded directly for goods, services, and political favors without the need for money at all. Now, there's no doubt that US sanctions have hit Iran's economy hard, and yet they have failed to achieve the main US objectives, including ending Iran's nuclear program, curbing regional influence, and collapsing the regime. But Trump seems confident that more economic hardship will change that. In a social media post, he said to Iran that oil smuggling, swap lines, front companies, and shipping registries all need to stop now. But will that extra pressure be enough to end a nearly 5-decade effort to achieve US objectives?
The answer is no. What the fuck is Trump thinking? If the bombs and killing the Ayatollah didn't do it, they've been under sanctions forever. I just don't see it. But Scott Bessent, Iran war updates, U.S. unveils new sanctions after Donald Trump threatened economic D-Day. Now, this is months after he promised to bomb them back to, was it the Stone Age or the Bronze Age? I can't remember now. So let's hear Assistant Defense Secretary and U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent talk tough. Oops.
With our Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is starting right now, so let's listen in. Thank you so much.
Its enablers. In the Second World War, D-Day marked the historic beginning.
Sorry about the volume, but it's at max.
To target and drive the enemy from its positions, including those in third countries. Today, in that same spirit, we are launching an economic onslaught against Iran's financial connections around the globe. Our objective is to sever every economic lifeline that sustains this tyrannical regime until Tehran stands alone. Iran's fanatics devote themselves to death to America and seek nuclear weapons to do just that. They have murdered and maimed more of our citizens and service members than any other terrorist regime on earth. And they have been at war against America, their neighbors in the Gulf, and much of the world for 47 years. President Trump has taken action that his predecessors have long deferred. And under his leadership, America is no longer managing the Iranian threat. We are ending it. Our great armed forces have laid the groundwork for achieving the president's objective of preventing Iran from ever obtaining nuclear weapons. They have shown America's resolve to finally end this threat. And the strength of America's economy under President Trump allows us to wage this sustained financial operation alongside the might of our military. Iran now faces a very clear choice with only two paths before them: complete global isolation and a subsistence economy, or a path back to normalcy with an opportunity to rejoin the global economy. Today, we are launching Operation Economic Outcast to foreclose every other option.
You know, that sounds a long way from unconditional surrender. I seen months ago Trump telling Iran the option was, be bombed into, oblivion, or unconditional surrender. This almost sounds like a negotiation now.
Available to the Iranian regime. Treasury has mapped every node, every facilitator, and every network that Iran has used to smuggle oil and evade sanctions. Beginning today, the actions of Treasury and other agencies will tighten the noose and block every potential source of revenue.
The actions of Treasury. We stand right along war, and we're gonna get the bad guys. Wow.
Revenue that funds the IRGC and the evil Iranian regime. We are enforcing a zero leakage approach. There will be no minimal breathing space for the regime to rebuild its capacity to inflict terror against America and the world. The final refuge of this regime is the mistaken conclusion of nations that still finance the Iranian threat in the hopes of evading it. It is no longer acceptable to operate in the gray spaces of this conflict. Countries cannot claim they are blind to enabling this activity. Iran's enablers purchase, transport its petroleum.
Yeah, fuck all this. There's about 20 more minutes of this drivel. Let's go to MSNBC. Retired 4-star general says he bets Iran will become nuclear power because of Trump administration's war. Yeah, probably.
Okay, so I really need this stuff explained. Today, Donald Trump and his Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, are promising to unleash an unprecedented level of sanctions against Iran. And Bessent wrote in the Financial Times, quote, "Now we are entering the end game. At dawn begins an economic D-Day, the single greatest financial offensive ever marshaled against an adversary." What does that mean? Joining me now, Michael McFaul, former U.S. ambassador to Russia and an MS Now international affairs analyst, and retired 4-star U.S. Army General Barry McCaffrey, a decorated combat veteran in Vietnam and a former battlefield commander in the Persian Gulf. Susan Glasser still with us. Ambassador, we know that the president wants this war to end. Do you believe this is the answer, or will be a very impactful tool?
No.
I want to be honest, I don't know. I don't know what the goal is. You just said to end the war. Have they said that? Is that what the goal is here? I thought the goal was to get rid of their nuclear weapons, to end support for terrorism, to open the Strait of Hormuz. And this is a principal problem first with this day, this D-Day, and that sanctions work best when we know what the explicit goal is. We don't know what that is. Number two, I just remind everybody, usually administrations work through their lists of measures to achieve an objective and end with war. Economic sanctions usually come before you get to war. This is the first time in history I can remember that the United States went to war first, military war, and then followed it up with economic sanctions and economic warfare. I can't think of a single moment in history. But number three, if it is going to work, it's all about China. This is the key play here. All the other countries don't matter as much as China. And we've seen before when we tried to use economic coercion against China, it hasn't worked. It doesn't mean it won't work this time, but we have not been that successful in the past.
Let's stay on that last point there, second to last point though, General, because if normally it starts with economic pressure and it ends with war, now we're using economic pressure, and we've already made it clear the president does not want to restart attacks. So if the economic pressure doesn't work, where do they go from here? Where do they go from there?
Well, oddly, we're in this bizarre strategic disaster in the Gulf War. The military options now are basically gone. Iran is resilient. I think in retrospect, we're going to decide that the worst thing we did was the massive, surprise, brilliant decapitation of their political, theological, and military leadership at the start of this war. These people are angry. Iran is already an economic basket case. It's undergone severe restrictions on trade for 47 years. We're more likely to be a serious threat to Canada than to Iran in the coming days.
Wow. How can I follow up General McCaffrey's point here? But let me say this. There was a channel, I haven't checked it out in quite some time, but there are these channels, that are kind of like walk-arounds. I've seen them for Atlanta, I've seen them for Miami, I've seen them for New York City. Someone with a camera just kind of walks around, kind of on a Saturday night, looking at the hot spots and stuff like that. There is one for Tehran, and this is before the war started. But, the point I'm trying to get to is for 50 years of economic sanctions before this war started, dude, I wanted to hang out in Tehran. These people did not look, the lights were on, the people, the women were looking pretty, the guys, were out on dates. They didn't look like they were suffering that much, at least in Tehran. The thing is people know how people are really resilient. They either figure out how to get around obstacles or they learn to live without. They do it, on the fly. They shoot from the hip, and it's not working. Okay. I don't know what Trump does now. I honestly don't have a suggestion because there's no good option here. The negotiations are going to make U.S. look weak. I think that ambassador is right. You do economic sanctions before war is the last resort. And I feel that Trump let Hegseth and other morons talk him into this shit. There is no way the U.S. comes out of this looking good. So if Trump wanted a Nobel Prize for peace, he's certainly not going to get it now.
So I think Mr. Trump's options are almost non-existent. The military tool is not going to work. And, you know, I remind people that I took a division into the Persian Gulf and landed at the Saudi port of Adaman, unloaded 3,000 some odd armored vehicles. I don't think the U.S. military can operate in the coming years in the Persian Gulf, including the U.S. Navy, never mind container ships of U.S. military supplies. So we ended up with 6,000 Iranian drones and ballistic missiles being fired at U.S. bases in the region, and we intercepted 1,500. We're in a very serious dilemma right now dealing with Iran.
Can you just stay on that? Because you said over the weekend that you think that the U.S. has permanently lost access to 15 different bases in the Persian Gulf.
Yeah, well, look, the numbers shift around, but we've got, to some extent, 40 U.S. military positions in the Middle East. A bunch of them are in the Persian Gulf. The central part of Army logistics was up north. The Navy was in Bahrain. The Air Force was in LUD. They've now shifted that back, as I understand it, to Shah Air Force Base in the United States. One of the Navy's most effective logistics supply points was in Oman on the Arabian Sea side, which has also been struck multiple times by Iran. So the bottom line is, when you look at unclassified overhead satellite photography, the Iranians, using fairly cheap drones, managed to knock out the majority of our radar systems and comm systems in fixed installations. They hit the Air Force Command and Control a good lick. We had 700 some odd soldiers killed or wounded in the air defense units in particular in the Persian Gulf. So we just, this massive U.S. military force, which has devastated conventional Iranian power, is no longer contributing to forcing the nuclear program of Iran into an inspection regime that prevents it from going nukes. I would bet you 5 years from today, when we're having this conversation, Iran will be a nuclear power because of this situation.
My God. Susan, the president relied on the existing economic pressure to keep Iran in line in his first term. The fact that he's now pivoting to it now, what was the point of the war? Again, we've lost 18 American lives.
Well, I think the general has outlined here, you know, the longer term consequences, which suggests that not only is there the short-term loss of life, but there's a long-term, really devastating potential blow to American geopolitical interests in the region. First of all, there's the question of why it is our partners in the Persian Gulf would continue to want to have American bases there in the region if, rather than supplying security, we have become the security risk that they need to defend against. There's that. There's the question of the long-term weaponization of the Strait of Hormuz by Iran, now that it's seen that perhaps even more than the possible threat of a nuclear program is the actual existence of its ability to control the Strait of Hormuz. It's very hard to see them agreeing in any kind of negotiation or with any kind of pressure that they would cede that. And I would just point out also, Steph, we're talking here about this idea, this very overheated language from the Treasury Secretary comparing himself to, you know, Hitler and Roosevelt in World War II. I mean, come on. You know, I remember when America worked in concert with our allies to impose unprecedented economic pressure on Iran during the Obama administration. And that succeeded in part because there was an enormous campaign across the board. It wasn't just America acting alone. Secondly, we even had Russia participating in the effort to bring Iran to the table. And that resulted in the Iran nuclear deal, which of course Donald Trump pulled out of in his first term. And I think that was the precursor event to this basic destabilization of the American position in the Middle East, which we're now seeing as a consequence of Trump's very costly war of choice.
All right. Well, what can I say? And moving on and slightly switching gears, writing on the wall, Trump staff departs ahead of possible turmoil. There's constant turmoil. So President Donald Trump heads into the second half of his term with key vacancies among his senior White House staff. That means whoever comes off the bench must contend with the possibility of a Democratic controlled Congress, a slew of subpoenas, a lingering war in the Middle East, and an open Republican presidential primary. James Braid, the top liaison to Congress, this week announced his exit. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said she would depart the week before. Replacements for either have not been announced. That's not unusual for a staff to depart around the midterms. Trump's desire to run the country through a handful of close, fiercely loyal aides means each loss is more impactful than in a White House where power and responsibility are more diffuse. These departures don't guarantee a tougher road for the administration, but they inject a dose of uncertainty at an already tenuous time when the president is facing a slew of challenges, both foreign and domestic. I think people are seeing the writing on the wall and thinking Republicans probably aren't going to have the House, might not have the Senate either, and things are going to be stalled, said an official who served in Trump's first term, who, like others in this article, was granted anonymity to speak loudly. Bottom line is they obviously aren't Trump loyalists. The rats are jumping ship. And related to this story, now this actually genuinely surprised me. So Jeffries and Kushner meet privately as midterm attacks fly. Okay, someone explain this one to me. Got to listen to this. It's a little longish, may not make it through the whole thing.
Jeffries and Kushner meet privately as midterm attacks fly. This article is by Maggie Haberman and Annie Carney, and read by an automated voice. Representative Hakeem Jeffries, Democrat of New York and the minority leader, met privately in recent weeks with Jared Kushner, President Trump's son-in-law and top outside advisor, and discussed potential areas of common ground, according to 5 people with knowledge of the meeting. The rare engagement was held in a private space in New York City, offered up by a mutual friend of the two men, according to 2 people with knowledge of the meeting and a third who was briefed on it. They and others were granted anonymity to discuss a meeting about which they were not authorized to speak publicly. Through aides, neither man would comment on the session, which was described by one person with knowledge of it as a broad conversation on a range of topics. Still, its timing underscored that those around Mr. Trump were well aware of the likelihood of a Democratic-led House, and trying to foster as much of a working relationship as possible before any change. Mr. Jeffries is in line to be the Speaker, were Democrats to win the majority. Democrats and the president have been savaging each other on the campaign trail with increasing fury as the midterm elections approach, and as Republicans are fighting to retain their thin House and Senate majorities. Mr. Trump has called Mr. Jeffries a thug, and at a May campaign event referred to him as a low IQ person who had inspired him to deride Democrats as the Doomocrats. Mr. Jeffries routinely suggests that Mr. Trump is not only extreme but corrupt, vowing that Democrats would hold the crooks accountable if they won control. The private get-together was described by one of the people as a catch-up for Mr. Kushner and Mr. Jeffries. The two men have stayed in touch since they worked together on a criminal justice bill midway through Mr. Trump's first term. During the recent meeting, the pair discussed housing, immigration, and the high cost of living as potential areas of common ground. Mr. Kushner suggested that Mr. Jeffries should meet with the White House Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles. 2 people with knowledge of the meeting said. The likelihood of any compromises between the White House and Democrats on those issues seems remote. Mr. Trump this year refused to sign a bipartisan housing bill, in part because he said it was Warren-centric, referring to Senator Elizabeth Warren of Massachusetts, its top Democratic champion. And he has repeatedly expressed openness to a deal with Democrats on immigration, only to back away from any such agreement. he successfully lobbied Republicans to abandon a bipartisan border security bill in 2024. White House officials and an aide to Mr. Kushner did not respond to messages seeking comment. In a statement, Mr. Jeffries did not acknowledge the meeting, but suggested that the only way Democrats would cut deals with the administration would be if Republicans were willing to come their way on cost of living issues.
I understand that, the way American, democracy, the way the government's set up, there's supposed to be compromise. I'd be a lot more hardline. It'd be like, no, I'm not meeting with Susie Wiles. I'm meeting with the president. Chief of staff won't do if I'm going to be, at this point, a presumptive Speaker of the House. Simply won't do. So this is Sherry Jacobus responding to this meeting. Haven't watched her in a while. So she's a former Republican insider, actually, who has gone anti-Trump, if not outright Democrat. And this is her response to that meeting between Jared Kushner and Hakeem Jeffries.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to my YouTube channel, Politics with Sherry Jacobus. Thank you for subscribing. If you're not yet subscribed, help us out. Hit that button. So I want to start with this. Probably heard about it, that Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader of the House Democratic leader, met with Jared Kushner. Yeah. Let that sink in. They had a private meeting that leaked, probably by Kushner's people. I think that he certainly had more to gain by this. It is terribly embarrassing for Hakeem Jeffries. People are rightfully questioning his leadership abilities and whether he should even be the leader, and should he even be speaker when Democrats take the House after the midterms. And I agree. And as you know, I've had some serious problems with Hakeem Jeffries' leadership so far, in part and mainly because he will not facilitate these daily press briefings that we so desperately need, and that would cost next to nothing and would be rocket fuel for DNC fundraising. So the fact that he's meeting with Jared Kushner, who has no official role in our government, who is corrupt, we know that, who is financially benefiting in ways that is just unimaginable at any other time, who is just trampling all over the rule of law, and on and on and on it goes, and somehow got $2 billion from the people who murdered Khashoggi. Yeah. And we have been told that it was Kushner who sort of led them to Khashoggi, who was a Washington Post columnist who was chopped up and dismembered. All right. That's just the beginning of the Kushner's crimes and sins. That Hakeem Jeffries is meeting with him doesn't just call into question his judgment and leadership abilities, which apparently appear to be none, even separate from this, very little. You have to wonder whose side he's really on. This is not just sheer stupidity. Adam Kinzinger has called him out. Everybody is, basically. It's very, very hard to give him the benefit of the doubt. I've heard some people say, well, keep your enemies closer, keep your friends close, your enemies closer. Bull. That's not what this is. This was not him keeping an enemy closer. There's much, much more to this. And this isn't the end of this. But I, for one, will be one of those very, very, very loud voices if Democrats are allowed to win the House. And I think they will be winning it, but, Trump will cheat, and we know that. I will be one of those people helping. Hopefully there'll be other people leading the charge. But yeah, Hakeem Jeffries cannot be speaker in a Democratic House, Democratic-led House. There are better people. We don't do this. We don't hand these out as consolation prizes. We're not electing a homecoming queen. Nobody is owed the job. And he has, first of all, proven that he was weak in the job, as we know. But now he's proven that he might not even be loyal to Democrats.
Hey, Dirty. I talked. I don't know if you caught it. Apparently, Hakeem Jeffries met with Jared Kushner, supposedly to see if there is some common ground. And I guess on the surface, I'm like, well, shit. What is a Democratic House who is probably going to be bent on investigating some of this corruption? What are they going to find? So anyway, this is Sherry Jacobus, however she pronounces her name, basically saying, and I agree, I would have never, I think Hakeem Jeffries, fuck the compromise. Compromise if it's advantageous, but the only person he should be negotiating with is Donald Trump himself, not Jared Kushner, even Susie Wiles, the chief of staff. Fuck that. I'm the presumptive Speaker of the House. I talk to the president because the Speaker of the House, the Speaker of the House is third in line for the presidency. It's not just a, sorry about that. It's not just a bullshit honorific, sort of job. It's a real job, third in line for the presidency. So, it makes the Democrats sound weak, and this is exactly what Democrats do not need.
Democrats. This was just beyond comprehension. And I personally cannot imagine what a legitimate excuse for this would be. He certainly hasn't put one out there. Maybe he's got some crack PR people thinking up a good excuse, but that's all it is. This should not have happened. This should not have happened. And if this is the case where we think that Jared Kushner has access to too much information as somebody who has not been elected to anything, then deal with that by calling him out and having him investigated and removed and pledging to do so once we have the majority. You do not meet with the enemy, period. And Jared Kushner is unequivocally an enemy of the United States. I'm not talking about just an enemy of Democrats, an enemy of the United States of America. He is one of those people who should have been in prison a long, long time ago. Hakeem Jeffries has shown that he is not a leader that we need right now. If you disagree with me, please say so in the comments. Now, here is something that does show leadership. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, who I think legitimately is the vice president of the United States, because I think that Trump and Putin and Elon Musk cheated. Yep, they cheated in 2024. And that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz were the legitimate winners.
Wow.
Minnesota Governor Tim Walz stated that if President Trump pardons Derek Chauvin on federal charges, Minnesota will transfer Chauvin from federal custody to a state prison to finish his 22-and-a-half-year sentence for the murder of George Floyd. See, a presidential pardon, as you probably know by now, only applies to federal convictions, and it doesn't erase a separate state conviction. Now that is leadership, okay? That's along the lines of, a Gavin Newsom, a Pritzker. We see Ossoff acting like a leader. And Buttigieg. I'm talking about, the bold leadership that we need. And we do see this from a number of the 2028 Democratic presidential hopefuls. I've already called out Bashir for showing that he does, governor of Kentucky, he doesn't have it. He doesn't have it. And we need to start the process of knocking these guys out from leadership positions or front runners, or even being considered potential front runner or being a serious candidate. Call the field early. And that's why Hakeem Jeffries, again, I'm angry. A lot of people are. But this isn't about punishing Hakeem Jeffries like this is some schoolyard brawl. This is about the future of the Democrats being able to lead the future of the country. And Hakeem Jeffries has just proven himself to not be credible enough, just like Andy Bashir. Next, not the type of person that we should even waste our time or money looking at. And for him, that's his weakness on Mitch McConnell. Being defeated by a corpse. Yeah. So, I think I'm right on this. If that makes me seem like too much of a hard, then so be it. But I've been in this game a long time. And I know what people are capable of. I know what good people are capable of in terms of strong, bold leadership. Yes, it can make you nervous at first. And there are people who simply don't have what it takes. I put Bashir in that category. And then there are the people who completely 100% do not get it, do not understand or appreciate the role they are already in or what it takes to meet this moment. And then to do something that isn't just stupid and blind, or tone deaf. What Hakeem Jeffries has done is way worse than that. And I don't think that there's an explanation. I don't care what his PR people come up with. I don't think that let's give him another chance. He made one mistake. Again, you do that with children. This is no longer, it's not about him. It's about our country. It's about the party. It's about saving our democracy. So you have to take the personal emotions out of it. Yes, I'm angry. That's a whole separate thing, how I feel about him, my personal anger. What I'm saying is strategically, he has already shown that we cannot consider him as Speaker of the House or any leadership position, period. That's it. It's strategic. It's not punish him, put him in the corner, facing the corner with a dunce cap on his head. That's not what it is. And then get this. I tell you, Susan Collins, she just might be the cat with 9 lives. Now that, the Graham Plattner thing blew up for Democrats and, Susan Collins was given a chance to pretend to be some big independent person representing the people of Maine when she got to vote against Todd Blanche, only because she knew he'd still survive. It was not a brave choice on her part at all. And if her vote mattered, if it was a deciding vote, she would have voted to confirm him as AG. That's who Susan Collins is. But now it appears she lives to fight another day. So she took another big, bold move. JD Vance was pretty unpopular. So it's not like she took any big risk, but Susan Collins skips JD Vance's visit to her state of Maine. All right. Now she's described as a moderate Republican seeking re-election in a blue-leaning state. And she's not joining Vice President J.D. Vance today as he stops in her home state of Maine. All right. Now, Fox News is reporting that. I guess they think that that's like a big, horrible thing. Maybe it sounds like it for Fox News voters, watchers. Are they the type of Republicans who would be voting against Susan Collins in Maine? I mean, it's hard to say. So Fox News is reporting it. They're reporting it as a negative thing. The truth is, it's supposed to be a positive thing for her. Maybe that's their roundabout way of doing that. She's got the R after her name, but maybe this is Fox News' way of helping her. It's like, we need her to win, but that means sometimes she's going to do things that, a MAGA base isn't going to like, but strategy, and math If they please enough people who've turned against her, who voted for her in the past, but they don't think she's this independent-minded, moderate Republican representing them in the state of Maine, maybe this will change their minds. Now, she's sometimes opposed Trump. She has to. But then she proved herself to be a complete capitulating sellout back when she voted to confirm Brett Kavanaugh. And she never quite shook that off. So now they're trying to burnish her credentials as an independent-minded Republican in a blue state so that they can keep that R, that Republican, keep that state in that Republican column for that Senate seat, knowing full well that if reelected, Susan Collins will continue to do things. She will occasionally take a stand on things that don't really matter that much to MAGA. But on the big stuff that matters to Trump, she will sell out her constituents to do it. It's kind of like the Supreme Court. Every once in a while, they want to throw folks a bone, throw them off their scent, I guess. But when the chips are down and it comes to protecting Trump, they back him. Susan Collins is owned by Leonard Leo. Leonard Leo is the Federalist Society. It is that simple. But that's how these things work. But I think we have to be honest. You have to kind of look beneath the surface sometimes to see what's really going on. And that's what's going on here today.
All right, folks, let me take a quick intermission. Looks like looks like my Uber delivery is about to be here. So let us do this. I will be right back. Let's see if I can get this right. Should probably automate this. I'm practicing my intermission protocol.
Sometimes witty, always smart. We get to talking and we make it art. Articles and clips, big, clean, and sharp. Little truth bombs right from the start. Come through, tap that like. If you want the real, we keep it tight. No hard feelings, no harming. Just a better view on what it meant. Stanley cross 6 thumbs and hit the light. Hit the light. Stanley cross 6 thumbs and sub tonight. Sub tonight. 6 thumbs of notified. Stanley cross 6 thumbs and join the light. Join the light. Yeah. Clips in the folder, notes on the side. Big ideas talking, small things tried. We laugh a little, then we go deep. He gives you a you know what, and we don't sleep. Come through, tap that light. If you want the real, we keep it tight. No hard feelings, no harming. Just a better view on what it meant. Stanley cross 6 thumbs and hit the light. Hit the light. Stanley cross 6 thumbs and sub tonight. Sub tonight. Stanley cross 6 thumbs and notified. Stanley cross 6 thumbs and join the light. Join the light. Yeah. Mother F, he said, but I don't mean no harm. I'm just saying stay a while. If the take feels right, then bring your style. Smart talk, warm laugh, that's the code we chose. One more clip for the road and off we go. cross 6,000. Hit the light, hit the light. Stanley cross 6,000. Sub tonight, sub tonight. Stanley cross 6,000. Know the vibe, know the vibe. Stanley cross 6,000. Come join the light, join the light.
Yeah.
Sometimes witty, always smart. We get to talking and we make it art. Articles and clips, big, clean, and sharp. Little truth bombs right from the start. Come through, tap that like. If you want the real, we keep it tight. No hard feelings, no harming. Just a better view on what it meant. Stanley cross 6,000. Hit the light, hit the light. Stanley cross 6,000. Sub tonight, sub tonight. 6,000, know the vibe, know the vibe. Stanley cross 6,000, come join the light, join the light. Yeah, yeah. Clips in the folder, notes on the side. Big ideas talking, small things tried. We laugh a little, then we go deep. He gives you a you know what, and we don't sleep. Come through, tap that light. If you want the real, we keep it tight. No hard feelings, no harming. Just a better view on what it meant. Stanley cross 6,000. Hit the light, hit the light. Stanley cross 6,000. Sub tonight, sub tonight. Stanley cross 6,000. Know the vibe, know the vibe. Stanley cross 6,000. Join the light, join the light. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Mother F, he said, but I don't mean no harm. I'm just saying stay a while. If the take feels right, then bring your style. Smart talk, warm laugh, that's the code we chose. One more clip for the road and off we go. Stanley cross 6,000. Hit the light, hit the light. Stanley cross 6,000. Sub tonight, sub tonight. Stanley cross 6,000. Know the vibe, know the vibe. Stanley cross 6,000. Come join the light, join the light.
So, folks, that song, and there's a version of it with more male voice. It's AI generated, but Latino for Trump actually wrote the song and said, "Hey, Stanley, I wrote this for you." And I don't know, the lyrics just, speak radio has done, some graphic art for some of the thumbnails and stuff. And he kind of gets, I don't know, he kind of gets the spirit of the show. And I think with that song, Latino for Trump killed it. He gets the spirit of the show, which is, I guess for better or for worse, you can only take it so seriously. So, I think the news is serious. We like to have fun, but life isn't all about, being a YN and sounding cool for the ladies. You treat the ladies like ladies. You treat them as your intellectual equal. They have a right to vote. In the past, they fought for that right to vote, and just to arbitrarily take it away because your woman, snapped back at you. I'm sorry. Just because the woman snapped back at you isn't a reason to take her fucking right to vote. It sounds extreme. So anyway, salute to Latino for Trump. He got the spirit of the show with that song. And to be honest, I've been blessed with folks just kind of contributing their talent to the show. Sometimes even though they disagree with me politically, we get along outside of the politics. And again, salute to Latino for Trump. The song is dynamite. So let's move on. Enough fawning. So Trump threatens even higher tariffs on Canadian exports after talks unravel. And I hear tell Tina is moving to the big city, and there's supposed to be some big birthday celebration weekend after next. Is it weekend after next? I think it is. She's turning her quote dirty 30, which I'm sure will be just a hoot. I've watched some of Ruby and Lolo, and I've watched some of their IRLs where they're meet in Charleston or something like that. I'm sorry to tell you, it's not compelling viewing. Watching young e-girls basically run around a city and be silly. It's really not that compelling. Don't know why, and maybe it's just my age. So but hey, it's advertising. Y'all watch whatever Tina decides to do with that IRL. And my point for bringing up Tina is she might not be able to afford it after Trump just fucking hammers Canada with these 50% tariffs. She may not be able to afford to party.
Trump threatens even higher tariffs on Canadian exports after talks unravel. This article is by Anna Swanson and Tony Rahm and read by an automated voice. President Trump threatened on Monday to increase tariffs on all cars, trucks, car parts, and steel from Canada to 50%, starting January 1st, as the relationship with America's closest traditional ally morphs into a full-blown trade war. Writing on Truth Social, the president said that Canada was among the worst nations in the world to deal with, and that it will be treated like a state no longer. They feel entitled, and yet, we don't need Canada, they need US, he wrote. Later on Monday, the president stepped up his insults against Canadian officials, saying that the United States was key to Canada's survival. Someone should get these clowns to fall in line, or the consequences for Canada will be far worse, he said. Trade tensions between the United States and Canada have spiraled over the past few days after the two sides failed to reach a trade deal and Mr. Trump imposed 50% tariffs on $20 billion of the country's exports on Saturday. Mr. Trump had threatened those tariffs in a bid to speed trade talks and persuade Canada to remove some of the retaliatory measures it had taken against yet other tariffs Mr. Trump introduced last year. But despite weeks of negotiations and frequent reassurances from Mr. Trump that a deal was close, the two sides announced late Friday that they had failed to come to terms. In Canada, Mr. Trump's actions provoked an immediate and defiant response. On Saturday, Mark Carney, the country's prime minister, said the longtime allies were at war over trade and promised to respond in kind with tariffs targeting U.S. agriculture.
You know, here's the deal that I cannot understand. This art of the deal bullshit, it doesn't work. All it does is, I don't know, it just doesn't work. Hasn't Trump noticed? The problem, you know, there's benefits and problems with the American political system. It's only 2 years to go, and Trump is old. Canada can wait this out and wait for a new president who's not Trump. Does he not understand that what he's doing can be reversed with the stroke of a pen? I hate to tell Trump this, but he's not going to be president for life. Or maybe he will be president for life, but it's not going to be, you know, he's 80. What can I say? Why does he think this shit is good for America? I'm really not getting it. Hey, Dirty, you made the decision and I support it. Yeah, I understand your reasoning, but you know what? Probably at the end of the week where I'm a little more tired and a little more testy, I'd have done it myself. So you get no pushback from me. You made a decision and it was a sound decision and I support it. You did the right thing. So that's why you have a Rich. I don't have a problem, you know, with sound decisions. So this is somewhat connected to the Canada story, but tenuously. So 12 green card holders became U.S. citizens after earlier effort by Trump administration to block them. The fuck? What is this? What is this man doing? It was a long road for Marielle Desormeaux to take. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Desormeaux, probably Desormeaux, to take her oath of citizenship at the John F. Kennedy Presidential Library and Museum in early August. She's one of the 14 green card holders who sued the federal government with Project Citizenship earlier this year after being denied the ability to naturalize. 12 have now become U.S. citizens, 11 of whom were from Haiti originally, including Desormeaux. It was a really big day for me. I was going through a lot of emotions because I saw it was really me becoming a U.S. citizen during this period of high deportation. I said to myself that now I have to serve my country back. Desormeaux, 53, applied in June 2025, but had her U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services interview, part of standard protocol for naturalization, canceled in December. She heard nothing from the government after that and joined the lawsuit in the spring. In July, USCIS scheduled her for an interview, which she passed, allowing her to attend the oath ceremony. So people who have done the right thing have just met all the criteria. Why would Trump do this? Because they're Haitian? Given this administration's history, I would say, yeah, it's racism, and anti-Haitian. So in a somewhat related story, and again, it's tenuously connected. Okay, money, you exchange goods and services with your neighbors. Good relations with Canada is essential, especially to people on the border states, because that Canada trade is part of their economy. Well, one of the other things that's good for the economy is bringing in high quality citizens from other countries. They passed everything, and like this lady, feel an obligation to serve the country. That is, who knows how much that's worth, having someone that's grateful to be a U.S. citizen. And now, U.S. plans to revoke tourism and business visas of up to 200,000 foreigners. Why? It's money. If you're vetting them right, the reward versus risk is pretty high. These are business people. These are tourists. What is Disney World going to do without tourists? Let's see. There are going to be legal challenges, of course. And you know what? I'd say, fuck it. I'm not suing. I'm just going on vacation somewhere else. Revocations will not necessarily trigger immediate deportation. Yeah. I think this immigration pendulum has swung too far the other way. Now, U.S. businesses, hence the U.S. economy, is going to be affected. And then U.S. judge strikes down policy suspending immigrant visa processing for 75 nations. I think Trump will probably wind up prevailing on this. The executive branch controls this stuff. So U.S. District Judge Jeanette Vargas struck down a policy from President Donald Trump's administration suspending immigrant visas for applicants from 75 countries, ruling that the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, exceeded his statutory authority. That's interesting. Patently unlawful, stating it ran afoul of federal immigration law. Interesting. Which explicitly stripped the Secretary of State of authority over consular officers' processing of immigrant visas. Interesting. Wow. Okay. Well, apparently the executive branch doesn't have that much authority. So, I think that Trump's immigration policy, great for the border, doesn't get a passing grade for anything beyond border security. Can't break laws, son. So we're going to switch gears. This is an interesting story. Frank Smith, who served 70 years for murder, dies at 101. I don't ever hear stories, and maybe other people have, about someone, you hear of these people getting 100 years for some heinous crime, but you never hear about, well, hey, what happens at the very end of those terms, because these people get old in jail. So this guy, Frank Smith, one of the longest serving prisoners in American history, he was sent to death row in 1950 before his sentence was commuted to life imprisonment. Holy cow. So let's listen to a little bit of this. You never hear about, well, what it's like after being in prison for 70 years.
Frank Smith, who served 70 years for murder, dies at 101. This article is by Richard Sandomir and read by an automated voice. Frank Smith, who served 70 years in prison, one of the longest known terms of incarceration in American history, for fatally shooting a Connecticut yacht club's night watchman during a robbery in 1949, died on June 25th in Rocky Hill, Con. He was 101. His death, at a nursing home to which he had been paroled, was confirmed by the Connecticut Department of Correction and was previously reported by the Boston Globe and Greenwich Time. In 1950, Mr. Smith was convicted of the first-degree murder of the watchman, 68-year-old Grover Hart, and sentenced to death. Mr. Smith, who insisted on his innocence, eventually received 8 reprieves from the electric chair in Wethersfield, Con. His case attracted the attention of Aaron Cohen, a realtor in West Hartford and a member of the American League to abolish the death penalty. Mr. Cohen visited Mr. Smith and orchestrated a telegram and letter-writing campaign to stop the execution. I did not believe all Smith told me at first, and it took me time to believe him, Mr. Cohen told the Hartford Courant in 1951, adding, "I am convinced that an innocent man is going to his death. He has already died too many times in his cell." In 1954, on the eve of Mr. Smith's last scheduled execution, a Courant reporter wrote that he spends most of his time trying to figure out how he was convicted. He discusses his case with anyone who'll listen. The article described how, before a planned execution a year earlier, a chaplain had visited Mr. Smith in his cell. All he wanted to talk about was his trial, the chaplain recalled. On June 7, 1954, 2 hours before he was to be strapped into the chair, the state's Board of Pardons and Paroles commuted his death sentence. "Thanks be to God," Mr. Smith said in the hearing room, where his parents, 3 sisters, and 2 brothers were watching. 7 decades later, he remained haunted by the electric chair, still an object of primal, almost talismanic fear. Annalisa Quinn wrote in a 2023 profile in the Boston Globe magazine, "It cooks you," he would repeat, folding into himself. "It cooks you." In 2012, Connecticut outlawed the death penalty. Except for a brief escape attempt in 1967 and nearly 10 months on parole, which he violated, in 1975, Mr. Smith remained in prison until 2020. The state then paroled him to 60 West, a private facility that helps the state care for formerly incarcerated people who are difficult to place in traditional nursing homes. There, he lived in a secure unit. A spokesman for the correction department said, Mr. Smith's 6 years at 60 West meant that he had served 76 years of his life sentence. It is not known if that is officially America's longest imprisonment. 70 years is a long time. Paul Wright, the editor of Prison Legal News, wrote in an email, "But I think there are probably some more out there just because the U.S. locks up so many people and also locks them up for such long periods of time." Francis Clifford Smith was born on September 1, 1924 in Stamford, Connecticut, and at some point moved to the Norriton neighborhood of nearby Darien. His mother was Doris Curtis Smith, and his father, also named Francis, was a roofer, according to the Globe, which reported that Frank was sent to a reform school when he was 10 or 11. He then served time as a teenager in a reformatory for young men and, after escaping and assaulting a guard with a deadly weapon, was sent to a state prison for 4 years. He later worked as a messenger for a numbers racketeer. On the night of July 23, 1949, 2 men broke into and burglarized the Indian Harbor Yacht Club in Greenwich. By some accounts, Mr. Hart surprised them, and one or both of the robbers shot him. Before he died, Mr. Hart told police that one of the men wore a bandana.
Yeah, I don't need to go into the heinous crime, but again, it's just kind of interesting. I never hear stories about, what happens at the end of these long prison sentences. I can't imagine being in prison for 70 years, like from the 1950s to 2026. God damn. How much stuff technologically, socially, culturally, damn, That is just, I can't imagine it. Oh, let's see. It's of Aaron C. Let's see, some anti-white film going or what? No idea what that even means. So enjoy. If you have questions, just put them in the chat there. Aaron C. So I bring up this story. I was gonna save it for tomorrow. This is a story that and speaking of anti-white, this is a story you will never hear white racist be brave ever bring up. So Karen Solomon, 58, longtime advocate for the mental health of emergency workers, had been missing for 6 days after her husband, a police officer, was found dead. This is a short story, but apparently she was accused of killing her husband. And once again, this is better than a drive-by in the hood. If you got a rank tragedy, you got a rank violent crime, the white crime is more virtuous.
Wife charged in Massachusetts, officer's death is believed dead. This article is by Madeline Rubin and read by an automated voice. The police in Worcester, Massachusetts, said Monday that they believe a body discovered in the woods is Karen Solomon, a woman suspected of killing her husband last week. The police had issued a warrant for Ms. Solomon's arrest last week in connection with the death of her husband, Kurt, whose body was found inside their home, kicking off a 6-day search. We believe this case is a tragic murder-suicide that occurred, and we still have plenty of work to do, Chief Paul Saucier of the Worcester Police Department said during a news conference on Monday. A handgun was recovered near the body, he said. Ms. Solomon, 58, had spent years as an activist, advocating for the mental health of police officers and other frontline workers. Mr. Solomon, 57, was a police officer. 2 employees of Fairlawn Rehabilitation Hospital in Worcester discovered the body on Monday in a wooded area during an afternoon walk, Chief Saucier said. The police preliminarily identified the body as Ms. Solomon's, but the medical examiner's office has to provide confirmation. Early Tuesday, the police responded to the Solomon residence for reports of a, quote, person down, whom they later determined was an officer, Chief Saucier said during a news conference last week. Ms. Solomon was named a suspect in the case after the local authorities released a photo and video compilation that showed her walking in pajamas and flip-flops minutes after officers had responded to her home. Police issued a warrant for her arrest tied to assault and battery charges. As of Monday, few other details about the circumstances of Mr. Solomon's death had been made public. Chief Saucier has said that domestic violence laws prevent the police from sharing more information, but he clarified that at no time did the Solomon family have any history of domestic abuse. The police have said that other people were at the Solomon residence at the time of the officer's death, but have not released their names. The chief read a statement from the Solomon family on Monday. The nightmare of the past week has left our family heartbroken and rudderless. The family also said that prayers from people around the world have helped us through each minute of the day. Efforts to reach relatives of Ms. Solomon last week were not successful. Ms. Solomon was known in the law enforcement community for her advocacy work, which included 2 self-published books about police officers and post-traumatic stress disorder. She was the founder of a Massachusetts organization called First HELP, which aims to fight the stigma surrounding the mental health of emergency workers, prevent suicide, and assist families who have lost relatives under such circumstances. No words can adequately convey the depth of grief surrounding this tragedy, First HELP said in a statement on Saturday. We continue to hold the Solomon family and all those whose lives have been forever changed in our thoughts and prayers. Ms. Solomon also lobbied for the Public Safety Officer Support Act, passed in 2022, which expanded a federal benefits program to cover mental health injuries, disabilities from trauma, and deaths by suicide for first responders. Mr. Solomon worked for the Worcester Police for 31 years, according to the New England Police Benevolent Association, a police union. Funeral services for Mr. Solomon will begin on Tuesday. He's going to be truly missed. And the Worcester Police Department is hurting right now, Chief Sauchier said during a news conference last week. We're hoping we can bring closure to the family.
Yeah, and again, true tragedy. You know, I am a son of a police officer, but again, you know, to bring a little bit of YouTubedness to this story, something you'll never hear. The anti-black racist crowd that includes Aaron C., who dropped by to say hello. It includes Be Brave. It includes the whole John Galt gang, including people who tune into his show. You'll never hear about this sort of crime. It's all about anti-black over there. White people don't commit crimes. Oh, this isn't going to bring down America. Black crime will. Oh, boy. And all I have to say is, you know, the wife of a cop killing a cop is a cop killing. We'll never hear the white trash crowd talking about it. All we want to hear about is Pookie and Ray Ray doing bad. You never hear about Karen doing bad. God damn, dude. Y'all gotta do better because y'all sound like a bunch of racist bozos. Fuck. So this science story is brought to you by EAE. It's been a while since I've seen him, but he talked about Stanley, why don't you do more science stories? And I cannot think of one that's more scientific. As it says, a scientific and civilizational horror story. The summer the ticks took over. Sounds truly terrifying. By the way, all these links to the videos and the newspaper articles are actually in the show notes. Folks hearing this on the replay, please make sure you hit the like button. If you're new to the channel, it is always this boring, but you can make it through. You can do it. So, enjoy the show. Subscribe if it's your cup of tea. Check us out. If it's not, you can always move on. I can recommend some channels if you like, you know, fucking Telemundo level messiness. So apparently ticks have taken over, and I didn't look at this. A deer tick once attached to you can take 24 hours or longer to impart its Lyme payload. So there is time to pull it off in theory. A molecule called alpha-gal, GAL, which is present in a lone star, I guess, tick saliva, can be in your blood almost instantly. This is a problem because it gives some victims a dangerous allergy to red meat called alpha-gal syndrome. While Lyme is basically treatable in 95% of cases, says Sam Telford, a professor of infectious diseases and global health at the Cummings School of Veterinary Medicine at Tufts University. With alpha-gal, there's no known treatment. Oh my God. So once it gets in you and you can't eat beef, you'll never eat beef again. Doctors advise people with people diagnosed with it to carry an EpiPen. God damn. So them ticks are taking over. And y'all be careful. I do know that, what's his name? The New York Times, conservative New York Times columnist had it. And it was one of these things that took like 2 or 3 years to be diagnosed. And, you know, in Georgia, we're used to it. you wear long pants and, boots, and you take precautions, and they'll still get on you. But yeah, deer ticks are a problem. Ticks in general are a problem. If you're going to be outdoors, gotta protect yourself. That's a close up. Damn, that looks horrifying. The mouth parts of an adult Lone Star tick with the species characteristic spots just visible at the top of the frame. I guess it's that right there. Horrible, horrible, horrible. So y'all beware the ticks if you're out in the woods. And keep your lawn mowed. That's another thing you can do. Keep the lawn mowed because it'll keep the snakes and the ticks at least under control. What's up, CJ? How you doing? So let's move on. And again, these articles are in the show notes. Feel free to explore them further if you want. So what I have next is the Georgia gang. Then I have something I've been wanting to show. And I may get beat up by one of our executive producers for showing it, but I'm gonna anyway. It's an interview Brian Kemp, the governor of Georgia, had with the Dispatch, I think. And then if there's time after that, there's something from Pop-Up TV that I wanted to show. We'll see if we get to it, but we're gonna start with the Georgia gang just because I like the Georgia gang. They are a pleasant bunch. We Georgians are so polite, even if our politics differ. Oops.
August 23rd. The Democratic National Committee snubs Atlanta again, passing on the city for the 2028 convention. Also, Georgia's governor's race is now a dead heat, and some Democrats are crossing the aisle for Republican Rick Jackson. And did a researcher crack Georgia's secret ballot? And what did state leaders know? Melita, Phil, Theron, and Brian are all here. The debate and discussion begin right now.
From the Fox 5 studios, the Georgia gang starts now.
Atlanta has been passed over again for a Democratic National Convention. The DNC narrowed its 2028 host city field to 3 finalists: Boston, Denver, and Philadelphia, eliminating Atlanta. Mayor Andre Dickens fired back, accusing Democrats of retreating to, quote, safe spaces and abandoning Atlanta, abandoning the South, and once again, abandoning Black voters. Melita, Dickens is not mincing words here. Is he right that the party is...
He's probably right about that. Black voters are so important to the Democratic Party that they moved South Carolina up to be ahead of Iowa and New Hampshire, during primary season. It's almost crazy. Now, I don't know where they've selected. Maybe it's another southern state, but that's crazy. And then let me address Khan's comment. I understand that you can't live without your beef. And I used to think the same thing before I met my wife. It's not that she didn't like beef. She just wasn't, a huge red meat fan. So, over the years, she would do more chicken. I guess she was kind of a pork fan too, but not necessarily chops. She just wasn't, hamburgers. I used to joke that, if it's not a hamburger or French fry, everything outside of that is kind of dicey. But she just wasn't like, I got to have a steak every night. And there was one point in my life back in, I grew up on beef. My father would get like half a cow or something like that, in a freezer, like a chest freezer. Believe this or not, that freezer still works. The goddamn thing is probably 50 years old, and it still works. So yeah, that thing used to be chock full of beef. But I don't know. I at this point in time, the only time I really get like something like usually it's ribeyes that I'll get. It's only if my son's home. I can just do hamburger or a stew or something like that. So I don't have the red meat lust like I used to, though. Eating a steak well done is a sin. Medium is okay. Medium rare, probably. If you can get it just right. So anyway, that beef comment caught my attention.
Turning its back on the South.
It certainly appears to be that way. And you have a DNC chair who's from Minnesota, where there aren't that many black people. And you have Georgia as the battleground state with the highest population of black voters. And it's been 40 years since we've had a Democratic convention in Atlanta, and Atlanta is very well known as a convention city. Somewhere, Mayor Dickens' past English teachers are smiling because he's been writing some blistering letters this week, and his letter is well worth a read because he made himself very clear in no uncertain terms.
Sure did. Brian, Georgia is a battleground state that Democrats need to win nationally. So does it make sense for the DNC to pass on hosting here?
What's crazy to me is that they didn't even advance into the smaller category.
They have in past years.
The way that they have in past years. That's right. So it really is sort of a slap in the face. And look, I am thrilled that Democrats aren't putting Georgia at the top of the line when it comes to coming here and trying to fight, because this is a battleground state. And I love for Georgians to think that they're getting slighted by the national Democrats. As a Georgian who loves economic development, I welcome the Democrats to come here and hold their convention and rent our hotel rooms and rent cars and do all that. And so as a Georgian, I am doubly offended that they have skipped us once again.
All right, I'm going to turn now because we got a lot to discuss. I'm going to turn to the U.S. Senate race. A new Insider Advantage poll shows that Democratic Senator Jon Ossoff leading Republican Congressman Mike Collins 50% to 43%. Theron, Ossoff's got a 7-point lead here. What's driving that number?
Well, I want to real quick just say I agree with everything that Mayor Dickens said about the convention not coming here, but also we got to not make it just about race. We got to make it about winning Georgia, and it's a broad coalition. But this poll, Insider Advantage did this poll. I know Phil's going to have a lot of great things to say about the poll, and I told Phil privately, and I'll say it publicly on this show, that you guys got it right in the primary. So I think what this poll reflects, Lori, is that, yes, Jon Ossoff has a lead against Mike Collins. He's built up a bipartisan coalition across the state. But also, this is the same poll now, I think the 5th or 6th consecutive poll that we've seen, that Keisha Lance Bottoms and Ray Jackson are now in a dead heat, to your poll. But previous polls, just want to say this for our viewers, is that she's been winning anywhere between 2 to 3 to 4 points. And so what's very inspiring, and let me disclose I'm working on the Keisha Lance Bottoms campaign for governor, is that after $14+ million spent on television now for almost 2 weeks with all these negative ads, attacking Keisha Lance Bottoms' husband, attacking the family, she's still in the statistical dead.
Okay, we're going to get to the governor's race in the second block, but I want to stick to the Senate race right now.
Okay.
And the 7-point lead that Ossoff has over Mike Collins.
Yeah, I said that. So let's go back for Jon Ossoff. I think that, you've seen Collins' campaign actually come.
Now, see, I admire her. Like, nope, we're not going there. We're going to pull it back to what I, as host of this show, want to talk about. Abso-goddamn-lutely. It's my show. We're going to talk about what I want to talk about, when I want to talk about it, and I need you, sir, to stay in line. Panels should be run the same way. Yeah, you give some latitude if you know the person and you know they're not going to stray too far, but don't be afraid to drop somebody. Don't be afraid to chastise, like, no, we're not going there. Let's come back to what the topic is. More hosts should do that. And for the little whiny bitches who want to go, well, Stanley will drop me if I go up there and talk crazy. Damn Skippy, I will. For the Be Braves and the other weirdos, racists, and just sheer cowards. Yep. If we're going to talk about what Be Brave wants to talk about, we're going to do it here. We will not do it on a platform that's not either neutral or controlled by me. I'm not going over to John Galtz to talk to fucking Be Brave because he has the advantage over there and there's no need for me to do it.
Out this week with some attacks. John Ossoff, him and Keisha Lance Bottoms was just together this week over in Southwest Atlanta campaigning together. And so I think those numbers will hold. And I think the momentum is clearly on all Democrat side right now.
Phil.
Well, I think that Collins does have Brian and I have set a narrow path. And maybe the path is getting a little better for Mike Collins against Ossoff because 7 points he was down and now up from from July last month. And the Collins campaign is very happy about that. And so the trend is upward. We're going to talk about it in a few minutes.
Dude, that jacket should only be worn around Easter.
And also there's a path with the independent voters for both Rick Jackson and Mike Collins. And there's enough there. Yes, it is a tight race for governor. Yes, it's going to be a tighter race because of the independents. And actually, the young vote, we've talked about this. Both sides are going to struggle to get the young vote out.
Go ahead, Melita.
Well, Collins had a setback on Friday morning when the AJC revealed another round of troublesome and problematic comments by his son-in-law, misogynistic comments that would call for the repeal of the 19th Amendment, which gave women the right to vote, and this son-in-law's belief that women should defer to the men in their household and each household should have only one vote. I mean, I don't know about the rest of y'all, but there are marriages I know of where I'd rather have the woman's right to vote than the man's if we had to choose. So these problematic close proximity to Collins' comments are going to hurt him with women voters, with young voters, and with independents.
He has totally divorced himself from the son-in-law. That has nothing to do with Mike Collins and his viewpoints.
But he
Dude, this is Georgia. You can't you can't divorce yourself from your kin.
hasn't totally divorced himself from it enough. They keep coming up.
This week, Mayor Dickens went on social media and told somebody to shut up. I think that would be pretty good advice for the son-in-law.
All right, well, let's talk about some of that Ossoff momentum because it may be tied to a viral moment. Ossoff going after Trump aide Natalie Harp, blasting the people around the president and her travel on their, quote, flying palace. Searches for Harp's name spiked more than 5,000% over the past few days. Brian, back to you. Just your thoughts on this.
Look, this is the oldest trope in the world, right? If you're a female staffer and you work for a powerful man, well, you must be sleeping with the boss, right? That seems to be sort of the underlying insinuation of what this is being said. It's the kind of thing that Democrats.
Yeah, okay, except this politician has a history of, let's just call it malingering. Is that the term? He's no, that's malingerer isn't right. But I mean, he has he literally has a civil action, a civil judgment against him for some sort of SA. It's more than, he can't divorce himself from his reputation there, sir. And hey, whether it's true or not, he has the history. Stop acting like he doesn't.
Democrats would go nuts about if a Republican did it in reverse. And so I think that this has incited a lot of backlash for John Ossoff nationally. I think that is due and fair. But also, look, I think he's also got what he wanted out. He writes those speeches himself. He writes these sound bites. He knew what he was doing. It went viral with liberal audiences. They ate it up. They loved anything you can do to troll Trump. They're gonna celebrate. And I'm sure it helped his fundraising. But it did get a slap back, and it should.
Darren?
Look, I was at the rally, and first of all, it was packed. 1,700 people, very diverse rally. John also said a lot of other things that I think that people were talking about as well. They talked about how he wants to work with the entire ticket. He talked about the cost of living being too high. He talked about affordability. He talked about this war in Iran that we're in. But then the Republicans are the ones, Lori, that amplified the Natalie comment. And so he has not backed down for that comment. He made it. And look, I want to say this too. We don't have enough time in this broadcast to talk about all the bad things that Donald Trump himself and people around him have said about women. And so it's just really interesting to me now, all of a sudden you see Republicans and even Donald Trump himself want to come out and defend women. And so look, I think John Ossoff is going to continue to talk about the issues that matter to Georgia voters, but I just want people to know that that was not what the rally was about. He talked about a lot of other important issues in Georgia.
Phil, is this the pot calling the kettle black?
Well, two wrongs don't make a right. I think most people don't want women disrespected at all. And if Republicans do it, they ought to be called out. And Ossoff should be called out now. What if I, as a journalist, just saw some pretty girl that travels with Ossoff and then makes the same comment? It's an outrage. It's cowardly. It's slimy.
Okay, this woman is not just some pretty girl. What the fuck is he talking about? If you actually I read a New York Times article where a few weeks ago when they had to switch Trump's plane because of security issues with the new, Emirati, I think is it the Emiratis provided, 747 that's tricked out. Well, the Secretary of he took this woman and the Secretary of Defense. All the other cabinet secretaries in the press went on the plane that was more vulnerable. Okay, she's not just some pretty girl traveling with the president. Apparently, she and Pete Hegseth are close to the president.
The woman who's a professional that's working with a candidate, you can't win either way. If you don't make a statement, oh, look at this, they're circling the wagon. If you make a statement, oh, they're on the defensive. You can't win. And I've seen this game for about 40 years now in my career. And it was a cowardly attack, and the fact that he isn't walking it back, I think poll numbers will see that he'll get hurt by this.
All right, Melita.
Ossoff said traveling with Natalie. Everybody else are the ones who filled in blanks and connected dots. We have to remember that. And the other thing is that Ossoff ended up getting coverage from Fox News commentators who admitted they hadn't spoken about him in months or years. So he achieved his goal, and he is the most, perhaps, technically savvy social media genius in the United States Senate because he's a former documentarian and he knows what sizzles.
So slamming the girl was a good thing.
He didn't slam her.
He never insinuated or said anything about anyone sleeping together.
Why did he
said
point
travel.
out her? Why did he point out her?
Phil, look, I've seen you and you've seen me travel with women. We brought women in here to the set to talk. They don't necessarily mean that because they traveled to the station with us, there may be something going on. To Melita's point, it is the Republicans that are saying that, not John Ossoff.
That's a pretty weak defense.
She was chosen to go in the militarily protected plane with the presidents above cabinet secretaries.
That's her job, to travel with him.
All right, we're going to leave it there, folks. Lots to talk about coming up. Georgia's governor's race is deadlocked as some Democrats
Jesus,
this week
body
support
woman.
for Republican Rick Jackson.
Comment for the Georgia Gang? Email them at georgiagang@foxtv.com.
And it is exciting to live in Georgia. Hey, dude, we are literally like right on the frontier of changing elections, and what goes on even with an Ossoff this year, it actually matters. It's kind of thrilling to be one of the centers of American politics, especially for someone like me.
A new Insider Advantage poll shows Georgia's governor's race tied with Republican Rick Jackson and Democrat Keisha Lance Bottoms, each polling at 46%. Phil, this is a dead even race, but it's still early.
It is, but I do think it does show the power of the black vote in Georgia. And I think that Republicans, if they still are saying it, ought to stop saying this is a red state. It's not. It's a swing state. And they have to struggle to get turnout. The Republicans do. Remember, in Northwest Georgia and Marjorie Taylor Greene's old district, the vote went down. In fact, there was some voter exhaustion earlier this year. And now I think that retail politics is still good. Obviously, you've got Keisha Lance Bottoms showing strength that I think surprised a lot of people, a lot of Republicans. And so Rick Jackson has a lot of work to do. I've said on the show, though, I think public safety should be an issue right along with accountability. And I think the Republicans always have an edge with public safety, and that could hurt Bottoms.
Not after January 6th, they don't. That's a bullshit. Dude, that is the past. It is not 2026.
Theron, as you mentioned, you work for the Keisha Lance Bottoms campaign. Your thoughts on the poll?
Well, I think Phil gave a fair and balanced analysis there about this poll. And then just want to remind our viewers, we have not seen a Democrat leading or tied with the Republican opponent in a very long time. I went back and looked at numbers. And so for her now the fifth or sixth public poll to be tied and leading Rick Jackson after they've just spent millions of dollars on television and negative ads, I think the positivity that Keisha Lance Bottoms, the ads that she came out with, reaching out to Republicans. She's going to be in Northwest Georgia this weekend.
Yeah, Rick, I don't even think she has a high-level security clearance. I seem to remember reading that. She was just kind of like waived. I don't think she even has like the proper security clearance.
And she just came from Southeast Georgia. And so she's going around the entire state talking to voters about affordability, the cost of health care, how people right now are very struggling. People can't afford to put gas in their cars. And at a time where we know that the campaign is continuing to compete with the billionaire and all the money that he's put in, I think this is a really good sign for the campaign.
Well, Jackson is picking up some Democratic support, including sheriffs and Lowndes and Dooley counties. Also, he's not a household name, but Democratic operative Billy Linville, who has worked for Roy Barnes, Shirley Franklin, Kasim Reed, and Andre Dickens, has launched a new group called Democrats and Independents for Rick Jackson. Melita, Billy is a partner at a firm that I work at, Lexicon Strategies, and he did not hold back. The Democrat called Keisha Lance Bottoms the worst mayor in modern Atlanta history.
But we also have to remember that Rick Jackson's foster care initiative has been a client of Billy Linville's firm. And sometimes the pocketbook transcends the political affiliation. And Linville doesn't always have a perfect record for candidates he's backed in the past.
All right, Brian, we will disclose.
This woman's Southern accent, it just reminds me of, God damn it, what was the name of the show with Delta Carter or Dixie Carter? Designing Women. She has that designing women accent, which is somehow or another kind but cutting. It's a beautiful accent.
That you work for the Rick Jackson campaign.
I think those two shares are hugely important because it also will show a movement amongst Democrats who are in law enforcement toward Rick Jackson.
Delta,
in this
yeah,
race
Delta. It's been, I actually need to go back and watch some of those old Designing Women episodes. I actually liked the show. I think it was in high school, when it was in its heyday. So, yeah, I have to go back and revisit some of that. But that accent, it can be kind or it can be cutting. Just depends on how it's applied. A lot of it is a facial expression.
And public safety was so abysmal that it's really disqualifying for the office of governor. And I think you're going to see more folks like those Democratic sheriffs stepping forward for the campaign. Billy Linville is an important permission structure for independents, for those Kemp Warnock voters who voted in 2022.
Wait, hold it. What? Okay, American Man, I know you must be sipping. You must be sipping on that Jack Daniels. So, American Man says Trump and MAGA made them have that accent. Stanley, keep it real. You undercut. Undercut. I don't know what the undercut means. Indica? Is that what you're smoking? You must be smoking that indica. Is that how you pronounce it? Is that how you spell indica? But no, that accent pre-existed Trump by decades, 100 years probably.
A split ticket that, yes, even though you're a Democrat, even though you're probably going to vote for other Democrats up and down the ballot, in this particular case, the future of Georgia is at stake. Rick Jackson is the only choice. And so I think that voice is a leading voice, but one that will bring others along with it. And I think that's going to be a critical component in this narrowly divided electorate in 2026.
Well, Jackson is facing his own scrutiny over his business dealings. His investment group reportedly loaned an Alabama hospital $35 million. And just this week, the hospital announced a deal with Blue Cross Blue Shield, and it will stay open. Now, Theron Jackson says he stepped up when no one else would and saved the hospital. Bottom says this is about profit.
Well, we talked about this story last week, and I won't comment on Billy Linville, Laura. I know we're trying to get through the show, but I do have my own thoughts on that. I think I agree with everything that Melita said about him. But the hospital story, yeah, I mean, it actually last week, the viewers heard myself and Andre talk about how this was just unfortunate. We talked about the high interest rates. We talked about the late payments. And so, yeah, okay, they come together. They say we got to move forward. But the truth of the matter is this, Lori, is that at a time where our premiums are going up in this state right now, people, Republicans and independents all over. I was just in Middle Georgia where I had Republicans, not Democrats, come up to me and say, I am paying higher premiums. I talked to senior citizens this week who cannot afford to pay the high premiums. They're on fixed income. Many of these seniors on fixed income. So when the premiums are going up, Rick Jackson is actually making money off deals like we just saw in Alabama. And so while, yeah, the Alabama, they reached a deal, but the fact of the matter is what we tried to explain, is that it's a system that's rigged for him to basically be able to have these hospitals closing, and he goes in with the money. But ultimately, I want to focus on Keisha Lance Bottom's record, and that is trying to be transparent, but also more importantly, expand Medicaid to try to help healthcare in this state.
Brian, back to you.
Look, this is exactly what I said was going to happen when we discussed this last week. This was venture philanthropy by Rick Jackson. This is a terrible return on investment for him if it was just about making money. This is $75 million that he's eventually put in. He's not going to get that money back, even though we've had great news this week, the hospital coming out of bankruptcy. And last week, Theron was saying that the interest rates were going to go to 19%. Well, now, because of this positive development, they're going to go down to 10%. So on every metric, Rick Jackson has kept his word. We're seeing county officials there in Montgomery praising Rick Jackson for saving access to health care for low-income people in that region of Alabama. This just shows you the Democrats are so desperate for an attack on Rick Jackson that they would attack him for making sure that low-income Alabamians have access to a hospital.
Now, gentlemen, in Con and American Man, please, please, please don't fight. Hey, I'm not going to interfere. You both have wrenches, so you both have a level of responsibility and civility that's expected. Y'all can go back and forth, but please don't get vicious. Please, please. This is Stanley begging, and Stanley does not beg generally. So please keep it civil. Have your discussion, have your differences, but please don't be vicious.
Hospital. And that is the bottom line of what has happened here. He could have invested $75 million anywhere else and made way more money.
35 million, but go ahead, Melita.
No, it ended up being 75 million.
Okay.
Well, the hospital does stay open, but in Alabama, just like in Georgia, Medicaid has not been expanded, and the poor people don't have access to actually paying the bills at those hospitals. And Rick Jackson is opposed to expanding Medicaid in Georgia. So you have a situation where, yes, the hospital remains open, but a lot of people won't have access to it because they don't have expanded Medicaid access.
Phil?
There's not that much of a connection to Medicaid expansion or not. If you look at all the other 50 states. I'm in favor, I know liberals and Democrats don't like it, I'm in favor of competition in the healthcare. I'm not in favor of a socialist one-payer thing. Yes, we've had problems in Georgia. I'd like to see a better record in Georgia with regard to competition. Competition lowers prices. And so I think Brian made some great points. It is an investment, whether you want to admit it or not. It wasn't that great an investment, but he saved a hospital.
All right, we'll leave it there, folks. Coming up, a Princeton researcher used AI to crack Georgia's secret ballot, and the state reportedly knew about the weakness years ago. So we'll explain next.
On the Georgia Gang Facebook page and watch past episodes on the Georgia Gang YouTube channel.
According to the AJC, a Princeton researcher used AI to figure out how more than 2,200 Georgians voted in 2 counties during May's primaries, a hit to the state's promise of a secret ballot. Now, Georgia has passed on fixes since 2019 and has known about the weakness since 2022. Instead of fixing it, officials told counties to stop releasing the public data that he used. Phil?
Melita and I have been following this for a long time, and we've been agreeing on a lot of these points, and that was a good setup, Lori, because this is outrageous what's happening, and it actually is focusing on what's happening nationally with AI just moving so rapidly and now threatening a secret ballot. This is very serious. This goes way beyond liberal, conservative, Democrat, Republican. This is very serious. You and I, Melita, had talked about lawsuits coming. We can talk about that on another show, but they will be coming because think about it. Since 2022, we have had problems with our Dominion system. And Raffensperger is one of the biggest villains here. He's been warned by prominent researchers in the curling lawsuit. Even the federal judge Totenberg said, Georgia has problems. It needs to patch its system. This was a federal judge saying that. Nothing has happened. There's a lot of blame to go around. The legislature is to blame for not addressing this. The state elections board has some culpability here. But we have got to do something to patch this system.
Melita, I don't think a lot of people are comfortable knowing that, their votes are not secret.
And they shouldn't be. And Raffensperger should have fixed this. The state elections board should have fixed this. We don't want employers knowing how their employees voted. We don't necessarily want school boards knowing how every one of their teachers voted. And just as we've seen abuse of flock camera data, this voting data could be abused too to hurt victims of domestic abuse when a wife and a husband disagree about how to vote. It's really ridiculous that Georgia has not moved to protect this data, to make the fix, and to make voting as secret as it is supposed to be, as guaranteed by our laws.
All right, definitely more to come on that issue. Meantime, the WNBA is apologizing after security at an Atlanta Dream game told a mother and daughter to cover shirts about the transgender debate in women's sports, or they'd have to leave. It's the second such incident in under 3 weeks. A Seattle Storm co-owner was fined and suspended for a similar confrontation. So, Brian, this keeps happening at WNBA games. Is the league actually fixing this or just apologizing after the fact?
Well, there was a statement made after that the security guard who acted there acted inappropriately and that they should not have been told that. But it just goes to show that if you have a traditional view on gender, that there are people out there who want to silence you and want to make sure that your views can't be heard. And this is an example of it. I applaud this mother and daughter team for being willing to stand up for common sense. And I do appreciate that the Atlanta Dream spoke out and stood up for that mother and daughter. That was the right thing to do. Hopefully we can move on. I think if it wasn't controversial, people wouldn't feel a need to wear an XX shirt to show that they are women and that they are real women.
All right, Theron.
Yeah, I was actually at that game too, and got a chance. I know you love Sophie. Is that her name?
Oh yeah,
Caitlin.
Sophie,
and shout out to the Atlanta Dream. We didn't unfortunately win, Lori. We went to overtime, but Andrew Reese and all the Atlanta Dream players, they played fantastic. So again, being at the game because I like to be.
Did you have a shirt on?
I wore a black shirt. I was with my wife, and we enjoyed the game, and she enjoyed it. And so what my wife reminded me is that what she said, Theron, has there ever been a trans woman ever playing in the WNBA? And if you know my wife, she's a fact checker, Harvard graduated woman. Brian likes to compliment her all the time. We did the research. There's never been a trans woman that's ever played a single minute or second in this game. And now, while the WNBA and the Atlanta Dream did come out and said that this security guard, he or she acted on their own, I think that people got to understand, we live in a country right now where we try to talk about the First Amendment. People should be able to wear shirts and to express what they want to express. But I want to push back on this whole thing about trans women playing in WNBA. I think it's unfair to these women. And after seeing that game and actually talking to them, the amount of time and effort and sacrifices they make when they're just trying to do a sport that they love. Many of them have been playing basketball all of their lives. And so it was very unfortunate that it happened. People should be able to go to these games and wear whatever type of shirt they want to wear.
And Phil, the WNBA is on fire right now. The Atlanta Dream, is selling out crowds. So, but this controversy is following them.
Well, that's right. And it's too bad because you ought to celebrate whatever athlete is making a team great and people want to come and watch them. And of course, make money for the league. The W stands for women in WNBA, biological women. And I don't see the real problem that a lot of liberals and Democrats have, especially in trying to go with the biological definition. In fact, trans men, who want to transition want to get into the league. Now, why not? Why not have a trans league if you want to do that? But I think that it's hurtful. I think that coaches ought to be supporting their players regardless of whatever. And I think that First Amendment, I agree with you. Unless the shirt says "Kill Theron Johnson," I don't think we don't want shirts. We don't want shirts that advocate violence. Is my point. God. And that's the rule there. But I think everything else I'm fine with.
Well, I'm glad you don't want somebody to wear a shirt that says "Kill Theron Johnson."
And that's my point. Well, on that note, we'll leave it there. And coming up, winners and losers.
The week's winners and losers.
All right, Darren, we'll start with you.
My condolences go out to the family of Charles Walker, a former state senator in Augusta, Georgia. He unfortunately passed this week. And as somebody who, Lori, has been at the Capitol now for over 20 years, going down there watching him and David Scott and others, Charles Walker was the first ever African-American to be majority leader in the Senate. It was a very close ally of Roy Barnes, so I want to definitely give my condolences to him. And then lastly, there was a great event, the Purple Fair, dealing with the issue around Alzheimer's. So I want to shout out to honorees Bill and Natalie Drake, Vanessa Manley, Scott Marshall, Dr. Sandra Irvin, Joe Foster, and Atlanta Council President Marcy Carrier Overstreet.
All right, Brian.
My winner is the University of Georgia women's soccer team, keeping that thematic going here. They set the record for the most attendance at a game in Sanford Stadium, 25,000 people, including my little niece, Marley Robinson, there cheering on the dogs. Another dogs win, too, so congrats to them. My loser is DeKalb County, which has a moratorium on data centers, even though we have these movie studios that are empty now because of the decline of the productions happening in the state. And we all got our tax bills this week, and many of us had some sticker shock. We also are paying 10% more each year for water, hurting poor people. Why are we turning down a massive revenue source? This is nuts.
You missed Michael Thurman, huh?
All right, Alita, help me out.
My winner is the legacy of Dr. James T. Laney, who died this past week, whose funeral was on Friday. He was the ambassador to South Korea under President Clinton. He was president of Emory University from 77 to 83. He established the relationship with the Carter Center. He really put Emory on the map.
Sure did. All right, Phil.
I think that Georgia's First Lady, Marty Kemp, ought to be a winner because she told me something this past week that I didn't fully realize during the FIFA World Cup days here in Atlanta, and that was in her big crusade against human trafficking. 175 arrests were made, and that is really great for these human traffickers.
All right, we'll leave it there, folks. That's where we leave it. Same time, same table next Sunday. See you then.
Oh, I am tempted. I was gonna go with Brian Kemp. I kid you not. Next, right, Georgia Governor Brian Kemp. I had no idea that that this was in queue. And God damn it, decisions. This is from 1973. Francis Cress Welsing, the relationship between black men and white women. Nah, got to go with this. This is fortuitous, and gotta. Governor Kemp can wait. Damn. Yep, gotta go with this. So here we go. And Khan and American Man, I don't know what to do to make things better, but both of you are gentlemen and admirable. This is Stanley versus the world, not Bob's channel, and I'll just leave it at that. Leave y'all to hash it out. And by the way, while I'm thinking about it, everybody please make sure you hit the like button. If you happen to be new to this channel, please subscribe to it. I am at 383 or so. If we can make it to 400, I have a fighting chance to, get to 500. Oh, excuse me. By the new year or maybe shortly afterwards. And here's the deal. Kind of in light of what has happened on some other channels, I'm a little bit of a, back in the day, people who didn't join fraternities were called GDI. Goddamn independence. I'm not a joiner. The Navy was one thing I joined, but it was okay. Excuse me. So, I don't really need to have, like a Ryan Bardwell up here. And apparently he's been on YouTube for 100 years, but I basically don't trust him. I think he's just not the kind of sponsor I'd like to have. He acts like his money, he buys friends, apparently. That's at least my impression of him. Like, hey, if I come up to the panel, I'm a major sponsor. Even on big TV shows, you'll have sponsors and they do. Damn. They do influence the show, but they don't necessarily. Damn. Wow. They do influence the direction of the show. They don't necessarily dictate content. And that's simply not going to happen here. I can take input, but the decisions, at least at this point, are the editorial decision, which story comes next, what I talk about. If I change something on the fly, if I ever need editorial help, I'll get someone and say, hey, I need editorial help. I don't need some, dude from Podunk, Texas to tell me what to talk about. Or, there was something that happened on Latino's show. I don't know. And I'm not going to even get into detail because I don't know Latino and Ryan Bardwell's relationship. It was a question that would have offended me. But, I'm not going to get in the middle of that. But where I'm going with this is that, it's an organic growth in that, I don't have to, I care about the people that subscribe to the show. I kind of have a feel for what, is acceptable and what's not. But honestly, it's really what I would be watching anyway. I've rarely actually said, well, my audience would love this video. Nah, I have said, well, my audience would never enjoy watching this. I know pretty much what the subscribers to this channel would not like. What they do like, I assume is, somewhat similar to mine. And, there have been times when people are like, well, this is boring and go somewhere else. And that's perfectly fine. At least you gave it a shot. I'm simply not going to, I don't need to be monetized that much, if at all, to be honest, because I'm not sure that I want to be, outside of the YouTube system. Is working out fairly well. But it'd be nice to get to a monetized status. It would literally just shut some folks up about, well, Stanley, you're boring. You'll have 8 people in your audience. Well, I may have 8 people in my audience at any given time, but if there's 200 people who stop by, 200 views for my boring shit, dude, that's a victory, on a weeknight or something like that. I don't have a problem with that. I don't really look at, the number of people in the chat. I do notice that, if the content is messy, the number of people watching it goes up. But, I try and save that messy stuff for closer to the weekend or the weekends. We got to have some kind of, like serious outlook on what's going on out in America. And it's not always popular. It's not going to attract the ladies, but so we go. Or most ladies. So I see you two are still going at it, but let's listen to some Frances Cress Welsing. Again, I was going to do something serious, but this just compels me. And I actually think it was the bongos that did it. It was something deep in my genes.
This is the part 1 of a 2-part series entitled Black Man, White Woman. Significantly, it was not entitled Black Woman, White Man because in the last 10 years, the statistics indicate that there is a significant increase in relationships between black men and white women and a significant decrease in relationships between black women and white men. With me to discuss this very volatile issue are 2 leading psychiatrists, Dr. Frances Welsing, a member of the psychiatric department of the Medical College at Howard University, and Dr. Alvin Poussant, a psychiatrist, a member of the Medical College at Harvard University.
This guy, Alan Poussant, was like some sort of advisor on the Bill Cosby on Cosby, like the the 90s show. Amazing. I know I've seen him, but I've never seen him, I guess this is 1973, before he got like, Bill Cosby famous. Interesting.
Well-known book, Why Blacks Kill Blacks. To begin with you, Sister Welsing, why do you believe, basically, black men are becoming so significantly attracted to white women, or is it vice versa?
I'd like to turn it around. I think, first of all, that white women are seeking black men first. Black men some are attracted to white women. And I don't think that we can understand this phenomena unless we understand.
Now, I want to point out, this is 1973. History rhymes. It's always been this way. Go back, well, the early 1970s, I'm thinking of Mandingo. But this black man, white woman thing, it's been a thing. And it's not new in 2026.
Understand really what is the larger dynamic that is occurring, not only in this society, but in the world at large. And the way that I look at that phenomena is that, number one, we are living within the context of a system of white supremacy, which is my definition of racism. Racism is a worldwide system of white supremacy, domination, and control. And all of the behavior that we see all over the world, whether it's the behavior of the black woman, the white woman, the black man, or the white man, is occurring within the dynamics of this system. And we can understand what is happening as far as the white woman, black man relationship and why that is on the increase. I think if we understand the need for the system to remain intact.
But Francis, you don't think that the black man has a special attraction toward the white woman?
Oh, yes, he does. Yes, he does. Well, he has been programmed historically to feel that, first of all, this is the woman who is the woman in the world. And this is a...
Now, I'm going to be honest. I think this sort of thing, and this is decades before YouTube, I literally think this is the conversation that should be had on YouTube, because they're not going to get messy on Tony Brown's show. I would. Oh, if this, and it does happen on YouTube, by the way, but I'm putting these two scholars, these two learned people, one with an MD, the other a Harvard professor with a PhD in psychology or something. Dude, prime YouTube panel discussion.
Thing that has been denied him, in terms of, let's say, male-female relations or sexual partners. The black man, at least in this area of the world, has been told historically, you cannot touch this woman. And so at that level of social dynamic programming, yes, the black man has always felt, well, this is the one thing that I have been denied in this society. And so many black men, I think, at one level, they are moving towards white women as white women move.
And as a matter of fact, there's a video. Well, anyway, if you want to hit the link,
the black man is playing his role because he says, well, this is the thing that I've been denied. This is the thing that is going to be the great equalizer.
I think, though, that the need has sort of been exaggerated, because if we look at those statistics you just mentioned, actually in the past decade, even with the increase, there's only about 43,000 black man, white woman marriages. That's a very, very tiny percentage. That means about 2% of black men are married to white women. Now, if we had accepted the propaganda, that is the white propaganda, that all black men desire a white woman and they want to marry your daughter, you would expect the incidence of the marriages to really be increasing at a much greater rate.
I was going to ask, does it mean that that the fact that if we accept the fact that black men do feel that white women are preferable to black women, are we saying that their behavior in the context of standard behavior is normal or abnormal?
Well, I don't like to use those terms. I would prefer to understand the phenomena. For example, if we start labeling behavior, like, for example, homosexuals don't like to be called pathological, for one thing. And I think that it is more useful if we say, well, let us try to understand the phenomena of homosexuality, as opposed to saying, well, now that's sick, and then people get turned off and they don't spend time trying to understand the dynamic. In the same way, I don't want to look at the phenomena of, cross-color sexual mating or marriage or whatever. And in terms of pathology, I would rather say, well, let's try to understand what actually is going on.
But you call the white woman the aggressor.
I say that she is aggressive because we live in the context of a white supremacy society in which white...
Well, I have to say, I mean, I guess everything is open to be studied, but I'm not sure that, I don't know, I guess my thinking is this isn't like a pathological thing. It's not like a problem. Now, it might be for Frances Cress Welsing, given, I'm not super familiar with her, but I'm familiar enough to know that she wouldn't approve of these sort of quote matings. So she may see it as a problem, but I don't. I see it as unusual, maybe out of the ordinary, but not necessarily a pathology.
People are the dominant group. They are the people who control the power. We are the oppressed people. We are the people who are victims of that system. Just like, I mean, in terms of history, it was just a short 2 months ago in terms of the whole historical span that black men were being lynched for looking at a picture of a white woman. Do you see? And now we are told, well, now everything is opened up. Well, I want to understand, well, why is it that everything is opened up? I think everything is opened up since black men started talking about black power. You see, when black men start talking about black power, then that says, well, all right, maybe there will be a challenge to the system of white supremacy domination, not only in this area of the world, but all over the world. So the white supremacy system says, all right, well, now what do we do to get these people back in control? And what do we do to get them back in check? That is the black man. Well, we'll lay our ace trump card on them, which is a white woman.
In other words,
you see, which brings the black man then back within the
Oh, wow.
context that the white supremacy system is going to work for you. See, we've denied you this, now you have it.
So basically, give them our women to bring them back under the control. Ooh, boy, that is a boutique theory.
But on close examination, in spite of all of the black-white marriages, the black-white sex that has occurred throughout history, in the last 500 years, there has been no serious tampering with the maintenance of white supremacy, certainly not through the bedroom activity. Do you see what I'm saying? But in other words, it throws people off balance.
So
in other words,
the white woman is still, I think, in a position of psychological dominance.
Right.
And so far as she is, that's a form of white supremacy, and that the black men are frequently responding to her dominance.
I didn't realize he was a
She is considered a superior status object in society. But getting back to this point,
Well, let me ask the question before you move to
ahead.
that. Then if we accept that, are we saying that the black men who marry white women are asking for dominance from a female?
no, the black men who are married by white women.
But the trend you continually
No, I think that they're looking for status.
the black men are looking
The
for
black
status.
men are looking for status whether they are aware of it or not. In other words, as long as you have white supremacy domination any place in the world, whether it's Brazil, whether it's Hawaii, whether it's Japan, any place, you name it, that as long as the people of color are the people who are oppressed, then when a marriage occurs, in other words, the dominator says, I will pick you amongst the victims who I dominate to marry you, then the victim says, oh, goody, this means I'm in.
Well, that's true, but if I can ask this question,
Okay.
it seems the way you are framing your analysis that the almost total blame, if we can use that word, for interracial marriages is because of one, white society vis-a-vis white supremacy,
Seeking to maintain itself.
and two, white women being the aggressors. You seem to be saying, and I'm asking a question, that black men are just blameless and they're sort of like the victims of something that they have no control over, or that they have no need to be married to a white woman for some perhaps pathological basis.
No, let's say, for example, if you set up the conditions for the development of a sadomasochistic relationship, then the masochist as well as the sadist is a part of that relationship, and they are playing roles that they have been conditioned to play. In other words, a person who is a masochist seeks out the sadist because then they could play their sort of dual game, their mutual reciprocity together. Now, within the dynamic of the system of white supremacy, you have, for example, many of the white women who are with black and other non-white men are actually, I believe, having a dialogue with white men.
How does that work?
See, the dialogue like this, according to my analysis. First of all, the white women, we have the women's liberation movement, which is a dynamic of white females. Okay, they are asking for liberation out from under the white male. All right, now within the dynamic of the white supremacy culture, you also have penis envy. In other words, the white men have been perceived as being dominant over the woman. And so the woman says, well, I wish I had a penis. Okay, so what does she do? She says, well, I'll go out and get one that's supposed to be more powerful than yours, but I'm going to control it. because we are white and we control all of the non-whites. So she goes out and she selects, and all this is unconscious, activity, if you will. She goes out and selects a non-white male, be he black or any other non-white. Then she is walking down the street, or they can go to the, justice of the peace or the priest or be married. And anytime a white man sees that, she is communicating to him, see, I've got one because I am in control of this.
But I don't think we can, generalize to that extent. I think that's a theory. But it's getting back to the question when we present arguments that way is whether the relationship between black men and white women are pathological. Now, Frances said she doesn't like to think of it in that framework, but the fact is that a lot of psychiatrists have presented or said that interracial relationships in marriage stem from a type of negative psychological position or some type of pathology because of the racism in society. They'll say that the racism distorts people's minds so that frequently you'll get, say, a white woman attracted to a black man for the wrong reasons or for racist reasons. She may see him as inferior, that might turn her on, or she might see him as a black stud, that may turn her on. All of these are racist perspectives. Or the black man can get attracted to the white woman because she's supposed to be superior and he wants to be part of that whiteness. In other words, she's sort of anointing him or helping him to feel a sense of self-worth by his involvement with her.
Well, I wouldn't argue with any of that.
But at the same time, I think that
let's look
we
at it
can't
this way.
say that this happens with everyone. And even if it does happen, that this is pathological.
Well, let's look at it this
things
way.
motivated
Let's say, for example, white men and white women have many difficulties in terms of marriage, all right? I mean, there's a lot of alienation that is going on just within the white group itself, within the whole total context of the white supremacy system. Black men and black women have serious problems in terms of the marital relationship. Now, either we say that all of these people are sick because of, various problems, or we can say, well, now let us look at the total behavioral phenomena that is occurring within a social system. Let's not bother to label it, but let's begin to understand what is happening. Do you see what I'm saying? Because there are many, many problems. I wouldn't want to say that I don't think it's useful. At one level, we can say, all right, these are pathological relationships, the problems that black men and black women have. Or we can say that the problems that white men and white women have are pathological. But I don't think that, because once you say pathological, then
which means sick,
then people who can be helped by understanding the dynamic, they're turned off because they don't want to be labeled as sick, but they may want to understand the phenomenon.
Well, for purposes of analysis, let us assume.
Like, let's say everybody who comes to a psychiatrist doesn't want to be labeled as sick. They say, I have a problem. I don't understand how I am relating to this other individual and the product that we have that I don't want. Help me understand it so I can straighten it out. And this is where I'm coming from. I don't want to create a big
At the same time, though, I think we can recognize certain things that, I don't know if we want to call them sick, but that are distorted. For instance, I've seen black men married to white women, and essentially they hate other black people, that they have sort of joined the oppressor and are actively anti-black. And
an expression of self-hate.
That's right. It's an expression of self-hate for them to marry a white woman.
But now,
on the other hand, I see some black men who are married to white women who remain militantly black.
Well, couldn't that be a defense mechanism?
But there's a contradiction.
But being militant, let's deal with this. Some of our most revolutionary blacks have white women. Now, many blacks suspect, and it's an open secret, that their militance is simply a defense mechanism so that they can deal with their need for a white woman.
Well,
but look at it this way. Many of those so-called militants who are married to white women, I think it's because of the way that they have defined the problem for themselves. Many black people who a white person will say, well, that person is militant because the person happens to be saying black power. They are not really talking about the overthrow of white supremacy. They're talking about workers of the world unite, maybe. Do you see what I'm saying? But because they are black, they're saying, well, okay, I'm saying in terms of a whole humanistic
integration,
struggle.
in other words.
They are talking, right. You see what I'm saying? So they don't
talking integration, I think.
But they don't perceive a contradiction because the whole struggle of black people until recently has been defined as trying to get we want to become a part of the society as though it is possible for people of color to become a part of the society. Now, some Black behavioral scientists are saying, on the basis of having made an analysis, that the system is one of white supremacy, in which none of the non-white people in the entire world, who happen to make up 9/10 of the total world population, none of the non-white people can actually integrate into the system of white supremacy, because it is just that, maintaining white supremacy. Okay, so now within that context, then some Black people are rethinking the position in terms of, now, if I am talking about the overthrow of white supremacy as a system worldwide, then what does it mean for me to not only marry, but for me to have sexual relationships with a person who, whether they are willing or not, are participating in the maintenance of white supremacy? And some of us are taking the position that if a white person really says that they like a Black person or a non-white person, then they will abstain from sex and they will abstain from marriage, because they perceive also their position within the white supremacy context is, as long as we have a system of white supremacy, then white people, when they relate to non-white people, are relating at a level of unequals.
But you're
and
saying,
until it's equalized, then something else is happening. Do you see what I'm saying? In other words, the non-white person who is in bed with a white person, thinking that they are bringing about a humanistic union, are really bringing about their further subjugation, because they are thinking in the act of sex that now we are one and now we are equal. And so when you find that those people who are in bed with white people, when they get out, like you said, they are negative, and you can make a diagnosis. If you see a Black person being...
Look, this is overthinking it. Having married a white woman, I wasn't thinking about any of this shit. What is she talking about? Now, granted, when I got married, it was in the 21st century. It was a little bit more, Loving v. Virginia was just 6 years in 1967, if I recall. This is 1973. So Loving v. Virginia was fairly new, but, over the 30, I think I got married probably 35 years after this. I really wasn't thinking about white supremacy. It was maybe in the background, but I mean, I can honestly say I never thought about white supremacy. I didn't particularly care. Number one, to a certain extent, on YouTube, you'll get, well, white people aren't supreme. Do you actually think that white people are superior? That's not what white supremacy is, for starters. But I was basically taught that white people are no better, no worse. I literally look at white people as equals, and part of it is because I was educated with them. And, they're just people. Don't be too impressed, because there are white pookies who are rich, who are supposedly elite. I've seen them. So, shit, I've been in the Navy with them. Some of them were fellow officers. They ain't nothing special about white people. That, I think the only thing that's special about white people are people like Be Brave and people like of Aaron C. They actually worship white people, and they're not a part of the elite. They're actually the weird ones. White people don't want to be around Be Brave. That's why he's on John Galt's channel. Okay, Be Brave. I'm sure he must go up there every now and again. But dude, it is odd that I've literally never seen, and it must have happened. I don't get out that much on YouTube, so someone correct me, because I'm sure to be wrong. I've never seen Be Brave on a Raging Tomato, and I probably only watched one Raging Tomato show, but I literally have never seen him maybe once on Orthodox Guy's channel. I'm sure he must get out. But dude, Be Brave. I only see Be Brave on these, MAGA black, anti-black channels. I don't think white people on YouTube really agree that much with YouTube. So he's actually he keeps talking about we invented shit. I don't think white people agree with Be Brave.
Very, very negative when they are,
With other
black people.
This is in all cases. I mean,
Not
you're sort of
in, no,
making
I
a
wanna say
political.
all.
Okay, but you're sort of making a political statement.
But you have to agree.
I'm saying that the act of sex is a political act.
Yeah.
Do you see? Just like
Women,
every
it's
other
between
act.
people of blacks and whites.
Every act is a political act because when people
American Man, maybe that's Frances Cress Welsing. She's a MD psychiatrist, very famous back in the day. She wrote the ISIS papers or something like that. No, she literally, as far as I know, I think she was married to a black man. No, this is 1973. She wasn't sleeping with white men. So you need to go do some history. Stop fucking thinking at surface level. It does you no good to do so. And I'm surprised you don't know who she is. You talk about pro-blacks and all this bullshit all the time. You don't know who Frances Cress Welsing is? I bet you don't know who Tony Brown is. You're not in touch with the black side of your soul, American Man. Alvin Poussaint was eventually like some advisor on the Cosby Show. These are very famous black people. And before you start talking about black women who sleep with white men, how about know the lady you're talking about? She's not a YouTube personality.
They are always relating on the basis of power. Do you see what I'm saying? Whether they are aware of that or not, you can never get away from that. And so even when people of different colors are relating, the question of power is brought into play. For example, the French, in terms of maintaining colonial domination in Africa, Arnold Toynbee has written about this, that they made it a policy. If the black man, you send him to the the African who's in the colony, you give him a high school education and send him on to the university in Paris. He comes back and he says, all right, now I'm a Frenchman and I want to be free. I'm educated. I know as much as a colonizer. I want to be free. That you can cool him out by giving him a white woman. Do you see what I'm saying? And we see certain phenomena going on in the society today where black men who are married to white women are being given positions that black men who are not married to white women are not being given. Why? Because the white system perceives that that is a safe individual. Why? Because it is not only compromised in bed, but he is psychologically compromised. I mean, anytime you get in bed with somebody, sex is a very profound human act. And it has extreme psychological implications that spread into your, what do you do in the area of economics? What do you do in the area of entertainment?
Though, that if a black man goes to bed with a white woman, he has to be assuming that she's superior, or he has to feel that.
He doesn't have to. She is superior.
Yeah, but suppose in his relationship with her, does he have to feel that he's coming from the inferior position? What about?
She can take him anytime that she wants.
What about just the biology of it?
If she gets angry with him.
What about the biology of it? That is that he's involved in a sexual union that doesn't have political dimensions or meaning.
It does have political
even
dimensions.
to him psychologically.
Well, maybe if I'm saying what Dr. Welsing is saying, maybe she's saying that that's not conscious, but the dynamic cannot be eliminated on a logical basis. I mean, on a conscious basis, you can't say that unconsciously my behavior is not determined by something that I'm not aware of.
Okay, like a lot of people say, well, this is love.
You're assuming that all black men then got this feeling of inferiority in them.
All non-white people feel inferior. See what I'm saying? All non-white people who are within the system and the dynamic and the power of the system of white supremacy, until they consciously work and struggle with themselves, and even then are going to feel inferior because functionally we are inferior. Let's say you're a professor at Harvard. I'm a professor at Howard. physicians, psychiatrists. I take the position that we are functional inferiors. In spite of that, even compared to the white person who has a grade school graduate degree. Why? Because within the political power system, they have more power to control what happens to their lives than you and I have to control in what happens to ours.
What about the fact that a lot of black men say that they are going with white women and so on because they're trying to get back at the system, or they're trying to get revenge, or this is really a hostile act, and it doesn't, in fact, that they see it as a confrontation with the white system.
Yeah, I know that, dude, if the books that I was going to say 12th Man, American Man are talking about, it's almost the opposite. You know, there are books out there, Soul on Ice, you know, all those types of books. Sometimes it was a marriage of rebellion or a relationship of rebellion. You know, the black man wanted to get back at the man, and the white woman wanted to defy daddy. So, again, this is 1973. I hate to tell you, American Man, my friend, you're literally not making any sense about black women sleeping with white men as a political statement. I would say it's maybe a cultural statement, but the politics, don't get that part. Again, you say I need to read the books. What I need from you, American Man, are the title of the books you're recommending. That would help me greatly.
And not as something that they're succumbing to as an inferior person, but they're asserting, in a sense, their manhood, or saying they just have as much right to have a choice about the women that they want that white men used to have and still have. The white men can have white women, and they can have black women, they can have anybody they want. But black men were confined to black women, and they couldn't even have her.
But let's
when
say
they wanted
this.
her.
Let's
But
say this.
now,
Some black men
the
say they're
vistas are
super
opening.
fly. Some say they're shaft. Some say that they're super nigger and that they have power that they don't have. That's a fantasy. You see what I'm saying? We can say a lot of things. I can say, for example, I'm a psychiatrist and I'm free. Does that make it a case? No, it doesn't. The proof of what is it that I can do for myself? Can I protect my children? Can I protect anything that I call mine? The ultimate answer to that is
No, American Man. Let me help you out, because apparently you're not actually listening to the words. This is Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, The Relationship Between Black Men and White Women, full interview, 1973. It's not about black. What are you saying? It's not about black women. This was a conversation about black women, and Stanley went to black men. It literally has black men in the title, American Man. I'm sorry. I'm actually listening instead of bloviating with words in the chat. Black men is literally in the title.
no. So that we can say a lot of things. Black men can think that they're doing a lot of things. It was not black men who said that white women could come now into the black community and start picking up whatever black man they want. The black man didn't have anything to do with that. And if the white supremacy system tomorrow morning wants to turn it around and say all white women come home because it's essential to...
Oh, there we get to the crux of it now. So we have gone that this video is about black women sleeping with white men, though the title says the exact opposite. And now we get to it. This wait, hold it. Where is it? Where is it? I don't listen to black women. Aren't you involved with one, 12th Man? Because I know you're drunk acting like this. So I meant American Man. But where's the thing? It didn't make it to StreamYard. But you're saying You actually said this was a conversation about black women, and Stanley went to black men. Typical fool that refused to marry black. I assume you're talking about me who didn't marry black. Well, let me tell you something, Mr. American Man. I didn't marry a goddamn race. I married a woman. Dude, you're way off course here with your quote logic. I didn't marry black. I didn't marry white. I married my wife. Come on now. I know you know better than this. If all you think about when you get married is the race of the woman you're getting married, I recommend you don't get married because you're a racist if you do.
Maintain white supremacy, all white women will go home.
But don't you think, Francis, that psychologically, if white women have been forbidden to black men by oppression, if the black man has access to the white woman, that will make him feel more psychologically free.
It will fool them more. Let's say, for example, if you tell me, Francis,
he said psychologically free.
Well, that's not, well, wait a minute.
He didn't say functionally free.
No, it's a fantasy, and then it's a psychosis. Do you see that? Right. In other words, if you are operating, just like they tell us in psychiatry,
that means a loss of contact with reality.
If you are functioning on something that is not reality, then you've had it. Well, okay? Now, but this is something that the white supremacy system understands. You see what I'm saying? They understand. Well, now we programmed these victims to feel that if they get a white woman, they will have it. Like a black cat told me who was graduating from graduate school at Harvard, that marrying a white woman was a part of the Harvard degree. In other words, I'm really in. Do you see what I'm saying?
Part of
all right.
ascending.
All right. Now,
in
the
his
system
mind.
has programmed us to think that. Just like it programs a black woman to say, all right, if you have a white man, that really means that you are in. Nonsense. Do you see what I'm saying? Because white supremacy is going on. And white supremacy will go on and victimize your children and your offspring irrespective of what you were doing. In your bedroom activity.
That's true.
And the white supremacy system further would like the non-white and the black man to think that his phallus or his penis, if you will, is equal to an M16 rifle, which is what he maintains power with.
But Francis, you don't think it's possible for a white woman and a black man to be involved in a relationship as individuals?
Listen,
without all of this stuff.
No more than it is for a black man and a black woman to think that they have got.
All these things.
We don't
going
know.
On.
In other words, when the black man and the black woman decide that they are in love, all those feelings that we call love. What we call love is just that historic programming. What parent we were tied to and whatever dynamic was going.
It's actually kind of surprising. She's like, what would I call this? She is a love nihilist. And I pronounce it nihilist. I learned to pronounce nihil, which was nothing, I think, in Latin class, those decades ago, nihilist. So, man, she is dark. And I know she was married. I can't see if there's a ring on her finger, but damn, that's some dark shit. Like she's essentially saying love doesn't exist.
And then we go and pick somebody who turns on those same feelings. And we call those feelings love. But that doesn't, just because we call it love and then glorify it, doesn't mean that we cannot understand how those feelings got programmed in that way. And so a black man and a black woman, particular people who've had particular experiences, meet on a sunny day and they say, we are in love and we want to go off and get married, as though white supremacy as a major dynamic in the world has disappeared. Oh, no.
But we don't have proof that most black men are programmed that way.
Do we have 9/10 of the people in the world controlled by white supremacy?
But we don't have proof
well, wait
that
a minute.
the black
What does
man
that mean?
is programmed.
What does that mean?
That is, we don't have the statistics to validate black men all wanting to rush after white women.
Wait a minute, look at let's be honest. If we look at what is the dynamic that goes on in the so-called black community or more amongst black people, what is still, in the quiet recesses of our thinking, what is considered as beautiful? Still light skin, and still straight hair. Well, what does that mean? See, that just means that the black mother who trained her son, you know, I have a friend who says that his mother programmed him down in Oklahoma, you know, just looking out the front porch to the girl, black girl who was light skinned, straight hair. There's a beautiful girl. To the black skinned girl with the kinky hair, she wouldn't say anything. Do you see what I'm saying? So that kind of programming, this is what I'm saying, that all of this goes on.
Involved in love.
All of this is involved in love. Who is a suitable choice? What kind of woman does a professional man marry? You see, you can just survey. All we have to do is look at the phenomena of the social laboratory.
That's true.
And say, well, who are the people in particular?
American Man, I stopped trying to make sense of what's right and wrong in your argument quite some time ago. You only get this kind of flippant. So I gave you DEI an hour ago. So don't sweat it, buddy. Don't sweat it, buddy. We're giving you some DEI here. Diversity, equity, and inebriated. And let me I'll look up her birthday, January. She must be a Capricorn. Now look, I don't believe in any of that stuff. You know, the astrology stuff, but it does come up quite a bit in these YouTube streets, especially on these relationship type of panels. So I'll look up her birthday right quick, CJ, because now you got me curious.
People pick to marry, and we can understand that the dynamic of white supremacy is intact even when a black man and black woman are in bed. I've talked to black men who said when they're in bed with black women, they're thinking about Doris Day.
Oh, really?
I mean, well, see,
But Dr. Busan, you must admit, that there are
see,
some
and
black
this is
men
nothing to be ashamed of. We have got to stop being
who
ashamed
exclusively
of
don't
truth.
like any female who is not white. Now, I'm sure that you would have to have one constant, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
if a man who is black.
CJ, she was a Pisces, I assume, because I'm a Pisces, March, and her birthday's excuse me, like 6 days after mine by March date. So no, she's a Pisces.
Black doesn't even look at a black woman and looks at nothing but.
And the only reason I know I'm a Pisces is because I was born in March. I honestly, like, my wife was born in February. I have no idea what her astrological sign was. I'd have to actually look it up.
White women, and then isn't that significant? I mean, wouldn't that be significant enough to be a non-generalization?
Significant, but see, I don't know if we can relate it all as clearly to sort of political, you know, the white supremacy. For instance, let me take it down to a personal level. Suppose something is operating like the say the black man.
Khan, you don't have to worry about me getting astrological. I am curious, CJ, why did you say Capricorn? I am curious about what traits you picked up, but I mean, it's interesting, you know, for conversation, but I've never been able to make heads nor tails of astrological stuff. And by the way, the link is dropping if anybody wants to come up. Don't leave me up here lonely. And let's see, we are right at 4 hours. We'll let it go another hour and see where we are. We've got excuse me, roughly 22 more minutes. And by the way, this was an Audible. I had no intention of watching this, but I actually am kind of getting stuff out of it. You know, if nothing is a historical artifact, again, 1973, these arguments about black men and white women, or black women and black men, these arguments have been around for decades, if not centuries. Nothing new under the sun. The only real difference is the conclusions, maybe. And then 50 years from now, our grandchildren will be talking about the same thing on, some other media platform, I'm sure.
And
What's
his
up, Brian?
relationship to his black mother or to his black father, where he develops blocks against black women, and then he generalizes.
12th man, prove you wrong about ad hoc? You mean ad hoc or ad hominem? You got to help me out here. What is ad hoc? Is like on the spot, something like that. So here I'm switching out earbuds. So oh, by the way, I bought. Oh, god damn it! Oh, this sucks. I lost an earbud. The fuck? So oh well. I guess I'll go with a single earbud until I can find the other one.
It all to other black women, and then he gets involved with a white woman. Now, that doesn't mean that he's necessarily indulging in any form of white supremacy necessarily.
He's not
That is,
indulging in white supremacy.
you can't assume that
He's
his
indulging in
rejection of his black mother is because she's black. He may be rejecting her for all sorts of other psychological reasons.
Let's go down and look at that. Let us look
and
at
that the white woman happens to be there where he can
but this
on.
is very common phenomena amongst our people.
May I interrupt you? We're going to continue this next week, and we don't want to lose it. Next week, we're going to continue part 2 of Black Man, White Woman. And a couple of things we're going to discuss with our same panelists will be why so many prominent blacks marry white men and why so many prominent black females in particular marry white men.
Okay, I think part 2 is included in this. Let's see.
To begin this second part of what was a very exciting first part, I'd like to throw the question out. What has the increase in relationships between black men and white women done to the relationship between black men and white women, in black men and black women?
Well, I think first we should say that, there's interracial marriages that take place between black women and white men too. And that's a whole area because it seems that black men always get the focus of the interest and the attack, which is interesting because I think the society, white supremacy has been concerned mostly with the black man, white woman. So I think that's the reverse of that, the white man, the black woman, also is a subject. There's no question, it seems to me, that black women, from what I can see, all over, very, very upset and threatened by the growing relationships between black men and white women, and that they oppose it. Now, from the black man's standpoint, I hear a lot of brothers say over and over again that first it was the white man who told them they couldn't go out with white women. Now it's mainly the black woman who's telling them that they can't go out with white women, so that they still feel oppressed. Now, for whatever that's worth, I think that's an important point psychologically for the black man, because is the black woman in this, is she more concerned with her control over black men, or is she concerned with white supremacy and interracial relationships in general? Because if black women are concerned in general, then they should attack just as much, I think, the white man, black woman combination.
But hasn't the black woman, to some extent, because the statistics have reversed. The statistics for black women, white men has decreased by the same percentage that the statistics for black men, white women has increased. Yeah. So obviously the black woman
has more cause for concern at this point.
Well, maybe she has more awareness, more consciousness, more cause for concern. Maybe her concern is not due to the fact she's threatened. Maybe her concern is due to the fact that she's just politically more sophisticated and more conscious of what black people ultimately may have to do, and that is unify themselves.
Well, let me.
I'm going to make an, excuse me. I'm going to make an odd statement here. But as I'm listening to this, I don't know. I wish American Man would actually hit the link. And CJ, interested, if you don't want to hit the link, I don't know if you're a panel person. But I honestly cannot imagine putting race above my happiness. Um, and I don't even think that's a selfish thing. Why would I put something that's not even like a biological thing above my actual happiness, creating a family with, whomever whichever woman I marry. Now, there is a time that I was a little race conscious, uh, probably back in my 30s, if I recall. However, funny enough, I grew out of it. And part of the growing out of it stuff was just who I was meeting and who I wound up dating. I really look at smart above race. Who can I get along with? Because unfortunately, I tend to be a little prickly, I guess. Hey, CJ,
Hey,
glad to have
Stanley, how
you.
you doing? I had come up there before. Do you remember?
I do, but
Oh, okay.
problem is you've only been up once. I tend to talk to a lot of people, and anyway, good to have you. Any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I'm from New York originally, so I grew up around a lot of diversity,
Mhm.
especially Puerto Rican and Black.
Mhm.
Puerto Rican basically were it's still not really changed that much from what I hear, but they were considered Black too, could use the N word pretty much. Um, so everybody was just really blended to me. Now, white people were um, separate. I would considered separate, I would say, but
Mhm.
for the most part, there were also like some white people that you talk to them and they sound just as Black as you, depending on where they're from. But you know, but I just I do hear what you're saying about like love having no color sometimes. I I I believe that it's not all the time though. I believe that it's sometimes,
Right.
so I
I
believe that
agree
there
with
are exceptions.
that. It can be a part of it. And I got married late in life. I actually thought that, damn, here I am at like 36, 37, just moved up to Northern Virginia for a job. I decided to move up to the mountains. And you know what? Funny thing is there were Black people up there. It's just when I first moved up there, I just assumed. One of these days, I'll talk about Blue Mountain, Virginia. There's a whole slave history up there that
Oh,
I
really? Okay.
later after I moved up there. But what I'm going to do is go back and try and stay on track. Oh, excuse me. It's not so much that a lot of things go into who you marry, all kinds of things probably at a subconscious level. But I remember, being 37, kind of living remote by choice. And I remember, I actually did online dating for about 6 months. And, the Black women I dated, yeah, they were cool, but they just, we weren't clicking. And the woman I wound up marrying was like the sister of my neighbor slash drinking buddy and future brother-in-law. I met her totally by accident. And at that point in time, it really didn't matter what color she was. What attracted me to her is she had a really good sense of humor, but she was also like whip smart. I,
Oh,
I
yeah.
just cannot, honestly,
I think she might have been smarter than you then, huh?
it depends on what it is.
Yeah.
I'm kind of good with words, but I was a chemistry major in college. I can do a lot of things. She was a PhD in pharmacology. Her specialty was toxicology. Uh, so I mean, but she was just overall smart. Um, smart is smart. At some point in time, you don't want to be in who's smarter in in a marriage situation. There were things that she was really good at. She was, look, if nothing else, I would talk to her because she was really good with people. And I tend to be a little cold.
No way.
So if I was having a people problem, I'd literally go to her. It's like I have no clue what this person means. Can you help me?
It sounds like she was able to like put fires out or something, and you know, soothe people. It sounds like the way, yeah.
She was generally a pleasant person, and it's not like I was unpleasant, but like she was the sort of person that people just liked. She smiled, she got along with everyone. Um, I she it's hard to describe her other than I know people can have PhDs and still be people persons. Some people are, some people aren't. And we were a good combination. My point is, and really the overall point is, I disagree with Frances Cress Welsing, and pretty much always have. I think you can be too down with the cause that it ruins things like love.
Yeah, I agree.
And I grew up in the deep South. When I was growing up back in the 70s and 80s, race actually did matter. Like, when I was in high school, I literally couldn't tell you the time or the couples I knew that dated interracially. It just was not done. It wasn't like it didn't happen, but if it happened, I remember I'm working at a store, and this little white girl, we were supposed to go to lunch. Now, it wasn't exactly innocent because, there was an attraction there. And I was late, and this is way before cell phones. So I don't even know. I must have given her my home phone number, but she called. He was like, where is Stanley? And my mother picked up. So, I wound up contacting her and saying, hey, we're not going to be able to do it. Let's just, take a rain check tomorrow or something. So I get home, and my mother's like, who's that white girl who called here looking for you?
Oh, that's funny. Your mother was not playing.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. If you know who King Shenard is, I was doing some tap dancing.
So did your mom meet your wife?
Mm-hmm.
Did your mom meet your wife?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Well, yes, we had a child.
Okay.
And as a matter of fact, they had no. Dude, I was 41 when my son was born. I think my parents were just like, well, we're glad he found someone.
Yeah, they change. Yep, they'll change that tune real quick.
So, I'm just not, and a lot of this is hindsight is 2020, by the way. It's not like I always had this wisdom, but I'm not about to put race over happiness. There are a lot of things that go into a marriage or an actual like relationship that is substantive, and race shouldn't be one of them. You know,
I
it
think,
can.
yeah,
I'm not.
I see your point. I
It's just.
think that when it's just like when you talk about like basketball players and
Mhm.
the NFL and when you see who they were with before they signed a contract and then when they get married they marry a white woman. I think that's where all of like the bad stereotype come from, like a lot of that.
Let me ask you a question though. Most of these basketball players, I hate to be mean, but they're not geniuses of love. Um, a lot of those players wind up, if I were a basketball player, a lot of these women are just like, hey, there's money here. I would be, I wouldn't, I don't think that NBA level basketball players or football players are who everyday black people should be looking to as examples of how they should live their lives.
Oh yeah, you're 100%
Like,
correct.
they
Yeah, it's
different
just they
types.
just don't, unfortunately. Yeah.
Yeah, they're living a different life at a different strata. Yeah,
Hmm.
it's not that you can't see what they're doing, but I would never ask, well, who did, you know, so and so marry? I don't care. I don't know anybody that rich. Rich people in general kind of tend to lead a different lifestyle. Um, and maybe that's just me, but it's always amazed me that there are whole shows dedicated to what um, Megan the Stallion or
Yeah.
B. There are whole shows, and they act like, well, Cardi B.
Yeah.
If Cardi B did it, it was some football player from New England. Black people, it affects black people. It literally
Well,
doesn't.
my I had a white stepmom, so I had this whole like white family growing up and got to experience just something different that a lot of people didn't, well, where I was from, didn't really experience when I would go over to Long Island. But so she was, um, that was definitely a relationship where, especially I would say like around 12, like I wasn't looking at her like she was a white woman. She treated me with a great amount of respect. And there was also some things that I learned from her.
Mhm.
When you have a step parent, I think there are, things that your step parent can teach you and things that your biological parent will teach you. And that's like the benefits of having two parents like that.
Well, I think they're just things. I don't even now. I'm just talking here. I'm not talking about your experience per se, but there are things. Let me give you a good example. After my wife died, I remember this. My son in second grade was like the worst school year we ever had. It was like the teacher was like fresh out of college, and she just wasn't a good teacher. Now I hear she actually became a good teacher, but it was so bad they sent her to like some workshop or something that summer. And when my son, the difference between second grade and third grade was dramatic. First grade was awesome. Second grade, he made all A's, but it was like every damn day I was getting home going, ooh, the teacher didn't call. Let's celebrate.
That's funny.
Third grade was back to normal. For some reason, this teacher made the mistake that you can start out hard on kids. It's a stern is a better word, and then ease up once the kids kind of learn, the what to do and what not to do, you can't start out easy and then clamp down later. It just doesn't work like that. So my mother was a retired teacher. My sister
Mhm.
was teaching at the time. My father-in-law is a retired public school teacher. And I actually talked more to my father-in-law about his experiences, with kids and stuff like that, though he didn't teach small kids. He was, I'm Northern Virginia, he taught in Northern Virginia. But a lot of his perspectives were different than my mother's perspectives. And by the way, they knew each other. And I didn't say, well, father-in-law says this, but dude, I was alone and I'm not a teacher. I have education professionals in my family. I just need to talk to the 3 or 4 of them and just figure it out. And it helped. And I was very lucky just because I had that, that help. Uh,
Yeah. Yeah.
so, but where I'm going with this is the in-law had a different perspective than my biological mother, but somehow or another, you pick and choose. That's good advice. He has good advice. Let's blend them and come up with a third option. So I'm
Yeah.
actually happy that you and your stepmother got along. Is she still around?
They are actually divorced. They were married for 23 years. So that was a different I was really down about that. Like, I was
Really?
maybe in my early 40s. It did not like depressed or anything, but it was very upsetting when I discovered that they were getting a divorce because
Do you still
it's,
talk to her?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Do you still talk to her?
I actually do not. Yeah,
Oh,
unfortunately, I do not. She had to go through some kind of therapy after she was really distraught.
oh,
And yeah, so I think that she had to, like, it was really hard on her. And I think my gut feeling was like she really didn't want to stay in touch because I will remind her of my dad. And she really would have reached out to me too. I am friends with her brother on Facebook.
mm,
But she will always be my stepmother. I consider that. But there was another point though, that I wanted to make about like America. Pretty much we worship celebrity, unfortunately. And I think people like you and me don't really care about celebrity like that. But so many people do. It's crazy.
well, you were in the Navy. Dude, I had a buddy of mine who just retired as a 3-star. And, we were ensigns together. I've known him for decades. And he and I, his ensigns, we used to, after work, we were waiting for the bosses to leave. We would gather in some stateroom, and we call it the bullshit palace. We're sitting there, and it was kind of political sometimes. But the thing is he is a Republican, has been forever. But I would actually vote for him because I know him. Shit, I know his parents. His parents are like 85, and I've known them all for decades. I know his brothers.
Yeah, yeah, I get it.
So, all I'm saying is that that's one of the benefits of the military. If you can actually do it, it will literally broaden your perspective. And in a very good way.
Yeah, yeah. When I see people waiting outside for a celebrity to walk out, I always wonder, like, where do these people come from that are just standing outside waiting for this person to come sign an autograph? Like, how do they have time out of their lives to, you know, go there and wait for another human being? So,
Well,
that amazes me.
why do you think they do?
I think it's probably some type of feeling that they're trying to get, maybe some kind of. I mean, I know I get that people are fans of other people's work, which I think I understand that part, but maybe there's something lacking too. Like if you feel like another
You know
person,
what? And I'm glad you went there. Please
yeah,
continue.
something lacking within themselves that they feel like another person, could fulfill some type of goal or achievement or something like that. Who knows?
Well, I've actually, and I'm just throwing it out, but I'm kind of consistent with this. I literally think it's bad parenting.
You
In the
mean like as far as not like maybe a self-love and stuff like that?
um my personal experience is, I had a strong mother and a strong father, but they just had their roles. They always got along. And I've told the story, but my mother died, I guess it'll be 3 years ago this January. She literally died in the bed next to my father. The house is, we've had the same telephone number for like 50 years, something like that. Same landline number. But my parents, I wouldn't say they were dominating, but they were just there. They were good parents. My father's still around. I tell it's kind of a joke. I don't have heroes. If I did, it would be Frederick Douglass. But I have parents. I mean, literally, I have the kind of parents like they were just really complete parents. I tell a story. One day, my father's a retired police officer. One day, he and I were going downtown. Maybe it was to a hardware store. It was a Saturday. So, as we're going down um, the street, on the way to downtown, there was a kid that got hit by a car. So, my father was off duty, wasn't even thinking about it. But, he hopped out of the car. He saw what was going on. And, this kid's bleeding from the nose and stuff. He cleaned it, did CPR, ambulance arrives. And honestly, I don't remember the outcome if the kid survived or not. But dude was a hero. Um, didn't even talk about it, didn't talk, he just did it. But the thing that amazed me is
And you got to witness that as
oh
how
no,
old
I
were
was
you?
really standing there watching him do it to a kid. We don't know who the kid is. It was necessary, and he did it.
Well,
And
how old were you?
I think 10
Oh,
something.
wow.
So we get back home after all that, and I kid you not, I don't remember my father even talking about it. He literally
Yeah, he's just like whatever, especially back then. Yeah, they had a certain style to them where it's
well, I
like
knew he
yeah.
talked to my mother about it, but I would have to ask my sister about it if she remembers. She wasn't there, but I know she was home. I know it was a Saturday. If she remembers it at all, but I don't. I literally there was no. Hey, guess what I did? Nope. We went and bought something to do some project, and that was that. He just did it. So what I'm saying is, why would I need a hero? I've seen,
Yeah,
you know,
I get what you mean. Yeah.
right. And I just think now it's just my theory. You're open, whatever your theory is. I just think people are fooling themselves or maybe even betraying themselves. Be your own hero.
Yeah. I agree. You know, but you do have preferences. People, I think it's fine to have preferences. You know, if you're not attracted to a certain race or whatever, I mean, sometimes I don't think anything's wrong with that. If you have a preference for how you want your partner to look.
Right.
So I think that's perfectly normal. If you know, if a black man wants to just date black women, that's fine. You know, but I think where it crosses the line is when they start to talk bad about black women. That's where the issue is.
Well, that and when they start looking down on black men who make different choices and vice versa.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
black women do it to other black women who make their own choices. That is bad.
Yeah.
You know,
It's bad on both ends. It's going on
and
around here. Yeah.
American Man was drunk, and but he and I have had talks. You know, he's not for, you know, the race mixing or anything like that, and that's fine. You know, he's a Brooklyn native or somewhere up there, one of them
Mhm.
five boroughs. But I think I mean, your choice is your choice, but yeah, you're right. Why act like your choice should be everybody's choice? That
Exactly.
is the problem.
Mhm. Exactly.
So let's get to some Dr. Welsing, who, by the way, I really think she's awesome. I've just never believed in you know, there's a Phil Donahue show that she was on, which was rather controversial. But I think a lot of her genetic theories, a lot of things got solved by the Human Genome Project. And some of her arguments, you know, about dominant genes and, you know, black genes or dominant genes and all this stuff, it's not, you know, not a
Well,
very scientific argument.
it sounds like arguments I'm still hearing today. So
Oh, they're still out there. I
yeah.
actually commented on that. Yeah. Um, it's a weird argument that, hey, if a white person and a black person get together, the skin is always darker, but the opposite is always true as well. Um, so feel free to hop in if you have any comment. And
Okay.
folks, hit the like button. The link is posting every now and again, or you know, one of the moderators knows how to drop the
Okay.
link if I don't get to it.
Okay. So I should drop off now.
No, absolutely not.
Oh. Okay.
No,
I'm
I
hitting up.
no.
All right.
Just add this, that
People will forget to hit the like button, you know, and we're a small channel here, so I have to do these silly commercials. If you're new to the show, subscribe to the show, all that stuff.
I think that the black woman's concern is related to, let's say, perhaps her survival as a woman or her functioning as a woman. That, and hopefully, I hope it's beyond that, the change in the statistics. But I think that, let us say, black men after the age of 15 are decreased in the population relative to the number of black women. Where are they? They're in Vietnam, they're in prisons, and they're dying from various causes at earlier ages than white men comparably. So that, let's say, there are a number of women, black women, who are going without adequate spouses or male partners to relate to. So probably, instinctively, black women are concerned about that. Historically, white men have not been interested in black or other non-white women, be they Japanese, Chinese, Indian, or whatever. They have been interested in sexually exploiting black women, but not really taking them to the altar, let's say, to marry them or to really fully respect them. So perhaps black women are responding to that. But I think that what is key is really what is happening to blacks, because I see the thrust of white women sexually aggressing against the black man, or from the other side, the thrust of the white man sexually aggressing against the black woman, that this produces a division between black men and black women that is going to contribute significantly to, if you
I
want to
don't
call it
agree with her,
genocide
what she's saying.
of black people. In other words, if you heighten the alienation.
Well, I think Dr. Welsing, and she is actually taught at Howard.
Hmm.
She was actually a physician, highly like skilled.
I believe it.
I just
But you know, this is a choice that people make. You know, they're the black men are wanting to get with the white girls. So it's not like the white girls were pushing. I mean, I'm sure that happened too, but there was a balance there.
well, I'm not, and again, I don't speak for all black men, but do they really go out and go, well, you know what? Before I say that, uh, I don't think black men on YouTube are actually like a good sampling of black men like outside of YouTube living
Yeah.
normal lives. You
Yeah,
know,
where do
the
they come
way
from exactly? I don't know.
well, I think we tend to aggregate into clusters of people who tend to agree with each other.
Echo chambers, that's what that's called.
Well, essentially, yeah.
Hmm.
So, I would like to think my channel's somewhat different because I got a lot of people who don't agree with me politically.
Yeah, I don't think you definitely have anti-echo chamber.
Well, but you know what? I would never exist in a actual echo chamber because I get bored.
Yeah.
It's literally it's almost like iron sharpens iron. Kind of one of the root principles. I can't. I don't. I think if you hang out with people who agree with you, your arguments get flabby. You've got to have people who are actually smart, who actually can engage at some intellectual layer and, shed on your arguments. That's the only way they get better.
Exactly. Yeah, I
And
agree.
it's and again, it's kind of a military thing, a Navy thing specifically. Dude, if there comes a point in time when we're all going to have to go a direction, but in the meantime, let's see what the best options are. One of the things I have I have pride in this channel because pretty much everyone is capable of trolling at some point. We all troll, and but as far as Frances Cress Welsing, I think the most interesting thing is a lot of her. She was a psychiatrist, not a geneticist, and she made a lot of claims, genetic type claims, that the Human Genome Project just literally blew up, which is a good thing. But it's important to know who she is. It's important to know what her arguments were. And, she is actually a historical figure at this point.
Yeah, but it's also, that's a good point because you want to know what the person's expertise is in so that you can call their bullshit if you need to.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
And you know what? If she were alive today, I know she would be smart enough to take the information, reprocess it. She may even, probably wouldn't agree with some of the things she came up with. She was dealing in 1973 with a lot of what they had in 1973 to draw conclusions.
Yeah.
So, I'm not going to go, she was a, horrible person or anything like that. I am saying that she's been proven wrong, but you got to know what her arguments were because some of them were right, to be honest.
Yeah.
And by the way, the guy, not Tony Brown, but Alvin Poussin, the guy she's kind of, I think he's a psychiatrist. I thought he was a psychologist, but he teaches at Harvard. He wound up being an advisor on the Cosby Show. I don't know, he, whatever, cultural advisor, whatever. So
Oh, that's
he's not,
interesting.
he's not famous now, but he will be famous. Was the Cosby Show in the 80s or 90s? I can't
I
remember.
believe it was the 80s.
Yeah. Yeah, as a matter of fact, you're right, because we used to watch it when I was in high school. But and Tony Brown is Tony Brown. So you got three pretty much heavyweights. If you look at like cultural Black history, they're all heavyweights.
Between black men
It's going to make
and
it
black women.
harder to organize.
Right. In other words, we talk about unity at a political organization level as being one kind of unity, but there is another kind of unity that is much more fundamental, and that is the unity within the family unit itself. And we have been denied the opportunity to really have functioning family units since the really onset of white
Let's talk about
supremacy.
let me ask one question. Let's talk about the contemporary family unit of a interracial couple in today's American society. We're in the Black community, we have to admit that the Black community is much more nationalistic, or very nationalistic, and that the Black community is not receptive as it once was to interracial groups. The white community, I would say, has moved to the right to a very, very great extent.
You mean seemingly to the left? You mean to be more receptive to?
No, more reactionary to
It's more
interracial
reactionary.
couples.
No,
I'm talking about the middle America. I'm not talking about a few New York sophisticated interracial couples or San Francisco. These, I think, are just islands, are surrounded by
I would
very
disagree with
cautious
that,
white
Tony. I
communities.
would say that white people have moved to accept black men and white women to a greater degree than has ever been evidenced in
All
this
right, then-
area of the
then-
world.
okay, then
And that
does-
is across the board.
then does a black man-
And I would say that there's a reason for this. They are being conditioned by the kinds of movies that are being made these days, where you have black men and white women engaging in sex on the screen or other kinds of relationships that the white community, in other words, those people who are responsible for getting the masses of white people to do those things that are necessary to maintain white supremacy, are conditioning them to accept this phenomena. Do you see? Because they understand that the black man really is being psyched out of position. He is being psyched to think when he asks for.
The interesting thing, and again, this is 1973, so we get to kind of do a hindsight, 2020 hindsight, but right here out on YouTube, there are plenty of black men who maintain white supremacy.
Yeah.
And I don't know, because in 1973 you had Thomas Sowell, you had Clarence Thomas wouldn't have been famous yet. I think Thomas Sowell by 1973 was probably at the Hoover Institute. I think he was done teaching at Hoover by then. You didn't get the advent of black faces of white supremacy. Now, that's a little bit of a hot take. There are people who would go, "Oh, Thomas Sowell wasn't this, that." I think he was, and a lot of people like him, and it is what it is.
Yeah.
I think that there's a lot of YouTube content creators who happen to be black and male. I literally can't think of one who at some point in time, I honestly think if you have panel after panel where you're talking about black women versus black men, and black women need to do better. You
Yeah.
know, you have all these demands, or vice versa. Because I actually have seen the opposite. Um, it's kind of a reaction. Well, if the black men are going to gender bang, we're going to do a woman's version of gender banging,
Hmm.
and that's just as awful.
Oh yeah. I mean, I would say, I don't know if you ever heard of Shira Seven. Have you heard of her?
No, I
See,
have.
you'd have to look her up. Well, then there's Cynthia G
Is
too.
she on YouTube? Well, Cynthia G, I do know who she is. I don't know. I kind of like her.
You would. You would.
She is. For
She sure
some
has a
reason,
potty mouth.
I actually kind of find her physically attractive, but I know the makeup and all that.
Yeah,
But
I think that, the thing is if you're going to be evil, at least have an evil balance. So I get it. I actually see that Cynthia G is actually balancing out the evil that's going on the other side
see, I
of the evil,
think she's balancing, she's counterbalancing, and I
Yeah.
honestly think her show is reactionary.
Yeah.
Okay, she's not seeking to correct, she's seeking to counterbalance. Like if the men can do it, well,
Yeah.
women can do
And
it.
does it pretty well. Yeah.
She does it pretty well. Months ago, because I just discovered her maybe a year ago, and I was like, my goal is to go up on her panel one day. And my fantasies, we get along.
Oh
Well,
yeah, she would definitely. Yeah, you guys would definitely get along. Jay Prince went on her show. There's a clip going around.
oh, well, JP and I, that's like a different planet.
Yeah, but it was, she was giving it to him, of course.
Well, she'd probably give it to me too, because I'd say something that she wouldn't like. But I just think she's kind of reactionary.
Yeah.
Counterbalance isn't necessarily the right thing.
Yeah, I think she goes too far though.
Well,
She does.
I understand why she does. But I go too far sometimes. But
I don't know if you go so far as like
I
talking
just
about slavery.
I don't think she's the solution. I don't think she's a counterbalance. She's not balance itself. If
Yeah,
that makes
yeah, that makes perfect sense because talking about slavery and um, saying that black men are the weak was weak. That's why they were slaves and stuff. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
that's kind of not understanding the history of it.
yeah, but it's also just so disrespectful.
Well, I think she does it because she's a counterbalance. Because black men have said stuff worse.
Yeah, you're right.
Actually, trying to think of someone. I honestly, and I mean this sincerely, I literally can't think of a black man who is. I don't think Sharon. I think he is a counterbalance, not balance.
Yeah, yeah.
I just don't. Pretty much no one is out there. I wish I could be, but I'm just not that interested.
Well, Angry Man to me is still doing, he's not what his content is doesn't help at all. It's keeping, and I actually think that most people are just playing characters, and they can't get out of that character. Otherwise they're going to lose their audience. So they have to stick to the negative. Otherwise,
Well, that's an interesting point.
yeah.
I heard someone earlier today talking about you have to forgive this cough is persistent, especially when I'm doing a lot of talking. playing characters on YouTube, I understand, the theatricality, I guess, but I don't find that helpful, at least over the long term. I've
Yeah.
had a conversation at this point years ago with Angry Man on CT's channel,
Mm-hmm.
and I think on John Galt's channel, and of course he and I went at, we were at loggerheads because I think
Mm-hmm.
he's a moron. Uh,
Yeah.
I don't get intimidated by people like Angry Man. There are people like Big J. I even though we're somewhat kind of politically aligned, I think he's a blowhard. These people that play characters
Mm-hmm.
long term, I think you're better served being yourself,
Of course. Yeah.
better for worse.
Yeah. Well, and I do think John Galt is. I do believe that he is like that in real life, but I do think he also exaggerates for the camera and
Tell you,
puts on a show.
because I was part of John Galt's outfit for a year or so.
Mm-hmm.
He is a nice person. And yeah, he's not exactly playing a character, but the thing is there's not that much of a difference between the character he plays
Mm-hmm.
and the way he presents online. And I was actually over in John Galt's chat. I guess I could have gone up to the panel. We buried the hatchet a while ago, but
Mm-hmm.
he's racist. Now, I also know a little bit about John's background. He's from the South. He's from Alabama, not
Mm-hmm.
awfully far from where I am in Georgia now. Sometimes knowing a person's background, and I've talked plenty of times offline with him. I'm never going to hate John Galt. We can be cordial. I consider him, because this show wouldn't exist without John Galt.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah, it was shit. The show Stanley versus the World originated over there.
Oh, okay.
Now he wasn't the one who said, "Hey Stanley, you should have a show." It was.
So that
It,
means evil is good, right? Evil is good.
I'm sorry, what? Who said that? Is that
Evil, the evil is good. That came from the Vampire in Brooklyn.
Oh, it's been years since I watched it. Hey,
Yeah.
Broke Genius, good to see you. I'm just saying, John Galt is smart. He is who he is. I am who I am, and I could go up there and probably we'd find something to talk about for probably 2 hours, but at some point. But he's a good guy, but he is who he is. Oddly,
Yeah.
he's who he is, but he gets enhancement when you're smoking and
Yeah.
drinking.
Yeah.
No, he is who he is, but he is enhanced, online.
Yeah.
But so am I. So, who am I to speak?
Because he lives in DC, and so we know that you can only go to certain places and run your mouth like that.
In DC?
Yeah. He can't just go on the street or go up to anybody in the street talking with these blacks, this and he did.
I have seen John Galt on the mall talking shit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't go to Temple Hills. He should have went to Temple Hills.
That's in Maryland?
Yeah. That's right there next to
No,
DC.
now John Galt is not dumb. However, you'd be surprised what you can get away with. John Galt, I have to say, he's not limited to Southeast.
Yeah, yeah.
He can go, and he's look. Don't let the sloppiness fool you. There is a brain. Sometimes they're all fog. Uh,
Yeah,
so he'll push a boundary, but he's not going to push it too far.
yeah.
But sometimes he has in the past, and that's John
Because
Galt.
he ain't gonna do what they call them the YNs. He ain't gonna do that with the YNs.
He has. I've seen him do it.
Oh, really? Well, he must have knew like
But not like talking shit.
yeah,
The
yeah.
the YNs tend to like John because he knows when to turn on the fatherly advice.
Oh, okay. Yeah, see, he's a whole character.
He's not dumb.
Yeah. Well, he does say dumb stuff though.
Of course he does. We all do.
Yeah.
But I just try not to. John sometimes says the dumb stuff for effect.
Okay.
But the bottom line is, we fell out, and it was probably inevitable. We see the world differently. But I there would be no Stanley with versus the world if it wasn't for Portia specifically and John Galt. It all spawned on his channel. So, sometimes move away, but you always got to give props to the person who.
Yeah, I get it.
So, and I can tell you right now, John Galt would have no use for Frances Cress Welsing.
Oh, I'm sure.
I think she's cute as a
But
butt.
he tells me he tells us that he dates black women.
That is true. African women. As a matter of fact, that's the oddest thing. He's a white supremacist, but let me tell you what I actually think. People like John Galt specifically, he can only date black women because that's his station in life.
Yeah.
It's not that he couldn't date a white woman. He just, for some reason or another, dates black women, has children with black women, but he's never married one.
He was drunk one time on Knight's panel and he was getting very sentimental, and he was saying that he could not go to the nice white neighborhoods because they don't accept him there.
Oh, that's bullshit.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said he doesn't feel like he gets treated right when he goes to the nice white neighborhoods.
He's so full of shit. He doesn't accept him being accepted by white people in the white neighborhoods. He owns buildings, at least according to him. Don't fall for that bullshit. And if he feels that way, I'm not going to deny his feelings, but he needs to get help.
Yeah.
If he thinks. And see, this would be the kind of argument we would have. I hear you, John, but you need help if you actually think in 2026 the white people won't welcome you. As a matter of fact, it'll be like a Tom Wolfe novel. Fuck. It'll be like you'll be the celebrity. You'll be the only black
pretty much.
And every white woman at the party will want to hold your hand and talk to you. Stop that.
I think he felt like something like he couldn't talk to them or something like that.
Yeah,
he does talk kind of like
males.
What'd you say?
He can only talk to the white supremacist males.
Okay.
Who basically, let me tell you something about Be Brave. And apparently between you and the Coors Light, I'm just going to talk some shit tonight.
Evil is good. Evil is good.
I'm going to talk some shit tonight. Look, don't let John fool you. He will talk to all these white male supremacists but you can't talk to a white woman? Dude, white women would eat John Galt up.
Yeah. Well, I'm not the black white type though. You know, I'm talking about like the down white girls.
Who? On YouTube?
Well, I don't know on YouTube. I'm just thinking the white girls in the hood. He could talk to them.
Oh,
Yeah.
what though? Um, way back in the late 80s, I knew a white girl in college, actually two, and semi-dated one who were kind of down, they hung out with the black kids or black college students. But they were always a little off, in my opinion. No, and it's hard for me to describe. They'd have they would sound black, and they'd have the lingo down. And I get teased a whole lot, like you don't sound black.
Oh, okay.
But the thing, well, if you're from New York, you've heard black people who sound like me before. It's usually people who don't really,
Yeah, they're teachers or
don't
something.
understand that black people speak all kinds of ways and in different ways, different dialects.
Yeah.
I would rather someone who's just themselves. And it could be that, these two girls in college, and again, we're talking late 80s, they were actually being themselves, but it was just not that attractive. Now and it wasn't just because they were white talking, in a dialect or anything like that. They didn't seem real to me. 'Cause, if you look, if you are from like Conyers, Georgia, back in the 80s, that you didn't grow up in the hood. It just didn't strike me as real. Be yourself.
There was some white girls though that could go throw down.
Well, in New York City, maybe.
Yeah.
But not in Athens, Georgia.
Athens. Well, I've heard stories about the Florida white girls.
Funny enough, Florida, I think the Panhandle over to Jacksonville, that's the South. Much south of Jacksonville, that's not really the South. That's more Caribbean. Now I'm exhibiting the Georgia, kind of prejudice for Florida. There's not much Florida that's real Florida.
What does that mean?
Well, you go down A1A, at some point, it stops being the South and it winds up being more Caribbean.
I see what you mean. Okay.
Now, again, I'm no expert. I'm just telling you my personal opinion. Hey, Dawn. So where I was going with this is I just want a woman to be real. To be your little, Martha Stewart self. Those two girls I'm thinking of in college, one that I semi-dated, I don't know. I think they just didn't strike me as that interesting for some reason. And it wasn't because I think it's just because I thought they were playing a part for some reason or another. And the bad thing is, when you're like 18, 19, you don't actually get to know people. I probably didn't ask the right questions. it was, back in college, it was more about getting laid, I guess. So, that's somewhat of,
You guess.
well, I'm trying to give us grace. Thank you for calling that out, ma'am. But you don't know the questions to ask. I'll be honest, if I ran into one of them today, I'd probably ask better questions. I just don't think you know how to ask. At least I didn't. You don't know what to ask. You don't know how to ask.
Well, now they have Chat GPT, so they could use that in the practice.
Oh boy. I don't see that as better. I see it as worse.
Yeah, you're right.
All right, well, let's get back to Ms. Dr. Welsing.
Black power and liberation. And they said, no, we're not going to give you power, but here we will give you the white woman. And the black man was faked out of position, just like many people are faked out of position. You say black power, I'll give you a $15,000 job. You don't have power, you don't have self-determination, but you have a program or a grant. You see what I'm saying? In other words, you ask for this, but I give you this because you really don't know what you want.
Well, then are you saying
or
that
you
the
don't
children...
really know what constitutes power, or you really don't know what is the dynamic of the system. A lot of people think that the dynamic of the system is money. Money is not the dynamic of the system. White supremacy, or the maintaining of white power throughout the world, when whites are outnumbered 9-1 by non-white people, is the name of the game. Color is the name of the game. But we don't, I say that across the board and around the world, non-white people have not understood the significance of the color dynamic and how white people have taken something that they are very intimately concerned about. I say that the fact that they cannot produce color, that they have decided that they're going to dominate everybody else who has this genetic capacity, who can genetically annihilate them. You see, comes one drop of black blood makes you black. That is a statement of the genetic dominance of the capacity to produce color over the inability to produce color.
And occasionally you'll find, I guess Francis has encountered this too, you'll find white women who have a preoccupation.
And again, I remind you, this is 1973, but at the genetic level, race doesn't exist. They haven't been able to figure it out, maybe in 100 years. But the Human Genome Project blew up a lot of these arguments. There is no race dominance at the genetic level. There are dominant genes, but race isn't necessarily about genes below a phenotypical level. There are white people with kinky hair. There are black people, racially, racialized, black people with straight hair. It just doesn't work at the genetic level.
That's interesting.
Well, it simply doesn't.
It makes me think of albinos too.
Well, albinism is a genetic thing, but there are specific genes associated with it.
Yeah.
You can actually find, those traits at a genetic level. You don't find it what we're calling race.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And I've had quite a bit of biology and genetics way back in the day, 40 years ago. And Ms. Dawn, hey Stanley, panel and chat, haven't listened to Welsing in a while. I'm all ears. White women would love John Galt. I don't know. I think they would, to be honest. But, John will probably disagree too there, Dawn.
And desire to have black babies.
And white men have a desire to create children.
Well, let's talk
color.
about the first. Let's talk about the obsession, if I may use that word, on the part of a white woman to have a black baby. Now, what would the psychological dynamics be in a case such as that?
Well, I think, it's hard to tell without really just picking an individual case, but it may. Go ahead, Francis.
Well, can you? Have you ever had a case?
I know black psychiatrists who say that white women don't say this to white therapists.
To have black babies.
But white women will say this to a black psychotherapist. I want to have a black baby.
Why?
I say why? Because white people, if we look at the skin color white, White is the genetic inability to produce color. It is a genetic deficiency state. It is a form of albinism. It has never been discussed in this way, but genetically, biologically, this is what it is. White people they don't have the capacity to produce color. They wish they could. This is why they spend a lot of time suntanning, makeup, all of that is trying to give color to colorless skins. Okay. Now, because they have this deep psychological need, they are the only people in the world, they are the minority in the world who cannot produce color. And so they can't produce it, they can't make it on their own. They try to suntan, and then at the sexual level, they have attractions to people who can give them the illusion that they have participated in the production of color. So the white man has gone all over the entire world, having sexual relations with every group of non-white women that he meets. The white woman, when she has been allowed to, sexually aggressive towards men of color.
She is allowed to.
And so then she gives vent verbally to that fantasy. I want to have a product of color because this is the one thing that I can't
Francis,
do.
how much is color the issue? I think that
you can't move.
No, I know that. Okay, but what I'm trying to do is bring in other elements. That is, there's also, I've seen in some of these women a desire sort of to play a model role or a really superhumanistic one. That is, they want the world to be colorblind, so they want to get involved in producing, black children and raising them.
If they want the world to be colorblind, what is the focus on color all about? If the world is colorblind, what is the point of talking about having a black baby?
This is some of their rationale. What I'm saying, I think that some of it is political in their minds. That is the time that the civil rights movement was talking about black and white together. And that was a political position that people almost felt forced to have interracial relationships. And that was considered to be in the forefront of the whole thing.
Well, may I ask the question?
Both blacks and whites.
May I ask the
They
question?
were both involved.
You did quite a number of investigative studies. I remember reading one in Jet magazine on the interracial relationships in the South during the civil rights movement. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Now, wasn't there or was there or is there a phenomenon of black leaders and white women?
Well, I don't know if it's a phenomenon. Let me say that I would say a lot of the black leaders and the rank and file were involved with white women. There were also a lot of white men involved with black women, but I think the main group, that is the largest group involved, were black men with white women. And that this created a lot of problems. And I think it had a lot to do with the development of the black consciousness movement.
Well, didn't it have a lot to do?
What did it have to do with it? Wait a minute. See, there are people, for example, who are looking at the thing that has cut significantly into the quest for black power that went on in the 60s has been the unleashing of white women and saying that now you go out and have relationships with a black man to cool him out.
Yeah, it had
in terms of
significance.
all right.
No question about it.
Let's say, for example, the white woman, if you talk to women who are the furthest left, white women, who are in the women's liberation movement, people
this is about to be a white liberal
if you say,
thing?
look, what about eliminating white supremacy as a system? They have no use for that. They have no use even for the black man outside of the context.
Say they will, but I don't know
Wait
how
a
much
minute.
they're doing.
It has been my experience. Maybe yours is different. It has been my experience that white women will talk about in the war in Vietnam. When you say, well, that's the war to maintain white supremacy, then they don't want to have any trouble with looking at it in that way. When you say, well, look, the way that we have analyzed the problem is it's not a question of who has the money. It's a question of an established system to maintain white power, and that this is what is raising havoc all over the world for the vast majority of people. Do you want to eliminate that? No, because the white woman understands that the black man is not even going to feel towards her as he does unless there's white supremacy and unless he feels in his powerless position that he is gaining power by making an alliance, be it marital, sexual, or whatever kind of alliance with the white woman.
I think that they feel that maybe unconsciously. There was no question in my mind that.
I am literally confused by her argument. So marrying a white woman is going to make you powerful? I guess I'd have to ask her, what is her definition of white supremacy in 1973? I think white supremacy has grown in a lot of ways since 1973. It hasn't been diminished. It's literally bigger, but it's more diffuse. So I don't know. You know, she makes arguments about discrete systems as if these are material issues, and they're not. You know, a lot of these are conceptual.
With a lot of the white female workers in the movement, even though they were involved with black men and sometimes married to them, that a lot of them had a lot of racist ideas and feelings. That is, frequently the attention of the black men made them feel very special.
Right, like you called it the African queen or the white African queen.
Yeah, the white African queen. Heighten their sense of feeling special.
I mean, attention they couldn't normally get from a white man.
That's right.
Look at this.
And then the old thing about white women frequently who were unattractive, who came into the black community because the black men would adore them because they were white, but the black men thought she was beautiful. Right. And that's still operating frequently, sometimes in subtle ways, so that you can sometimes get, I'm not saying this is true of all white women or anyone, but this is an example. You can get a very pretty white woman sometimes who internally thinks she's no good.
Why?
For a lot
Because
of
she has
reasons,
been devalued
who might
by
get
the white man.
attracted to black men.
See, white
So it's
women are
not-
asking
it's-
for
it runs
liberation.
deep
They're asking for self-respect from their own men. Okay, because a white man not only had to be dominant to all people of color, he also had to dominate his own woman in the process. And so white women are saying, we want to be liberated, or we want to make ourselves equal to you. You see, I think that is a major dialogue that is going on. The white woman is saying she wants to be.
Don't some of them want to rid themselves of the racism? Isn't this important?
No, see,
particularly
no, that's
when
like
they're raising their children. I mean,
no,
wouldn't
they
you think
don't want
that-
to rid themselves of privilege.
Which
You see, and this is why there was a study done recently where white women are still teaching 3-year-old, 2-year-old white children that it's no good to be black and that black people are niggers and this and that and the other.
But what about the white parent of a black child? I mean, that.
Yeah,
that
we
white
definitely
parent would
need
have
her on a
vested
YouTube
interest
panel.
and at least trying to deal with their racism so that they will raise
You
their,
would think
their
that.
children.
They would
and
call her
You
a
would think-
hyena.
Now, all of us
really?
know,
Well,
you know, people from
hold on one
interracial
sec.
homes. I
Explain
mean, they're
that
not
one.
all, you know,
Why a
brainwashed.
hyena?
Because I think that smart black women that you know, she's going to ask the question. She's assertive. They're going to say she probably doesn't have a man, and
Okay.
you know, and they're just going to put her in a box, pretty much.
Well, who's they? You mean like a DJ Hamp panel?
Yeah, like you know, any of those panels that talk about black women, and they would definitely say that she didn't have a man.
Well, let me ask you a question, and you aren't, you know, it's actually you're young, so I get to ask you questions. What would prompt a woman to go up to a DJ Hamp panel consistently? Because I have a thing for what's her name? Is it Bohem Noir, whatever she calls herself? I think she is cute.
You're
However,
funny.
well, no, I actually do.
Why
My
don't you just
question,
ask her out then next time you see her?
I don't think she lives in Atlanta.
Oh, okay.
At least I hope not.
Well,
If she
fly her. You
does,
got
then
to
I-
flew her out. You have to flew her out.
Well-
That's what you have to do.
Well, let me put it this way. I'm not going up on DJ Hamp's channel. I
Yeah.
really,
Well, I
you know, the
actually
only
never
reason-
been to that channel, so I don't even know how that channel.
Well, I
is.
don't mean, excuse me. I'm not exactly talking about you, but I get you kind of understand the mindset.
Oh yeah, yeah.
The only reason I think women like that, and I had to shout out Bohem because I hadn't thought of her in a while. And the only reason I know about DJ Hamp is because I, you know, every now and again watch Nightish's show. And I used to tell him, I watch her show because I don't have to watch all this bullshit on my own. You know, you show it. So, you know, you're kind of a portal for this sort of stuff. Why would women go up there if the men are treating them so disrespectfully? And my thinking is a lot of times the women agree with the men.
I think that for the most part, it appears that they're trying to bring attention to their own channel.
Ah,
Yes. And I don't think that's a good idea, but I think that it seems to be, hey, once you get connected with this person, then they might say something about your channel and let you put it in the chat and stuff. So I think it's like a marketing thing.
is DJ Hamp that big?
I don't know who that is.
Oh, okay.
I'm glad I don't.
Well, let's go back to, I don't know, go back to Sharon. I know he's not that big.
No.
And yeah, I've been up on his panel, and you know what? I don't think Sharon's bad. I just think that I think there's a certain clarity that you can get as a black man, or any man for that matter. I think a lot of these YouTube panels on a variety of topics, from women in relationships to politics, I think you're going to be better off doing self-study
Yeah.
and just dealing with people who've actually read what you've read. Now, you have to read a lot. You actually have to put in some work to study, but I find a lot of YouTube panels like on politics, because a lot of it kind of blends.
Yeah. I see what you mean.
Honestly, and it's kind of confusing for me sometimes. If you tell me that a Sharon or a Nightish or someone like that is pure entertainment, I can take it as that. But then they cross the line and start acting like what Sharon is solution-based group, SBG.
Oh.
But they actually have solutions.
Really?
Yeah, that's what the SBG stands for.
Okay.
And I didn't know it until maybe a year ago. So they actually think they have solutions. And I'm like, well, how could a YouTube show have solutions for individuals? It just
Yeah.
doesn't work that way.
Well, the other thing that I've seen though is it doesn't even matter if they stay organized or just jump from one topic to the other and say things that people don't like. People are supporting them anyway. Like they have their
Absolutely.
audience. Yeah. So they don't it's like they don't have to even have any structure. And so perhaps, that's why they keep going and doing whatever they feel like doing.
Yeah, and I think that I probably kind of fall into the trap. I just literally I guess I have to understand that a lot of these people are running businesses.
Yeah.
The grip thing.
Yeah.
And it kind of makes me sad, but I'm also happy that most black people don't go up on YouTube panels.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Well, most
Well,
black
and it's
people are
also
on
the
YouTube.
AI thing, they're making money off of that. They're making money off of making people songs, and people are buying them. So it's like, I get it why, you want people to hear those songs and everything, because people are, sending them $20, or what I've heard up to 300 sometimes.
Well, I think Nightish is good.
Yeah.
Look, well, he's good, not great. But yeah, I guess I need to sometimes myself just go, look, these people, if they could just say, hey, I'm running a grift, I'm not a cultural good, my job isn't uplift. Because I specifically hear, and not just Nightish, but you'll hear You'll hear a lot of people go. I've heard John Galt say this. Black people need to be more like Jews or Asians. And if you actually think about it, the history's different for starters. How could we be? And I don't know. One of the problems I have with John Galt is, a lot of these people are entrepreneurial, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, but it is literally buying into white supremacy. The whole entrepreneurial stuff, the capitalism stuff.
Yeah,
I
I
don't think
see.
you.
I see what you mean.
Yeah, you can't have it both ways.
Yeah.
Choose one. So don't tell me about why can't black people be more like X. Look at the history. Black people tried to be entrepreneurial. Now it's a historical thing. This isn't 2026. There are not that many impediments. However, there is the history. Um, and I don't want to get too much into history here because I was talking about it, I think, on Saturday. But a lot of the generational wealth and stuff like that, the entrepreneurship, the generational wealth you get from entrepreneurship, a lot of it was outright destroyed or just taken. Um,
You mean
and
from black
that,
people?
yes.
Okay. hmm
And that part needs to be accounted for, or if not accounted for through, say, reparations, it needs to at least be acknowledged. There's a whole lot of, well, black people are lazy. If they weren't, they'd be as rich as I am. There's literal written history out there, written accounts of how wealth was taken, just outright taken, more than a lot of people would, more than most people realize. And I honestly think that people like John Galt, people, black people in particular, really need to know American history better. Because some of these arguments, if they knew the history, some of these statements, some of these claims, some of these assertions could easily just be solved and not made at all. I think black people have done themselves a disservice listening to a John Galt. John Galt should be telling people, look, go out, learn the history, learn American history, then come back in a year and tell me what you think. John Galt is no expert on, he gets culture wrong. He gets, quote, black culture wrong. He gets American culture wrong. Look
Yeah. He
at
doesn't
American.
seem that smart to me, but you said he's smart, so
No, he's actually smart.
okay.
And I don't hand out that accolade. He's
Okay. I
actually
take your
smart.
word for it.
He's actually smart. And to be honest, if I actually had to say to assign smartness, I'm gonna be real blunt here, and they're gonna be people. It'll get back to him. I think he is possibly, of all the content creators I know, he's probably the smartest.
Wow.
However,
Okay.
uh, I'm taking myself out of the game because I think I'm smarter than him, but that would be unfair.
Yeah.
However, I think his fatal flaw is he looks at everything as a transaction, and that's really the difference between me and him. I understand that economics and entrepreneurship and all that stuff is important, but humans exist outside of everything's a transaction. Okay. When I met my wife, I wasn't like, well, is she gonna make me rich, or how much is she gonna cost, or she dating her is gonna be expensive. I just wanted, I needed her. I knew, I knew I wanted her. It was literally like, I'm not sure that I want to live without her at my side, or, whatever. When my son was born, I wasn't seeing profit. I wasn't saying, hey, he can help me in old age. Look at this boy. He's my son. I think that John Galt and this entrepreneurship, um, I think buying into Black people need to be entrepreneurs. If you're not an entrepreneur or something like that, teach kids entrepreneurship. Of course, teach kids. But if they go, that's too much work. I want to I want to be a philosopher. You will have to make your way as a philosopher. You won't be a billionaire, but I think that's perfectly fine too.
Yeah.
I think John
Exactly.
Galt, CT, people like that, they put way too much into capitalism, the entrepreneurship. That is literally um, a way of living, but there's some people who don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
I literally, dude, I'm not going to be an entrepreneur. It's boring, and I don't want to do it.
Yeah, I feel you.
And I know I sound horrible when I say this. I'm just not that interested. You know, people will go, well, John Galt, a saint. He's giving Black people a place to live. He's the landlord of last resort. Huh.
I think that depends on what channel you're on to hear that.
Well, no, I usually it's places like Latino for Trump, or RLM even. John Galt on these racist channels. Now I know, people have problems. What's his name? Izzy Bands, and they don't actually have a problem with John Galt, to be honest. I don't think Sharon actually has a problem with John Galt. Not the entrepreneur part.
Mhm.
I honestly think Sharon is a misogynist, but just in a very subtle way.
That's interesting.
You dude, Izzy Bands and John weren't always on bad terms.
Mhm.
It just kind of grew that way. They don't have a problem with John Galt. They have a problem with John Galt because sometimes he can be abrasive, and sometimes
Yeah.
he say things they don't like. They don't have a problem with John Galt.
Well, I heard him say very horrible racist things.
Oh, their race. Izzy Bands is as racist as John Galt is. Angry Man as racist. CT certainly. They are as racist as John Galt. He's just a little bit more articulate.
You know, it would be interesting.
Or out
So
in
you just gave me an idea. Would be I would pay to see you and Izzy Bands discuss that topic.
I don't think, honestly, Izzy Bands is not. He's not up to speed.
I see what you're saying. It would still be.
I mean, literally.
I mean, anytime
He-
you're on a
he-
panel, though, people know that you have more, education and stuff. So I think people know that.
It's not really about the education. It's kind of. I'm older than he is.
Yeah.
I guess, and not by that much. I'm only maybe 10 years older.
Okay.
Izzy Bands, in my opinion, is pure performance. If you
Oh yeah,
made
yeah.
a joke, I made a joke. Motherfucker is like when I was a kid, there was Gar Animals where you could, I don't think you're old enough, and maybe they had them when you were young, but a shirt with a giraffe.
Oh goodness, stop, please.
Oh,
You should be. You
Max.
know who? I want to hear you talk about Fatty.
Oh, you don't want that.
Yeah, we do.
I don't
Please.
think I know who he is. I've never talked to him. But I do know excuse me, kind of his counterpart, Poppy Blanco.
Okay.
So Poppy Blanco and I have met a couple times on Max's
That
panel.
wow.
Oh yeah. And I always make fun of his accent. If
Yeah.
you call me the N word, don't pronounce it, and I'm taking privilege here. I don't like the N word, but host privilege. Don't call me a nigger. Say it in English. say it without the accent.
Oh
Yeah,
man, no, that's funny.
that'll kind of piss him off.
Yeah. Yeah. So you like Fatty show? Or you said you haven't seen it that
No,
much.
I don't watch that.
Okay.
I have no reason to.
And that's one of the
Fatty is
channels
a
too that I
person.
say, like, I just wonder why a woman would go up on that panel.
Well, I mean, that's kind of a DJ Hamp sort of thing.
Yeah.
In my mind, at least.
And what I did notice is they do have their own channels. So
I don't have a problem with any of these channels.
yeah.
They're just not my hangouts. It's not what I like. I don't like manufactured arguments. And I think a lot of what Fatty does or DJ Hamp does, you'll hear this black women. There was something I heard today. Maybe it was even in my own chat that was just so offensive.
There's an obsession with black women. Would you agree?
Obsession. Well, no,
Talking about
explain
them.
obsession. Because I honestly don't think that most of the black men that I hear, Sharon, look, let me just preface this. Just because I didn't marry a black woman doesn't mean I've lost touch
Yeah.
with the black community. I got a black sister who's probably my best friend, forever.
Mm-hmm.
A black mother who was very strong.
Yeah.
And my
I see your story at the
probably
beginning. Yeah.
takes my personality probably takes more after hers. With the sharp
Were you a
tongue,
mama's boy?
No, it was kind of equal.
Okay.
Just depended. I like both my parents. It's just, my mother had a thing. You were my firstborn, I
Yeah.
wouldn't say she spoiled me, but I wouldn't even say she favored me, but our personalities. My mother would laugh at some of the one-liners. There's a story about back in the day, must have been like 1966. So she has a friend or two over, and this is like a family lore story. So she goes, well, Stanley, grown-ups are here, go play with your toys. And my response is, I don't have any toys. So she thought that was hilarious. Maybe not at the time, but that was the beginning of the one-liners.
Yeah, I see.
Don't even remember saying it.
That's a natural gift you have.
Well, my son has inherited. My father reminded me yesterday. Women. My point is I think black women are wonderful. They're
Oh,
good
that's yeah.
women. I literally don't get I don't get why black women are so horrible. I literally don't get it.
Well, do you see that at the moment, like not even on YouTube, but just everywhere, people are always talking about Black women. That's like, I think it's more so than any other brown person type of thing. Black women are just at the top of just constantly being criticized for something.
Well, give me somewhere other than YouTube, not necessarily social media, like the
Um,
news.
well, the news, of course, we've seen images growing up of them fighting or stealing or getting arrested on the news. But then now what I say is, and I one thing I do is I despise the media. I really think that they contribute to all the racism, the way that they report. But yeah, you'll see it a lot on Facebook.
Concentrate on that media part. The media has they used to run like slave ads in the classifieds back in the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, has never not been a problem.
You
So
mean as far as not being a problem with what? What do you mean by that?
the media has always been a problem of one form. The the media has always been anti-black.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, and I'm talking back in the days when slave for sale or runaway slave, it's always been a problem.
Yeah. Yeah.
It hasn't.
And it's always black versus white.
This country's pretty much founded on that.
Yeah. I just wish they would discuss somebody else.
Who else are they gonna discuss?
I mean, there are Hispanics, there are Asians, there are whites.
Historically,
definitely whites.
Indians would be the only, historical. Now you could argue Hispanics, but that's kind of later in the American expansion west. But the controversy, blacks are as much a part of go back to 1776.
Mm-hmm.
To 1619. Indians are there, but Indians, say in Jamestown, always had a place to run away to. They could always go west. Blacks were here.
Yeah.
And, when they were brought here, and it's complicated, I'm doing a dumbed down version because, for brevity, for time.
Mm-hmm.
It's essentially always been black and white. Now, there were times, say in the late 19th century,
mm-hmm.
Where, Chinese citizenship, Kim Wong Arc, that whole thing. But it's always essentially been blacks, especially after the Civil War. It literally became black and white. And the South has always been kind of a linchpin for the whole country, literally since 1789, especially when the Constitution was formed. Georgia and South Carolina, they literally forced a compromise because South Carolina, Charleston specifically, was the richest city. The money was needed. We need them because they got the money and all that stuff. They forced South Carolina specifically, and Georgia was the partner. It's always been black and white. It still is. And I'm kind of simplifying it, but Hispanics can be white.
I believe that one too.
Hispanic is an ethnicity.
Mm-hmm.
You can be black Hispanic or white Hispanic. South America and Central America, they got a whole racial thing of their own.
Yeah.
So Hispanic, Latin, if you chose to do Latin studies or Hispanic studies, it's a whole racial thing within a racial thing. The
Yeah.
U.S. is rather different, but it does come to black and white. It always has been. If you boil it down, I'm giving a boiled down version.
Yeah, I think you did a good job with that. You did.
Well, I honestly, it is 1,000 times more complicated.
Yeah, I can only imagine because we have colorism too within the black community.
Oh, oh, you know the funny thing is you got colorism in the white community.
How so?
Now let's go back. Well, the whole Italian thing, the whole Sicilian thing. Go back, and I'm a big fan of English TV, like going back to the 70s and 80s when I was a kid. Think about E.M. Forster, for instance. You know, swarthy, like Italians, for instance.
Yeah.
Swarthy. You know, Italians, you know, you go summer in Italy, but, you know, swarthy, just look up the word. The Italians, south of France, the Spanish, they weren't lily white, they were swarthy.
Okay.
There's a whole thing just in Europe. The tanning, which I think Dr. Welsing mentioned. Ooh, look, I'm dark.
Yeah.
That's a whole, there is colorism in the quote European, you know, American European. There's colorism there too.
Yeah.
Just in the black community, it was more focused, more pronounced. You
Yeah.
know, slaves and all that stuff. The house slaves, go back. There's a lot of literature. I'm trying to think of the specific novel, but you know, wish I could put my finger on it right now, but years ago, not that many years ago, there was a poem, believe it's not, in the New York Times. I think it was associated with the 1619 Project. And this woman describes, a black woman, poet, I think she was, describes how black women back during slavery times were, you know, literally just, you know, R-worded, great.
Oh yeah, I've heard plenty of that.
Let's make some more slaves. Let's this whole thing with the Sally Hemings thing. If you've ever read Annette Gordon Reed, I think it's the Hemings,
the first video vixen,
where for years they denied Sally Hemings and Jefferson, saying it was the nephew. But the thing is the nephew, you know, having relations with Sally Hemings, that's tacitly saying this sort of stuff happened all the time.
I got her name mixed up with Sarah Barton. Wasn't that her name? The woman.
No, Annette Gordon Reed or Sally Hemings?
There was a Sarah Barton they call the first video vixen. She was
Sally Hemings was Thomas Jefferson's whatever, you know, she was.
But I was thinking, for some reason, I don't know why I thought of Sarah Barton.
No, I know you're talking about
Barton,
the comedian. No, this is Sally Hemings, who lived, what, a couple centuries ago?
Oh, yeah, I know. I heard of her.
Right. Well, where I'm going with this is white men had their way with black women back in the day. And, you know, the colorism, all that stuff, you know, there's a huge body of fiction in history and all this stuff. Being light complexioned, being closer to the massa, you know, the massa would keep, his little his little offspring in the house because it's hard not to feel something for your children. I don't want to see my little children out you know picking cotton. Y'all can stay here and be little servers in the dining room.
Yeah, yeah. I feel so bad when I hear about the stories of the husband and the wife being separated or the children being sold. Like, I can't imagine having your family break up like that, and it has to be some type of trauma,
We
generational trauma,
Tom's Cabin, it's the perfect example of soul down the river. I think that was where the term came from.
Okay.
There is, if you want to feel something, there is literally literature from, back during slavery days that describes it very well. Anyway, we were talking about colorism. It exists in India. Colorism, I can't even say that it was a Western culture thing, probably, but I don't know enough about the topic. But there's colorism in India, there's colorism in Europe, Southern Europe versus Northern Europe. There's colorism in the United States, even in China, it's there. Um, and it is what it is. I think a lot of people, if we're going to go back to a DJ Hamp panel or something like that, dude, they got to get out of their stupidity. They need to understand that people are going to be people. I don't think I want to marry black, but I need my black woman to be this, that, or the other. I don't think that's how you're going to save the race if preserving the black race is your goal.
Yeah, I see it's been just more and more damage every year with the gender thing and the fighting. It seems to me sometimes I feel like, well, maybe everyone should just divest if we can't get along.
Well, what do you mean divest?
Well, they say divest when you go with with another race. If you
Well,
can't,
I mean, that's almost, I mean, that's almost like saying, hey, I'm going to choose white. I don't think that's a solution
I don't
either.
think it's choosing white. I think it's
Well, you
every
said-
color. I
Well,
just
you
think, what is the solution? Because I want black men and black women to stay together and believe in each other, but that doesn't seem to be happening.
Okay, well, you don't dictate that. Black
Yeah,
women
of course.
and black men don't dictate that. What you're talking about is it's people are going to choose people.
Yeah.
People being a slave to an ideology, that is the worst thing that people can do. You need to know about the ideologies, but being
Yeah.
chained to I have to marry black because the black race needs to be preserved. The problem is black, white, all that stuff is literally not even biological.
Yeah, I
Being
see what you're saying.
to someone is literally biological.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
So being and look, I'm not against someone saying, "Hey, I need to marry black because these are my values. This is what I want. This is how I imagine my life to be." I'm all for that. My only problem is don't expect everyone to think like you, and surely don't preach
Exactly.
values like that should be how everyone thinks. I
Yeah,
think
exactly. But that's not how it's gonna go here in YouTube.
individual choices.
Yeah, that's definitely not. That would be like kryptonite to this sector over here in YouTube.
Well, I don't. I think this sector is going to be this sector. I think DJ Hamp, dude, I'm just some small, channel over here. I thank God am not young. I don't feel compelled to act like them. But I am gonna say, thank God I didn't raise my son that way. The only thing you need to do is, I'm thinking of talking to my son, and I'm sure I've said this, in one way, shape, or form. You need to do what's best for you. And, when you get one, your family, you need to listen to other people, but it's advice. Don't don't just think. I think YouTube is the worst place possible to get relationship advice. I like
Yeah, pretty much.
don't if you're gonna listen to if you're gonna listen to relationship advice, take it as entertainment because it's not good advice. Even if it's good advice, it's bad advice. That's how
That's funny.
the best people to advise you are your parents, your family, close friends. YouTube is just not that. You're just not going to get people who know you are going to be your best advisors.
Yes, that's true. But there are some good informational videos on here that, like come from life coaches and psychologists and all stuff. There's some
I,
good.
I'm not even sure, and I'm not going to say you're wrong because I haven't really thought about it.
Yeah.
But a professional life coach, it would be better than YouTube, I guess.
Oh yeah, I agree. Yeah, in person. Yeah, that's what you mean.
I, I'm I think if you are lucky enough to have a family, and not everyone is, there are billions of exceptions. Some people don't have the resources. I understand that. And then, if you don't have the family resources, you gotta figure it out. You got life coach is good if if that is where you need to go. Psychiatrist or psychologist, if that is where you need to go, perfectly fine.
Yeah.
If you
So
have,
there's a guy named Sam that his name's Sam Vaknin or something like Sam Vaknin. He crowned himself like the best narcissist that you could go to that knows he's a narcissist, and he's written a bunch of books on it. He has a series just of hundreds of videos that he basically they're informational. I found them really informative because not only was he's an author, but he's got all these videos talking about how he grew up and how he feels as a narcissist. It's a very interesting guy.
I'm confused. What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
Oh, because you said that YouTube was not really um, a place where you would want to go get relationship advice.
Oh, well, I should have said social media.
Okay, yes, yes. So see, I have a point.
And again, if there are no other ways to oh, someone was trying to come up here. How did I miss that? Oh, Vanta. Vanta, if you're still out there, yeah, you can come up, but there's gonna be a short leash. I don't know. And again, I'm a little spoiled. Those are last resorts. Like, hey, I don't have family, I don't have close friends. The best I can do is, social media should be the last resort.
Oh yeah, that's for
And
sure.
it really shouldn't be a resort at all. I'd
Yeah.
rather not listen. I'd rather go to the I'd rather go to Tibet and join a monastery than listen to Sharon.
Yeah, but you're
No,
so bad.
honestly, no, I'm actually serious. At least you're going to get thousands of years of, something that's worked for thousands of years.
Yeah, yeah. Well, what I noticed about everybody really is the audience, the subscribers. There's somebody for everybody as far as content creators. So even what you think what you think is bad, somebody else just loves. Keeps donating every day.
Let's not call it bad, because I think you're right. There's something for everyone.
Yeah.
I think it is not helpful, if not outright, just not used.
You have very strong opinions. I respect them.
It's not hard to come up with some of these content creators are charlatans. You should never give advice.
Yeah.
I mean, if you have a PhD or some clinical,
Yeah.
not every content creator is bad. The ones I'm thinking of are literally, I don't think the school of hard knocks is necessarily the qualification to give good YouTube advice.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'll take your word for it. Yeah.
You shouldn't be called an expert because you grew up in the hood.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Well, there's ego, there's some big egos here.
No, it's not just the egos. It's literally you grew up in a place that, isn't famous for developing well-rounded people. I mean, if you're growing up in a place, and I think it's very documented, just because you grew up in the hood, Brownsville, I hear that a lot on Sharon's.
Yeah, yeah.
Y'all are fucked up and you don't know it. Look, you grew up where you grew up, but stop thinking that hood identity, the hood rules, the hood mentality. Most Black people don't grow up in the hood.
Yeah, yeah, I see what you mean.
So, if everybody grew up in the hood and they want to gather on your panel, perfectly fine. But you need qualification. Don't say Black people. Say Black people who grew up like I did.
Mm-hmm.
Don't give advice, Black culture. No. How about Black culture in the neighborhood that you grew up? Because not all Black people grew up in your neighborhood.
Yeah.
Stop acting like it's that universal.
I see what you mean.
So
some people they're gonna keep going every day. People are loyal.
They should, but
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep criticizing every day because I simply wrong.
Oh Lord. You should be you could be a comedian. You should take some comic class. Do you have an improv where you are?
No. And I'm a little too old for that.
No, it's never too late.
I'm perfectly fine where I am in my own little corner of YouTube with my wonderful subscribers. I don't need to get bigger.
But just think about it. If you were to become a comedian, you wouldn't even be you wouldn't even see, you would never see Sharon Bracey ever again.
Well, what would I do without it?
Well, you would, what do you
I'd
mean?
have to find new people to pick on.
You wouldn't have time for it. You can pick on the audience that's sitting in front of you. You'd had a field day with roasting your audience.
Well, ma'am, I understand your delusions of grandeur for me, but I'm perfectly fine.
Yeah, I'm messing with you.
There's no reason to get bigger. I am perfectly happy. All I have to say is that people just need to understand. I don't mind. I don't mind people just like, oh, hey, this is fascinating. I'll try this advice. I think all I need Black people to know is, there are other things out there.
Yeah, I agree.
Don't get into a habit of going, this man or this woman has all the solutions just because it sounds good.
Yeah, yeah. That's unfortunate. Some people just don't want to travel too outside of their city.
Well, I'm gonna go a step farther, which is a little egregious. I think that's how life works. If you literally want to sit there in atrophy listening to your little internet guru, then you get what you get. And the thing is a lot of these people are like, they're not 20-year-olds.
Oh yeah,
These
I know.
people
Yeah.
are like
I know.
35, 40 and older.
Well, and what else
Not
is
like
going on too
year
is that,
old.
yeah. Oh yeah, but I see also, it's like I feel like there are some content creators, especially the ones who hate relationships and um hate Black women, and they're trying to recruit other people to be
Right.
miserable with them and
Right.
die alone. That's how I see. That's like
No.
so that's how I see it. But go ahead.
You know what? I actually, I haven't run into MOT, but he said something very similar, talking about some of the people that I was talking about. Why,
Mhm.
why would you want to listen to someone who hates relationships with Black women? That
Yeah.
doesn't seem healthy. Why would you listen to someone who hates relationships with a certain type of woman? That
Exactly.
that is weird.
And a lot of them are non-committal. So they're sitting there and they're talking about, oh, relationships suck and you're a simp to, want to still keep being a player or whatever. But really, that's what most of the audience I haven't seen are looking to settle down with anything serious.
Well, I'm afraid to tell these folks that just because you had a bad relationship doesn't mean your life is everyone's life. And I'm thinking of someone specifically who had a bad deal, in his young life, and he's a miserable motherfucker. And
Yeah.
think
Okay.
all women are bad just because his one specific woman was bad. To me,
Yeah.
that's poison.
Yeah,
It-
exactly. Or like when I hear men that say that all women cheat, like that's definitely had something to do with whatever you experienced.
well, I also want to emphasize they're women versions of that as well.
Oh yeah, I know that. Yeah, they can be worse, just as worse. Yeah. I am very equal opportunity, so I don't take any side. I look for right or wrong pretty much.
Well, good.
Yes. So I'm actually gonna say bye, and it was fun talking to you.
I enjoyed it.
Yes.
You shouldn't be a stranger up here.
Oh no, I'll be back.
All right.
All right, have a good night.
You too.
Bye-bye.
And I don't know, at this point, I probably had enough enough Coors Light, but I don't know. I'm gonna watch this through. I have to see the bitter end. So link is posted if anyone wants to come up and help me do a post-mortem. Clue, if you're there, I'd love to talk to you.
Into being white.
No, they can't be
most of them
brainwashed into being
have
white because
have
they're all
identifications
non-white.
in
All
being
of them
in being
have
black.
marks of being non-white products. Either their hair is curled, their lips are broad, their nose are broad, or their skin is dark. Black genetic material is always going to leave its mark. And the children are always non-white. And the children that I have seen, many of these children have more hang-ups about not being white, you see, than black children who may be the same hue. You see, because they are caught in that dynamic of a parent on the one side, a white parent who still has not given up their desire to be dominant as a white person, and the black parent, be they male or female, who when they went into that alliance hoping that they would somehow be in the position of an acceptable one now after they had devalued themselves. So that the child is in.
I don't know if.
Well, she's
saying what I'm saying
just
is,
for purposes of conversation. I mean, nobody can say all of anything.
I know, but it's important that if we're talking about it, it makes it seem as if these are.
Well, let's look at it this way: non-white children who have had white parents, all of us, everybody in this little circle, has had some white intertappings into their genetic style.
Okay.
Do you see what I'm saying? Now, in the vast majority of non-white people in this area of the world have had white intertappings, so that it really is not significantly different than what happens actually in the white home itself. The dynamic is still the same. So that you have light-skinned, dark people feeling devalued because they have color, whether it occurs in some illegal alliance of a white man having something to do with a black woman on 14th Street in Washington, D.C., or in Mississippi somewhere, or in Harlem, New York, or Fifth Avenue, or wherever.
There's a black parent involved too.
But what I'm saying is that, see, we cannot take any of this out from what is happening at a global level. See, one thing that has happened in psychiatry, that we have been tied up with somebody by the name of Sigmund Freud, who I'm sure made some very significant contributions in terms of looking at human behavior or behavior. Some significant contributions, but he got tied up in talking about behavior comes from within the individual and only indirectly from what is happening outside of the individual. So he called it the sexual instinct, okay? But there are other people, fortunately, now who are coming along.
While we have time.
Yeah, but we're not completely controlled, by the externals. I would like to think that we have some power over determining and understanding the processes that affect us.
While we have time.
But I don't consider myself a complete sort of a robot who's affected by racism and don't understand it. And I think a lot of people like that, both some whites, but not a lot of them, a lot of black people can understand or feel what's going on. And I think that's why you get some black men who are very aware about a lot of racial things in their blackness, who may get involved in those situations, particularly in the past. And you have some who are on the opposite extreme. But it's not like we're all...
Yes, all right.
Yeah, go ahead.
We would never resolve that very deep psychiatric problem. But I would like to, at least while we have a few minutes, discuss one very important point. And that is the significant phenomenon, and Dr. Poussin, I'm sure you will agree with us in an overgeneralized way this time, the significant phenomenon of well-known, I will not make well-known synonymous with prominent, black women who particularly professional entertainers who consistently marry white men in large numbers and one white man after the other. And I would like to know from either or both of you how you view this dynamic.
I say that they're not marrying the men, the white men are marrying them, okay? And I think that is
well, but if they continually are selective.
Well, let's put it this way. Number one, that as I said earlier, that there's an extreme alienation going on between the black man and the black woman. In other words, this same conversation really could be discussing the alienation between the black man and black woman that allows for the significant phenomena of black man, white woman that we see. All right. Because there is that alienation, then black women and black men all across the economic board, no matter whether they're on welfare, whether they're making, $150,000 a year probably as an entertainer, are having problems in terms of their relationships with each other. Now, some women who, they may be in the limelight, or they may be considered beautiful or star or something like that. All right. They have been frustrated in many of their relationships. If you take all of those entertainers, if they start telling you that they started out relating to black men and they had a number of kinds of problems, and so now, well, I don't want to say you didn't. No, you didn't fail us.
Okay,
you didn't fail us. The white supremacy system is just beating
now,
all of us.
Black men will say that too about black women. That black women have let them down.
Right. Well, you see what I'm saying? It's just like the Julia syndrome. Diane Carroll and the Julia. Black women have been programmed via TV and everything else. You don't need a black man. You just need a white man to give you a job. At the same time, they're saying to the black man, you don't want a sapphire.
The point about TV programming children, I've never actually been able to understand that. The question I would ask back is, who's allowing kids to be programmed? It all goes back to parenting. Stop blaming the TV, blame the parenting.
She's too argumentative. She talks too much. You see what I'm saying? What you need is a white woman. Now, what does this produce? This produces maintenance of white supremacy. Why? Because you have divided and conquered the black man from the black woman. Just like you divide and conquer non-white people.
I have to make this point, if that's true. But I still must return to the fact, and I don't think we can lose this statistic, that there is a decline on the part of black women in general in interracial relationships, but there continues to be a significant increase among black women and white men when the black woman is a prominent entertainer.
Yeah, Tony.
Okay.
See,
because
I'm isolating, and we must address ourselves.
Okay, well, look
I'm
what
isolating that group of black women.
Part of this, I've talked to people about this in show business. One of the explanations they give, you can take it or leave it, is that in the entertainment field, where these women are most of the time, that there are very few prominent black men who have power. Black men aren't the producers, they aren't directors, they aren't the people putting up the money, they aren't the stage managers. That all of these people in that industry, the strong, dominant, powerful men are white.
Are you saying that the black woman, in order to be successful in that field, must marry one of those white men?
No, I think that's part of the phenomenon.
But many black women in the entertainment field do not marry white men, and they are still successful.
Yeah.
So wouldn't that not contradict that point?
They're coming in constant contact with these types of white men in the business who have power.
Look at it this way.
And starlets frequently marry men with power.
Okay, and
white actresses do this, white entertainers.
But I must now return to your theme. Wouldn't the variable then be the individual?
No, look, there are not a lot of black men who are earning that same salary, okay?
Into that thing.
Because even at the lower level, black men and black women have problems because the white supremacy society has said it'll be easier for a black woman to make a particular salary. Black women can get a job easier than a black man any day. And that has caused,
I don't think that's true.
Well, just ask in the community.
Con, how do we train? I think it's too late to train kids out of it, but that certainly needs to be implemented. How do we train people to get out of these blanket statements, generalizations? Dude, people will drop a blanket statement and act like it's truth or facts. I've literally heard people say, well, black culture's this, I proved it, it's facts. And they said it, therefore it's the truth. White supremacist, brave. I see it with my own eyes, therefore it's facts. You know what? I don't know if Aaron C is here. Be Brave is the biggest fucking Marxist I know. If you go back and ask him, Be Brave says he's a socialist of Aaron C. I know you've heard Be Brave say that. That motherfucker's the Marxist.
Ask in the community, because a black woman could be a domestic worker when her husband couldn't even work.
Yeah, but I think it's shifting. That's
Well,
all
it
I'm
may
saying.
be
Go ahead.
gradually shifting. I don't know about that looking at the current unemployment statistics, okay? But I'm saying that has been a sore point within the Black family unit a long, long time. And that's why somebody like Monahan can come out and talk about matriarchal family structure. Why? Because the White Supremacy Society said, well, we'll let her make more money because it's really important to keep him down. All right, so this is what they did. Now, when you get to the level where the stars are, and the income,
Why the fear?
well, wait a minute, and the incomes that they're making, that number one, you have many Black men who are not making comparable salaries. And when they are making comparable salaries, because of the dynamic that goes along with that salary, then he wants a white woman. So who's available for her? Because we have one Black behavioral scientist who says when a Black man is poor, he wants a job. When he gets a job, he wants luxuries. And when he gets luxuries, he wants a white woman.
All right,
now, that is the dynamic that is produced.
All right, let me ask
but
one.
You see what I'm saying? It's
one,
not castigating the Black man. It's saying this is what the White Supremacy Society is programmed.
All right, but consistently,
and we have got to keep that in
Dr.
mind.
Welsing, you have made the point in a very strong premise that the Black man is the real fear of a political system based on white supremacy.
Oh, yes.
Why, I'll ask.
Well,
why the Black man? Why is this system so afraid of the Black man?
You know what
If
Black
that fear
power
is the
means?
reason for interracial relationships.
You know what Black power means? Black power means genetic power. The Black man can annihilate the white man.
She is literally
with his phallus.
The
white man has to build a missile.
There is no such thing as genetic power the way she's describing it. So again, 1973, there is a lot more that we know now.
To annihilate people of color. By that I mean this, that I think that the fundamental thing that is frightening white men and has frightened them since they were created as genetic mutations is that their appearance can be annihilated by the Black man, especially the man who can create the most color, which is the Black man in the whole human family. And that is the individual who has to be made inferior and who has to be controlled and has to be destroyed at the fundamental level of genetics. Then we can look at the next level in terms of numbers. That non-white people, if they outnumber white people 9-1 in the world, then the white man all over the world has got to say, now we have got to keep these people down. And you keep a people down by controlling their men. Women, that's why they can let.
That's true.
You see, I think that this is where
I think that's true. That all of the policies that they had in repression of blacks directed toward the Black man's access to the white woman, because then he could destroy white people eventually by making all people of color. Whereas the white man, his access to the Black woman produced children of color, but they were Black children.
No, the white woman is that all of the children of Black and white are non-white.
Yeah,
whether it's the male or whether it's the male white or the female white, the children
whatever.
are all,
the children are all brown. But that's why they wanted to protect the white woman against the Black man.
Not to protect her, to control the sexual activity of the Black man. You see what I'm saying? Not
in
to protect,
relationship
but
to the white woman.
That's important. In other words, the genetic material of non-white men in the world has to be controlled if we don't want the disappearance of white people. And white people, even though they don't like the fact of skin whiteness, proof their quest for suntan. Okay. Even though they have psyched themselves into the position that white is beautiful, although they don't really believe it, then they don't want white appearance to be annihilated because now you have a worldwide system that's 500 years old of white domination and white privilege.
To control Black people.
Thank you. Thank you very much for a very, very interesting interview and some comments. We hope to have Dr. Welsing back on a future Black Journal program discussing her very phenomenal genetic theory called the Crescent theory.
The Crescent theory. All right. Well, you know what? Let's see. Where am I? 6:31. Well, I'll drop the link. Apparently, if no one wants to come up and talk, then I will have to end the show. Kim, you're not afraid to come up and talk to me. Look, folks, hit the link. Humar, No, we don't need Umar. And again, this is from 1973. I just don't see Umar. I literally, I know who Umar is, but that's about it. So I think that Umar doesn't have. Um, well, I mean, is Sapphire something in Canada, Con? You know, I'm from the deep south of the United States, and I've never heard it. I seem to recall maybe there was a movie or something called Sapphire, but I've literally never heard it. You know, is kind of like a colloquialism. So let's see what else is in my little grab bag here.
And welcome to the.
Guess we're gonna have to go back farther than that. I don't know. I guess I'm gonna have to wrap this up because there are things, but nothing that amusing. It's all politics. Are black voters turning socialist? This might be interesting.
But as we all know,
here, let me rewind it a bit. So this is Professor Black Truth. Are black voters turning socialist?
family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. As the white left is jockeying for position and trying to secure as much political support as they can, there's been a lot of talk about the rise of the Democratic Socialist of America and how they've won some political races. But as we all know, in America, there's actually very few blue states. Mostly America has red states with some dominant large blue cities inside of them. And beyond that, it's understood that those dominant blue cities are blue because of black voter turnout. Without black voters, a number of those blue cities would be red or at the very least purple. And on election night, that means the state stays red. Whenever these white leftist elements are trying to build up their political clout, they inevitably try to get black support, not because they like black people, they don't, but because they need all the help they can get. And we are not and never will be part of the establishment, which for a lot of these white leftists, they think means that we're ripe for the picking, but they want to pick us for nothing. If these guys are trying to establish a national political footprint, they need the major cities, and that means they need black support. But the main thing they're looking for is political and moral legitimacy. That's what they're hoping is going to actually make them a national force. And there is no substitute for the moral legitimacy of the FBA community. We and the tide of history we represent are unique in the history of the world and indispensable in the history and political fabric of this country. Everybody wants to ride our coattails. Everybody wants to lay claim to that moral legitimacy, but they all want to do it for their own immoral ends. The problem for them is that they can't do it without our permission, and no amount of getting black pork chop preachers and self-serving Negro politicians will be enough to get us on board, not in and of itself. Don't believe it? Just ask Mike Bloomberg what happened when he ran for president. He had his Negro politicians lined up like the former mayor of Houston, Sylvester Turner, and his Negro preachers like that fool at Brown Chapel AME Church. Bloomberg just knew that if he had these sorry Negroes as his front men, then the black masses would be mindless lemmings falling in line and obeying. Well, that may be the way things work in New York City, but in the rest of the country, things don't go like that. And speaking of New York, a number of black New Yorkers are saying that they like Zohar Mamdani, or at least that's what these white media outlets have claimed. Now, family, when it comes to black people in particular, we all should know that the white media, and this includes the ones who call themselves independent, which usually means internet-based, they pick and choose who they want to put in front of the camera for their stories. And that depends on whatever slant that they want to put out. They often pick black people who they know are part of or connected to the Democrats, so they know what these people are going to say before they say it. But it also works the other way too in all kinds of stories. They seek out black people who will say what they want them to say. And if you're not saying that, then you don't get featured in the story. Mamdani's promised nothing to black New Yorkers. He's getting praise from the white left because he's patched some potholes and he's done what for them are some other feel-good gestures. He seems to be trying to carefully build up his political brand. His statement regarding Benjamin Netanyahu was interesting and noteworthy, but ultimately nothing we haven't heard before. It came and it went. Yes, the Democratic Socialists are seeing black voters as a bloc that they can appeal to, since black voters have been the first ones to disengage from the Democratic Party, and that's because of the work of the black grassroots led by the black media. And yet, not one of these candidates acknowledges that fact or is willing to reckon with the black media. They see black voters as basically the base for a new political party, their party, the same way that blacks have been the base of the Democratic Party. But are these DSA types any better or any different than the Democrats? Or are they just people who wanted to get into the political arena, they needed a political base to do it with, and they're willing to take votes from anybody who will give it to them? I told you about this, that when black voters, young black voters in specific, decided to turn their back on the Democrats, nobody was going to acknowledge the reason why, because that's simply too terrifying for them to talk about. But they know other constituencies were likely to follow suit. And here you see it happening. Black voters made the first move. We kicked open the door on that. And now we have these non-black groups trying to play political catch-up and say, yeah, we're tired of the Democrats' political failures too. The older black voters, yes, I'm talking about the boomers, are dying out. Betting all your chips on a bunch of olders who are only turning out to vote in order to protect their Social Security and Medicaid, that's not a long-term strategy. But it is exactly what Roly-Poly Martin was recommending that the Democrats do. That is before 2024, when it became obvious that the balance of political power in the black community was shifting away from the failed boomers and to the Gen Xers and millennials instead. As far as black voters going socialist, personally, I don't see a difference between the wealth being maldistributed from the working class to rich private individuals any more than I see the difference of wealth being maldistributed from the working class to the state. Both of these result in the exact same outcome. The non-land-owning workers are deliberately and intentionally impoverished, and their money taken from them and given to a small handful of individuals who are allowed to monopolize that power. Whether that small cabal of individuals are rich businessmen or greedy bureaucrats is a distinction without a difference. And when you look at how Elon Musk and other business people are literally running the government, we've seen a fusion of the two already. We've been here before, family. Dr. John Henrik Clarke talked about how during his youth in the early 20th century, he, like a lot of black people in America, were exploring different political philosophies and alternatives to what is practiced and enforced in the U.S. A number of these black intellectuals and activists saw how the rival to the United States was the Soviet Union. And a lot of those black people were approached by or otherwise met with a number of white communist and socialist types. The Black Panthers, such as Fred Hampton, identified as socialists and expressed every bit of socialist dogma and rhetoric, such as the bourgeois and the proletariat, etc. They spoke about the fight for black empowerment as being actually a subset of a larger global class struggle. That's the way that they talked. But Dr. Clarke said that he and others who had befriended white socialists way back in the day, they soon became disillusioned with these white socialists when they saw that these guys were basically wannabe white elitists. They were fine talking about black rights, so long as the subject never translated into broad-based black power. So long as black people remained the poor, downtrodden voters, these white socialists were glad to give sympathy, but they had no plans of ever sharing power. They weren't trying to change the status quo. They were just trying to change their own place within it. This was what we saw with another self-identified Democratic socialist, Bernie Sanders. He wanted black support, but made it clear he wasn't offering black voters anything. This is not new. Dr. Clarke and his contemporaries also found that those white socialists only wanted black support to augment their own numbers. And then as soon as they felt like they were in a strong enough position, they would dump their black allies and go for self. We've seen this time and time again, from the phony worker solidarity preached by the labor movement to the sisterhood spouted by the white feminist. White power has always played the same game, come smiling up in black people's faces with false claims that we have a struggle in common. And as soon as we take the bait, they go to their white establishment friends, brag about how large their numbers are now, and they use our support as a bargaining chip to leverage for them what they want. This is the real argument that the white left has always had with the white right. The dividing line is not capitalist or socialist, and you're a fool if you let someone talk you into thinking that white supremacy under capitalism is somehow superior to white supremacy under socialism. Just ask the people in Cuba about that one. Just for the record, there's few, if any, countries that claim to be under any form of socialism. Most claim to be free markets. But has free market capitalism ushered in an era of prosperity and upward mobility? Or has it, as often as not, resulted in wealth being locked in at the very top and everyone else struggling? There have been and are today countries where economies and governmental structures are heavily socialist, and these countries are doing fine economically. To me, socialist or capitalist is not the big question because both result in the same outcome of poverty for all, depending on who's in charge. In the end, they get what they want, and Black people get left out in the cold. So that's why my heart's not going pitter-pat for these recent elections. We've seen this movie before. Labels are not what's important. Tangibles are. What socialist is offering us that? What socialist has come to the Black voters, particularly the Black grassroots, and admitted that we have needs that are being ignored, and then has put forward a policy framework for how they intend to get these needs met? Are these so-called socialists putting out a political agenda or a policy slate that explicitly recognizes the harms done to us, recognizes dismantling these damaging policies, and making recompense to us? Or are they just spouting the 21st century American version of the bourgeois and the proletariat, i.e. the billionaire class and the working poor? That tells you the effects of these policies, but it doesn't say, much less address the cause, because all I see is white and Asian politicians who are talking about shoring up the position of white America and making sure they're good. H. Rap Brown was one of the Black Panthers, and he said it best: class struggle is a luxury Black people can't afford. Don't believe it? Just look at Detroit. Class is the dividing line between white people, but Black people's problem isn't class, it's race. So whether it be capitalist or socialist, so long as white supremacy is in effect, these will be distinctions without a difference where we're concerned. We should only vote for someone who is coming to us and speaking to our interest. We don't have to fall in love with someone's political affiliation, nor should we. The ballot is supposed to be like a business. Anyone can get in, so long as they got the money. So don't let the white left play the game of acting like Black people falling into lockstep with these socialist candidates is somehow an expression of Black voters flexing their muscles. That's what they're telling you. When you're voting for us, that's you flexing your muscles. See, you're showing the power that you've got when you vote for us. That's a con, family, patting you on the head because you're doing what they want. The white left has done that for decades. They only praise what Black people are doing if it benefits them. The truth is, we flex our muscles when we turn out to vote or when we upset the apple cart by voting for the couch. We know we have power. We are the bona fide swing vote. Problem is, everybody wants our vote for free. Lip service is a scam, and we're done falling for it. Whoever wants the Black vote has to come to us and tell us what we're going to get. The white left trotted out pathetic puppets like Joy Reid to tell the world that anyone saying Black voters ought to get something for our vote is a Russian bot. Well, ever since she got canned, she's singing a different tune. What does that tell you? She was aesthetic gladly, right up until she wasn't getting paid to. And the same with Don Lemonade. This is why their attempts to reinvent themselves as these faux radicals isn't going to work. Their track record of carrying water for the status quo is too well established and too well documented for them to take off their white lackey uniforms and try to put on a crusty kufi and some threadbare kente cloth. So, as for Black voters becoming socialists, I say that we shouldn't. And I know a number of you call yourselves capitalists, but that's not where I'm coming from when I say that we shouldn't go full Marxist. All of these so-called free market capitalists were only too eager to go to the government and have a socialist bailout for their companies when they wanted it. It doesn't pay to get too caught up on terms, family. We are not supposed to be socialist or capitalist as far as I'm concerned. Slavery was created by, perpetuated by, and done for the sake of bootstrapping capitalism. We're supposed to be Black empowerment. Does that mean don't vote for a socialist candidate? Well, that depends. My requirement for voting for a socialist candidate is the same as my requirement for a so-called capitalist. Are they actually looking to do business? Political maturity requires that we look at things coldly and clinically. We shouldn't be aligned with any of these political parties because they were started by people who are not basing their parties on our interest. I'm not saying if you're a registered Democrat or even a Republican or with the Green Party, etc., that you're fighting against us. Not at all. What I'm saying is that you're not supposed to be voting for a party. You're supposed to be voting for a policy. You're supposed to be a political free agent. Being politically independent is a very good way to show people that they cannot take you for granted. That doesn't mean that they're going to fall at your feet and obey you, but it does mean when these creeps come calling themselves, smiling up in your face and asking for your vote, they got to think twice. Or if they fail to think, you can show them, I'm not on your side. I'm on my own side. You have to persuade me to vote for you, and that persuasion takes the form of telling me what I'm going to get. This is what every other group does. This is what Black candidates for office encounter when they deal with non-Black groups. Everybody else makes it clear that they don't care about being allies. They only care about what they're going to get. And if that Black candidate doesn't make solid promises to prop up their interest and position, then they will get no votes from them either. And not surprisingly, the support of these other groups always seems to be based on policies that are detrimental to us. They make a zero-sum game out of it, and we always wind up the target. So family, don't let anyone go making you think that Black people are backing this or that party or movement, and somehow that's proving how politically important we are. We know we're important, but people need to learn that we have demands, and the cost for getting Black votes is to acknowledge those interests and then say what they're going to do to promote ours. Because make no mistake, these so-called Democratic Socialist candidates, they think they're riding high right now. But if they're not able to attract and keep Black support, before it's all over, very quickly, they're going to find their Democratic Socialist Party being deader than Trotsky. Good day.
Yeah, I pretty much disagree with this analysis. A little hyperbolic. So there we go, folks. What does Miss Brooklyn have to say? That's what Dr. Umar said. Umar's an idiot. I never go to Umar. Well, I don't listen to Umar in general. I think that Umar is. I wouldn't go to him for political analysis, I guess. What they will do for us. I think that all you got to do is DSA is, from a Black perspective, Black American perspective, is class essentialist. They're not going to do anything that is race-based. That's literally not their focus. Their focus is class. So unless Umar understands that, if Umar understood that, he wouldn't be asking the question, what are they going to do for us? They're not going to do anything for Black people. They will benefit Black people who fit into poor, working class, whatever you want to call it. It will be class-based, not race-based. It's simple. Umar should know this if he's even asking the question. So, folks, apparently it is late. We won't get anyone up on the panel. So I'm going to fold this up because it is coming up on 7 hours. So I should be back tomorrow. Everyone have a good night. There are people live out there. I have no recommendations. Go find you a live show. You like Umar? Oh, now that is a surprise. I like Umar. I've met him a few times, and he's really nice. You just found him handsome, didn't you? He was nice. Kimmy, you just found him nice looking. Don't lie. So, oh, your mother did? Oh, okay. Well, don't blame this on your mother. You did too. So, anyway, folks, I had a good time. So, I will see you all tomorrow, and go out and find an actual good show. Two men the harm that this horrible show did to you. CJ, I enjoyed talking to you, by the way. You should come up more often. So see y'all. Well, thank you so much, Con. It was a little bit fly by night, but see y'all tomorrow.